Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Urban Pokemon. This trainer is not suitable. Chapter 31. The Imperial Capital, Xiaoguo Pokemon Alliance Headquarters. The weekly routine meeting ends. In the conference room, the chairman and the 5 directors also relaxed and chatted with each other. The 6 directors headed by Chairman Dang are the political body of the entire Pokemon Alliance in Sha Kingdom. All Xiaoguo's policies related to economy, education, transportation, etc. are formulated by them, and they led their subordinates to complete plans and tasks. The Pokemon Alliance of all countries in the world has almost a similar system and structure, and the alliance is managed in 2 aspects, Duford and Wenji. The so-called Duford are naturally the trainers, who are responsible for safeguarding the safety of people's lives and property, and responding to crises and disasters that may be caused by the secret realm. And the strongest among the trainers, that is, the group formed by the top trainers who are qualified to participate in the Masters 8, and have achieved high rankings in it. They are responsible for the dispatch of trainers across the country, and solve the problems of secret land emergencies and legendary Pokemon. The number of the strongest trainer group varies from country to country, and there are 7 in Sha country, named after the Big Dipper, and 2 of them are the few master-level trainers in the world. In addition to the 7 strongest trainers, Xiaoguo also has 6 directors headed by the chairman. These 6 directors are responsible for the internal economic and other development issues of the Sha Kingdom Alliance. Both parties have clearly defined responsibilities and do not interfere with each other. And these 13 people in total are the highest authority of Xiaoguo Pokemon Alliance. The position of the 6 directors who formulate the development policy of the alliance requires very substantial grassroots experience and knowledge, and they have to climb up step by step, so the general age is around 60. And the selection of the highest group of trainers named Big Dipper is not so complicated and troublesome. It depends entirely on the strength of the trainer. If you are strong enough to achieve high results in the 8 Masters tournament, you may even be one of the 8 Masters yourself. Then even if you are only in your 20s, you can still obtain the highest power of the Sha Kingdom Alliance. This is the preferential treatment of trainers. The strength of trainers represents the strength of the country, and what the country expects is to cultivate strong trainers. Old guys, have you all watched the video that Professor Lee sent us before? Chairman Deng is a kind old man in his early 60s with graying hair. He looked at the other 5 old men and old ladies in the meeting room and said with a smile, Chairman Deng does not have that kind of attitude towards his subordinates at all, because the chairman is not elected, but the 6 directors take turns every year. Therefore, the status of the 6 directors is exactly the same, regardless of superiority or superiority. You're talking about the video sent by Lao Li, the video of our Dragon Elite competing with her brother in the breeding center. A gracefully dressed old lady in tang suit and sitting upright said at this time. Yes, that's the video. What's Director Ning's opinion? Chairman Deng looked at the old lady and asked with a smile. The old lady smiled, she waved her hand and said, what can you think? It seems that Miss Luo, who we like to take advantage of alliance, is promoting her younger brother. As soon as Director Ning finished speaking, the other directors burst out laughing. They are naturally familiar with Luo Weijin, the current Elite Four. And the 24-year-old Luo Weijin, in their eyes, is like a child of the grandchildren's generation. Naturally, they are very concerned about the future hopes of the alliance. After the directors finished laughing, Director Ning said again, Lao Li and I have known each other for so many years, and we know her personality well. She has the kind of character that doesn't put sand in her eyes. If she likes that kid named Luo Yuan, it means that he is really good. Otherwise, Lao Li wouldn't introduce it to us. Chairman Deng sighed. Of course, you don't even look at what Pokemon that guy is using. That's Latias. Although it's not a legendary Pokemon with priesthood, it's still a mythical beast. All trainers in the world add up. All trainers in the past and present add up. How many trainers have the opportunity and ability to control the beast? And you also watched the match between him and Luo Weijin. Although Luo Weijin himself missed the upper hand carelessly, he was pressed and beaten. The result was one-sided. But it also speaks to the quality of that guy named Luo Yuan, who works flawlessly with that champion Latias. Just in this duel, he has already demonstrated the potential and even the strength of the champion. Chairman Deng's words also made other directors sigh. Heroes are born in youth. It is a good thing that our country can have such young talents. Hey, I remember that the father of this pair of siblings is Luo Jungye, right? Good guy. Almost all of this family are powerful trainers. His father is the owner of the imperial capital, and his sister is an elite four. Now this younger brother is also amazing. I'm looking forward to the Domestic Alliance Conference and the World Alliance Conference 2 years from now. I don't know if this kid can surprise us. Ha ha ha, our current champion and elite, I don't know if we will get nervous. If we are kicked out of the champion or elite position before the World Alliance Conference, it will be a lifetime of regret. It's not just a lifetime regret, it's a blow to life. Quote. Many directors chatted lively, with envy towards the two generations of the Luo family in their words. After all, this world is the world of Pokemon, and these directors also wanted to be trainers when they were young. But either he didn't have that talent, or he didn't have enough talent, and in the end, he didn't make it to the end on the trainer's path. Even though he is a high-ranking and powerful member of the Alliance now, he still feels emotional when he thinks of the past, and looks forward to the passion of fighting with his own Pokemon. Director Ning spoke at this time, and said with her serious expression, "Well, don't put too much pressure on the young people. How many trainers were talented when they were young, but in the end they disappeared from everyone. This Luo Weijen's younger brother, I checked his information. He used to have psychological problems and was afraid of Pokemon. Recently, for some reason, this problem has disappeared. As for how that Latias followed him, I can't find out why. He can have the champion-level Latias, which proves his potential, but this is not enough. There are many examples of Pokemon being strong but trainer not being strong enough. He also has to prove himself in the game. If Luo Yuan, a young man, can breed another champion-level Pokemon, then he is really qualified to become the champion of the Shock Kingdom Alliance. That's when he will prove himself. Director Ning is the kind of old lady who has a stable personality and is meticulous in her work. Therefore, she will not have too much hope for anyone or anything before the results appear. After all, Shock Kingdom has such a long history, and there are not many geniuses who died young. Then what should we do? Should we vigorously train him? Chairman Deng asked with a smile at this time. Director Ning laughed and scolded. You old man is not talking nonsense, you are still burying me, an old lady. Just because he can be recognized by Latias, he is worthy of vigorous training. If such outstanding young people don't vigorously cultivate, why should they still be suppressed? Then our alliance is really rotten. It just so happens that the thing that our alliance has collected for thousands of years really has a place for it this time. But Latias, I don't know how many old guys have to go crazy at this moment, wanting to understand and study her. This opportunity to get in touch with infinite Pokemon is really rare. Old Lee is really lucky to have the first chance to make contact. Director Ning said loudly. Director Deng nodded secretly. Of course he knew what Director Ning was talking about. At this time, he said, I also sent the battle video to Tianshuxing, and he will probably be more interested in it. When it comes to the trainer code named Tianshuxing, many directors are full of admiration and emotion. Even though that Tianshu star is younger than anyone else here, that person is the one who really stands at the apex of this world. Because he can count on 10 fingers, a master-level trainer. Boy, are you bringing your girlfriend to train Pokemon again? When Luo Yuan brought Latias to a fighting training hall, a burly man in tights and in his 50s jokingly said at the door. Luo Yuan subconsciously glanced to the side. Latias transformed into a human form at this time. She has beautiful red hair and always has a sunny and bright smile on her face, as if she will never be sad. Latias today wears a maid-like headdress and a long Nakagawa-style Lolita dress she saw online. A pair of slender, flawless beautiful legs under the skirt or wearing thin white stockings, with small and delicate feet on a pair of beautiful foreign shoes, in a standard low dress. It is said that the handmade Lolita-style clothing of Nakagawa Cross is rare, and few people can buy it, and the price is extremely high. However, Latias's clothes have always been transformed with feathers, so for Latias, the cost of her clothes will always be zero. Because when going out, Latias has been following Luo Yuan in the image of a girl. Normal people will think that this is his little girlfriend when they see it. Uncle Joe, don't laugh at me, let your Shuarang be my Riolu's partner today. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes at the uncle in front of him. This is a fighting type trainer, which is quite common in major cities. Apart from fighting type, there are naturally other attribute training halls. Almost all the owners of these training halls used to be trainers. After retiring when they were old, they opened such training halls in the city, taking breeder, rookie trainer and Pokemon as their business. Because 90% of trainers use Pokemon with a single attribute, such trainers who specialize in one attribute have rich experience and are very suitable for beginners of breeder. Just like the Uncle Joe in front of him, he is already in his 50s. After leaving the frontline combat position, he opened this training hall to train fighting Pokemon. His two most powerful Pokemon Shawarang and Hitmonchan, Luo Yuan checked, are as high as level 60, which has reached the elite level. But this uncle, in this life, only breeder has produced these two Pokemon that will reach the elite level, and then there is no progress. Thinking that my elder sister has two champion level Pokemon at the age of 24, and the rest are elite level, it makes people feel that the gap between trainer is really big. Shawarang and Hitmonchan like this uncle, it is estimated that there will be no chance to go further in this life. Well, the official names of Shawarang and Hitmonchan are Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, but Luo Yuan thinks it's too ugly and rarely calls them that way. My Shawarang and Hitmonchan are over there, just ask your Riolu to train with them. Uncle Joe smiled heartily. This kind of Pokemon training center mainly trains the use of Pokemon skills. If you have rich experience and lead the same attribute seniors, the learning speed and proficiency of skills will be much faster. Boy, don't you really want to buy some fighting type pure crystals? My place is definitely high quality and cheap, so I won't cheat you. Seeing that Luo Yuan released Riolu and asked Riolu to go to the coach to learn by himself, Uncle Joe couldn't help but sell it. Like Luo Yuan's rookie trainer, normal has no channels to obtain pure crystals for training, and this type of training hall will sell some low-grade pure crystals to make a difference. Seeing that this old man looks like a gym salesman selling annual passes and protein powder, Luo Yuan just smiled and said, "You should go find someone else to sell it, I really don't lack pure crystals for the time being." When he was in the breeding center before, his elder sister picked up 3 pieces of Alliance's level 3 pure crystals. With Riolu's current level, it is absolutely impossible to use up in a short time. Uncle Joe had no choice but to give up when he saw that he couldn't reach Luo Yuan. He looked at Latias, who was accompanying Riolu to the training ground, and suddenly grabbed Luo Yuan, and said with a smile, "Boy, do you want to exercise with me?" Uncle Joe, who said this, also made a bulk-up pose. Those muscles really made Luo Yuan a little envious. This is a common fault of almost every trainer who is good at fighting. That is, they love fitness, and every trainer who is good at fighting is also like that kind of fitness madman. At this time, Uncle Joe pouted at Latias again, with a wretched smile. "Let me tell you, boy, fitness is very important. It can increase your lung capacity and strengthen your physique. Not to mention the ability to increase resistance, the ability in that area can also give you a qualitative leap. You're still young, so you might think it's nothing, but when you turn 30 in 10 years, your physical function will decline. If you can't even satisfy women, how can you be a man?" Facing this wretched Uncle Joe, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. He really wanted to say that no matter how much I practiced, I couldn't deal with Latias. It was a Pokemon, or a mythical beast. How satisfying was that? Ahem, no, first of all, I am not a pervert, I am not interested in Latias. Just thinking of Latias, Luo Yuan was in a trance, because Latias is really good at playing. Because she can transform the appearance of Solacean, Luo Yuan tried to let her transform Haley Future, Claire Xia, Kei Ching, Gan Yu and other characters. And the level of Latias's is simply astonishing, almost from the second dimension to the third dimension. But thinking about the illusion of Latias, just like computer CG, it is absolutely impossible for real people to do it, and it seems quite reasonable. Seeing that Luo Yuan was distracted, Uncle Joe showed an expression that any man could understand, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a hearty smile, "Why, are you tempted?" Luo Yuan was indeed a little tempted, but he didn't want to enhance his ability in a certain aspect, but thought that he would participate in gymnasium battles in the future, and he would participate in that dangerous Pokemon battle. If your physical fitness is better, especially if you have stronger endurance, you will definitely be safer. I heard that if the trainer participates in the exercise together, the intimacy with the fighting Pokemon will grow faster, making the Pokemon work harder. Luo Yuan asked Uncle Joe, who was also a fighting expert when he was young. There's nothing wrong with this. I can't say anything about other attribute Pokemon, but that's the case with the fighting department. You exercise with Pokemon, and they work harder and harder. As for the fighting Pokemon, I also like the trainer that can exercise with me the most. In this regard, Uncle Joe was not thinking of fooling Luo Yuan. This is an old trainer teaching a new trainer, so don't be careless. That's it, why don't you take me to train with you, Uncle Joe? Luo Yuan decided to participate in fitness training for safety. Oh, boy, you just said that you want to enhance your ability in a certain area. We are all men, so I won't laugh at you, sir. Come on, the human fitness equipment is here, let's exercise with me. Uncle Joe laughed, and led Luo Yuan to the fitness equipment. No, I really just want to be safe, not as nasty as you. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. Uncle Joe, does this training cost money? Don't worry kid, we're so familiar, uncle, I'll charge you half of the price for each class, or learn about swimming and fitness. Get an annual card, and you can get a 30% discount. Quote. Luo Yuan always felt that he was being fooled, but he still had to exercise when it was time to exercise. This was for the sake of his own life. It was also because watching Riolu train himself like desperately every day, moved Luo Yuan, a trainer, and felt that he could not go down in the salted fish. This is leg training. You need to use your thigh muscles to exert strength, not to make your butt stick out. What do you want to do with your ass? Do you have that kind of hobby? Quote. In the training hall of the fighting department, Luo Yuan is being taught how to exercise by Uncle Joe. I have to say that fitness is really very skillful, and it can't be learned simply by following the videos. There are many movements that are very important to the position of the force. If the force is wrong, it will be a waste of practice for a long time. At this time, it is very important to have a good coach. For a fitness novice, it is better to find a coach to learn the basics. Especially with the supervision of a coach, it will make people more motivated to persevere. Although this Uncle Joe is not serious, he is qualified as a coach. At least Luo Yuan feels that every movement of his is extremely standard under his teaching. There is not only Luo Yuan in the training hall, but also other trainers who bring their fighting Pokemon here to exercise. Luo Yuan roughly glanced around. These trainers who like fighting can't say that all of them are muscular men, but most of them are fitness enthusiasts and like to exercise. Some even like to spar with their own Pokemon. This made Luo Yuan a little speechless. Although he chose Riolu for the Earl Dervish Pokemon, he really didn't intend to specialize in fighting and become those muscular men. Very good, you persisted well. This is your first time exercising, so don't practice too much. Let's stop here today. Since you said that you want to exercise endurance more, you don't care about the size of your muscles, and you just want to look better, then do more aerobic exercises next time you come, and I will also properly train your muscles. If you want to gain muscle, remember to drink some protein powder when you go back. That thing is still very important. Uncle Joe patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder, indicating that today's training is over. Luo Yuan sat down on the ground, pressing his sore leg. The muscular brothers who were exercising all around smiled kindly when they saw this. Many people are too thin, so they dare not go to the gym for fear of losing face. In fact, these people who like to exercise will not laugh at you at all, and even give you pointers. After all, this is how everyone came here. On the other side, Latias, who was watching Riolu's training, saw this, and she hurried over with a fascia gun in her hand. Seeing that Luo Yuan's legs were sore, she knelt on the ground and massaged the muscles on his legs with a fascia gun. Seeing this scene, the muscular brothers all around widened their eyes, envious and jealous. Why did this fool bring his girlfriend to the gym? And my girlfriend is so well behaved, I can't feed him dog food like this. Luo Yuan doesn't care what other brothers think, he just thinks that Latias is really a good Pokemon for home and travel. Not only has a gentle personality, can take care of others, but can also play, cosplay, for you in different ways. Is there any better Pokemon than this? Uncle Joe clicked his tongue. At this moment, He looked at Riolu, who was exercising with his Hitmonchan, and sighed, "Your Riolu's talent is really strong. It learns skills too fast, and its proficiency in mastering skills far exceeds that of normal's fighting Pokémon." Although most of the fighting-type Pokémon are keen on training and fighting, this Riolu is strict with his own training, which is also the best among fighting-type Pokémon. "You kid got a good Pokémon, don't let it go, you have to be a good trainer. If you get results in the future, help me promote my training hall, and say that you trained here, so you can become so strong." Uncle Joe laughed heartily. Riolu first sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a small fighting crystal around its neck besides the soothe bell. Its posture is to transform the fighting energy in the pure crystal into itself, so as to learn its own skills. Suddenly, Riolu opened his eyes, stood up with firm eyes, and punched a huge rock in front of him. Boom! There was a bang, and the huge rock was directly crushed by Riolu's punch. This is the skill, Rock Smash, that Riolu just learned. It is very difficult for Pokémon to learn skills, even if those skills are in its own inheritance. But it still requires a lot of practice and sufficient resources to support it. If Pokémon is really so easy to learn skills, it is estimated that ordinary people would not dare to raise Pokémon. After all, Luo Yuan has seen the destructive power of Pokémon. If you are not careful, you will die. It is also the difficulty of learning skills, which requires a lot of resources and training, that makes Pokémon divided into ordinary Pokémon for domestication and Pokémon for trainers who are capable of fighting. But Luo Yuan knew that although his Riolu was talented, it wasn't exaggerated. It is even weaker than normal's fighting Pokémon because of its inherent weakness. However, under Luo Yuan's 1-month medicated diet, Riolu's physique has greatly improved, and now he is innately comparable to ordinary fighting Pokémon. I believe that if you continue to eat the delicacies you make, it will become stronger and stronger. It has been a month since Luo Yuan traveled to this Pokémon world. During this month, he also got a general idea about his golden finger. For example, the meals he cooks do have hidden functions, just like the reason why Riolu learns skills so quickly is not only his own hard work, but also the credit of eating the meals he cooks all the time. This also made Luo Yuan understand why Latias has so many skills without training. Latias is the real winner. He doesn't have to do anything. After eating for 10 years, he becomes a champion Pokémon who has learned all the skills. At the same time, Luo Yuan discovered that there were other hidden abilities in the rice he cooked, which would increase the basic abilities of Pokémon. According to the explanation of the game, it should be to increase the effort value and increase one's own talent, so that the attribute becomes higher. That is to say, as long as they eat Luo Yuan's food, almost all the Pokémon trained by him are geniuses with excellent talents. At the same time, because of their high attribute, they are much stronger than normal Pokémon. But this golden finger of mine is not effective for all Pokémon. For example, the Lapras of the father and the Altaria of the elder sister, although they are also addicted to the meals cooked by Luo Yuan, their ability growth is limited. This made Luo Yuan conclude that his golden finger is only more effective for Pokémon who are more intimate with him. Even if the other Pokémon have a good relationship, because they don't belong to them, they lack that bond, so the effect is greatly reduced. While Luo Yuan was thinking, Riolu, who had learned a new skill on the other side, ran over happily. It stood in front of Luo Yuan with its fists clenched in both hands, waiting for his praise like a child. Luo Yuan came back to his senses. He touched Riolu's head with a smile, and praised, "You did a good job. I will reward you with an extra bowl of rice today when you get home. You have to train harder." "Liu, I will train myself more." Riolu licked his mouth. It didn't practice so hard just to eat an extra bowl of rice. "Uncle Joe, I'm going back first, and I'll come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Luo Yuan spent the whole day today in the training hall with Riolu, and had lunch that Luo Yuan brought with him. "Since I ate the food cooked by Luo Yuan, whether it is Latias or Riolu, I can't eat anything else. Even my father, my mother, and my sister are the same." This made Luo Yuan quite busy this month, not only making dinner every day, but also making breakfast and lunch for the next day. Fortunately, Luo Yuan likes cooking, and cooking is a kind of joy for him. But making Pokémon meals is really tiring, because they have too much food. This made Luo Yuan decide to use the fastest time to make the energy cube. The large amount of energy in the energy cube can better meet the needs of Pokemon, so that he doesn't have to cook so many big pot meals every day. Luo Yuan didn't take Riolu into the Pokeball either, so he just took it home. As for Latias, in order not to scare the children again, Luo Yuan would not take her back into the Pokeball. This training center is not far from Luo Yuan's community, and it takes about 15 minutes to walk. After a day of training, it is already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Yuan glanced at the level on Riolu's head, a big LV.20 logo, which made Luo Yuan very pleased. This level is enough to go to the first gym. Facing a novice trainer like Luo Yuan without any badge, the Pokemon level of the first gym is probably around level 18. In the case of normal, a rookie trainer who went to college at the age of 18 will take about a year to train his Pokemon to a level close to 20. Normally, I would go to the trainer who played the first gymnasium, and it was exactly 1 year after becoming a trainer. Ordinary trainers take a year to train Pokemon to around level 20, but it only took Luo Yuan 1 month for Riolu to reach this level. In particular, Riolu has also mastered all the skills it can master at this level, which I am afraid only those talented trainers can do. Coupled with the fact that Riolu always eats his own cooking, the basic attributes should be higher than this level of Pokemon. According to Luo Yuan's calculations, at level 20, there shouldn't be many Pokemon that can beat Riolu, the breeder he carefully created. But Luo Yuan is a prudent person. He decided to train Riolu to a certain level, and then go to the gym after he is truly foolproof. After all, he can't stand outside the field to command when he is in the gym, and he needs to go to the battlefield. Only when Riolu becomes stronger can he give Luo Yuan a sense of security. Well, at least level 25 is required before going to the gym, so I can feel at ease. It's a steel-type gymnasium, and the level is still so far behind. It should be a second with one move, so that I can guarantee my safety. Even if you know you are strong, you should be cautious. Seeing Luo Yuan staring at him, Riolu moved its cute little ears, showing a cute smile, raised his hands and shouted cheerfully, "Liu." Luo Yuan patted Riolu's head amusedly. "Oh, the puppy is so cute, and it will become handsome when it evolves in the future." Just then, Luo Yuan's cell phone rang. I took out my phone and saw that it was a WeChat group. There are only 4 people in the whole group including Luo Yuan. They are his roommates in the university dormitory. Li Zheng, brother Yuan, why haven't you made a sound in the group for a month? Are you still alive? Close black lens bracket. Luo Yuan looked at the message sent by his roommate whom he had known for 3 years, and he was just typing on the screen of his mobile phone. Open black lens bracket. Luo Yuan. Brothers, I have made a decision that goes against my ancestors. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fei Yu. Brother Yuan, is he going to recognize us as fathers? This is indeed a decision that violates the ancestors. Big Dad, Second Dad, Third Dad, Brother Yuan, you can choose yourself, I can be anyone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Luo Yuan, get out. I am your father, how can you mess up your seniority? Now I want to tell you a major decision, that is, I will go to the gym. Close black lens bracket. Sun Lei, Brother Yuan, are you okay? The 6th Hospital of Imperial University Hospital has the best psychiatric department in China. Do you want brothers to accompany you to have a look? Close black lens bracket. Li Zheng, Brother Yuan, don't talk nonsense, just for your illness, an Eevee can scare you to death, and you still go to the gym. Close black lens bracket. Quote. The group became lively all of a sudden. Everyone thought Luo Yuan was joking. After all, as roommates, they have lived together for 3 years. Of course they know that Luo Yuan suffers from mental illness and dare not touch Pokemon. Open black lens bracket. Luo Yuan. I'm serious, I'm not kidding, I'm really planning to go to gymnasium. If you come back to the Imperial capital, remember to go to Jinggang to cheer for me. Close black lens bracket. My illness has healed inexplicably, and I am now a powerful trainer. Close black lens bracket. Luo Yuan said so and sent a screenshot of the trainer certificate on his mobile phone. Seeing the screenshot sent by Luo Yuan, the group went crazy. Lying grass. Brother Yuan, are you really a trainer? I checked the trainer number on Alliance's official website just now, it's really Brother Yuan. Close black lens bracket. I'm jealous this time, when I return to the imperial capital, Brother Yuan, you have to treat us to dinner. Close black lens bracket. Yes, treat us to dinner. Close black lens bracket. Quote. Looking at the various emoji packs in the group, Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing. The 3 people in my dormitory did not have the talent to become trainers, otherwise they would not have entered the archaeology department, and would have gone to the major department of Pokemon long ago. And the vast majority of people in this world yearn to become a trainer, and now seeing Luo Yuan, who had a mental illness about Pokemon in the past, suddenly become a trainer, they will naturally be exaggeratedly amazed. Open black lens bracket. No problem, when you return to the imperial capital, I will invite you to a big meal. Close black lens bracket. Luo Yuan chatted with his roommates for a while before putting away his phone. Life can't only be training Pokemon, but also daily chatting and joking. Back home, Luo Yuan suddenly found that the house was a little lively. There were 3 pairs of shoes on the shoe rack at the door. Is this a visitor at home? On the shoe rack by the door are a pair of high heels for women and 2 pairs of loafers and sandals for kids. Based on the 3 pairs of shoes seen at the door, Luo Yuan probably guessed that there should be 3 guests at home. This made Luo Yuan a little surprised. You must know that in his memory, there are very few guests at home, and even relatives rarely come. Even during the holidays, Luo Yuan's family visits relatives' homes instead of relatives visiting his home. Is it a friend of father or mother? Maybe it's my sisters. Thinking this way, Luo Yuan put on his shoes and walked through the corridor to the living room. In this Pokemon world, the occupation, identity and status of both parents and sisters have changed. Given the current positions of the 3 of them, it seems reasonable that some new colleagues or friends that Luo Yuan didn't know in the past would come to visit. Since the home has become a large flat of hundreds of square meters, the area of the house is too large, and it is necessary to walk through a corridor at the door to go to the living room. While in the corridor, Luo Yuan heard the conversation and laughter coming from the living room. Both parents and sister were at home. Luo Yuan took out the mobile phone in his pocket and took a look. It was only after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually, neither his parents nor his sister had returned home at this time. It seems that in order to welcome the guests today, they all came back early. There are guests at home, why don't you tell me in advance? Single quote. Luo Yuan murmured in his heart, it seems that his status in this family is not good. Luo Yuan immediately decided that he would not cook dinner for the next few days, and he would continue to be in charge of the chef only after he made his parents and sister deeply understand the importance of him in the family and apologized. Dad, Mom, old sister, I'm back. Is there a visitor at home? Before Luo Yuan reached the living room, he shouted loudly. Liu. Riolu also gave a cheerful cry, as if telling his family that he was back. Only Latius, who had turned into a human form, pursed his lips and showed a faint smile and remained silent. Latius has lived in human society for so long, and she is already familiar with human society. Knowing that if he made strange noises in human form, it would definitely scare the guests. They were chatting in the living room for a short while, and then Luomu's laughter came. Xiaoyuan is back. Come and meet mother's friend and her son and daughter. When Luo Yuan came to the living room, he subconsciously looked at the 3 strangers. The next moment, his pupils shrank, his mouth opened slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a tall foreign beauty whose age was hard to tell. She has extremely thick long blonde hair, a very distinctive hairstyle, and exquisite facial features, giving birth to an indescribable classical beauty, as if carefully carved by a master sculptor. The woman's golden eyes are cool and elegant, her skin is white and dazzling, and there is a graceful and elegant smile on the corner of her mouth. She was wearing an olivine-colored off-white dress with a slender figure, revealing her white collarbone like bamboo. And under that dress, this woman's collocation is quite strange. Instead of bare legs or wearing stockings, she wears strange tights on her perfectly shaped legs. After the leggings of the tights were rolled up, Luo Yuan noticed that she was not wearing socks. Her slender and elegant ankles were full of endless charm, and her pair of snow feet were even more small and delicate. Although this woman has a frozen age-like beauty that cannot be seen from her age, her mature temperament will make people subconsciously think that she is a beautiful woman. Isn't this Lucamine? Why am I seeing Lucamine here? Luo Yuan was shocked in his heart, but he concealed it well, and he didn't keep staring at Lucamine, but shifted his gaze to the two children sitting on both sides of Lucamine. Sitting on Lucamine's left is a petite Stephanie who looks similar to her, but looks to be in her early teens. Like her own mother, Stephanie has a head of brilliant golden hair, bright eyes and white teeth that have not yet opened, and a translucent skin that seems as delicate as water can be squeezed out. That Stephanie was sitting beside her mother, looking like a serious and elegant young lady. A chiffon dress was worn on her thin delicate body. Her dress was so different from her mother's fashionable and weird feeling. A pair of two slender calves were exposed under the dress, and white hollow socks were worn on the small and delicate feet. It sure is Lily. Luo Yuan was completely sure and affirmed at this time. His gaze finally turned to the boy. The boy also inherited his mother's excellent bloodline. Although he is not very old, he must be a handsome guy as long as he doesn't become disabled in the future. It's just that his hairstyle looks a little weird, a bit like a non-mainstream, bad boy, probably inherited his mother's aesthetics. And the slight indifference on his expression makes people subconsciously feel that he has a bad personality. Should I call this uncle brother, or is it better to call him son? Or each one? Luo Yuan's expression was tangled, and he was caught in the problem of the century. Although Luo Yuan was surprised to see Lucamine's family here, he kept his face and pretended not to know them. Mom, is this sister your friend? Luo Yuan asked before his mother. No need to guess, Lucamine must be a friend of his mother. According to his seniority, his mother would definitely let him call him auntie. Luo Yuan would also find it strange to call her auntie to such a beautiful woman who looked to be only 27 or 18 years old at most. Especially in this generation, it's not good. When Luo Weijin heard Luo Yuan's address, she pursed her lower lip and almost laughed out loud. Speaking of which, when she saw Lucamine at home just now, she also thought she was an older sister. Is this Professor Zhang's son? What a talent! Lucamine is magnanimous and graceful, with her white jade hands resting on her lips, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a rather happy and bright smile, and she said in a tone like a noble lady and a naughty girl. I'm not a sister, don't look at me like this, this year I'm in my 30s and almost 40, and even my son and daughter are already this old. But if you call me sister, I will accept it with peace of mind. Lucamine giggled, and the branches of her laughter trembled wildly. She was joking like an ant with a gentle personality. Women always care about their age, and so does Lucamine. However, what Lucamine spoke was standard Chinese, not particularly fluent, but he could understand it. But Luo Yuan can't be sure that this is Lucamine's true character. He remembered that Lucamine's character was completely different in the game and in the anime. In the game, she is very distorted and cold. In the animation, she may be a child supplier, so in the animation, Lucamine can only be regarded as a dereliction of duty mother. Facing the real Lucamine, Luo Yuan is not sure whether her character is close to the game, the animation, or both. The Professor Zhang mentioned by Lucamine was Luo Yuan's mother's surname. Luo Mu smiled for a while, and she introduced to each other. This is what Mom told you before. The friend who came to visit our house from Hawaii Island is your Aunt Lucamine. But if she really wants to, you can call her sister. This is your brother Gladian and sister Lily. Lucamine, this is my son Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan heard his mother's introduction, and immediately said to Lucamine. Sister Lucamine. Lucamine pursed her lips and said to her son and daughter. Glagio, Lily, don't call me brother yet. Lily sat obediently, and shouted in her sweet and clear voice. Brother Luo Yuan. Although Gladian looked like an indifferent kid, he was well educated and very polite, and he also called, brother. The Chinese level of the two brothers and sisters is so high that they have no accent at all, and they should have learned it since childhood. Mom, how did you meet Sister Lucamine? Luo Yuan looked at his mother and asked. Luo's father and Luo's mother looked at Lucamine at this time, as if asking, but Lucamine smiled to indicate that he didn't mind. But it was not Luo's mother who answered his question, but his father. Lusamine was met when your mother and I went to Germany for an exchange 10 years ago. It was quite dramatic at the time. Your mother and I saw Lusamine standing on the side of the road with 2 hungry children, looking at a loss. Just wondering if she was in trouble, we went over to ask. Who would have thought that Lusamine seemed to have suffered a major blow at that time and lost her memory? Your mother and I helped her find the police. Luo's father said so and winked at Luo Yuan, as if there was something he couldn't say. And hearing his father's rather euphemistic words, Luo Yuan also immediately understood what his father meant. Lusamine 10 years ago was really in his 20s. And a beautiful woman in her 20s with 2 children seems to have lost her memory after being hit. It's easy to think that she met a scumbag, was tricked by the scumbag, gave birth to a child, and was dumped, so she couldn't bear the mental blow and developed amnesia symptoms. Lusamine lost his memory 10 years ago. Luo Yuan felt that there seemed to be some big secret in it. However, on the surface, he still acted as if he was listening, and did not take the initiative to ask. After all, this was the first time he saw Lusamine, so he didn't want to be too active to explore. It would be bad if Dad and the others misunderstood that he had strange ideas about Lusamine, although Luo Yuan said that he would not mind being Gragio and Lily's stepfather. At this time, Luo Mu said, "Your father and I took Lusamine and 2 children to the police station to help her. But the police station in Germany did not find her information. She was actually a black household. At that time, I wondered if she was a human trafficker who abducted and trafficked 2 children. The German police also thought so, so they detained her. Finally, they did a paternity test and found that Gladian and Lily were her biological children. She only remembered her name as Lusamine and the children's names as Gladian and Lily, but she couldn't remember anything else. Lusamine means impatience in German, while Gladio and Lily mean gladiolus and Lily, so we guess she should be from Germany or the German region. Your dad and I are in the German-speaking regions, such as Austria, Switzerland, Belgium and other regions, and asked someone to ask, but we still couldn't find her home. I'm sorry, Lusamine, for talking about something you probably didn't want to recall back then." Luo Mu's last sentence was an apology to Lusamine. Lusamine didn't care at all, and laughed in her mature and gentle voice. "It doesn't matter, that's already a thing of the past, thanks to the help of you two, the head of Luo and Professor Zhang. Otherwise, I really didn't know how to live in poverty and take care of 2 children. Well, as for not knowing where I am from, I don't care anymore now, maybe I'm the one who was trafficked." Lusamine made a joke of her own. Gladian and Lily looked at Lusamine in astonishment. Obviously, this is the first time for the siblings to know what happened to their mother. However, Luo Yuan noticed that even though Gladian and Lily seemed to sympathize with their mother, they were not close. Is this a estrangement with the mother? Luo Weijin was obviously also interested in what happened back then. She asked, "And then, Mom, what happened then?" Luo Mu looked up at Lusamine and saw that she was smiling and didn't mind what happened to her at all, so Luo Mu continued. "Your dad and I spent half a month looking for it in the German-speaking area, but we couldn't get any news. In the chat with Lusamine, I found that she knows Pokemon very well, and her knowledge is very high, even no less than my professor. As she said at the time, she was penniless, and a young and beautiful woman with 2 children, such a life is prone to accidents. Your dad and I decided to help her, find a job for her, or start a small business by myself, so as to gain a firm foothold in Germany. Lusha Misha is also a stubborn character. She insisted on signing an agreement with us, saying that she will return the money to us with interest when she becomes rich in the future." Luo Mu's words were a little emotional. Perhaps it was because she discovered Lusamine's tough character that year that Luo Mu was willing to help her. Otherwise, if Lusamine is not self-improving, they can only help for a while, but not for a lifetime. "You Lusamine, my sister is amazing. With the small startup capital we lent her, she built a big business in a few years. After that, she left Germany with her children and moved to the Hawaiian islands of Unova, where she bought a private island and established a foundation and ecological park." Speaking of this, both Luo's father and Luo's mother showed admiration. The same is true for Luo Weijin. Her beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Lusamine is so powerful. She is definitely a role model among women. This must not be framed as a feminist pioneer. This is the real example of a woman breaking through the sky by herself. Luo Yuan was also shocked. In games and animations, Lucamine is the chairman of the Ether Foundation as soon as she appears, so I don't have much feeling. But knowing her development process in reality, after only 10 years of establishing these foundations, Luo Yuan can only be described as lying grass. However, he is uneducated, and he can go all over the world with one sentence. Now Luo Yuan just wants to hug Lucamine's big white legs and shout loudly, "Rich woman, please take care of me." Facing the praise from Luo Yuan's parents, and the adoring gazes of Luo Weijin and Luo Yuan, Lucamine still looked calm and elegant, as if these were just trivial things not worth mentioning. She slightly pursed her small, rosy lips, and said in a tone of gratitude mixed with modesty, "The Master Luo and Professor Zhang are really absurd. If it weren't for the two helpers who lent me the initial startup funds and solved the identity problem for me, no matter how capable I am, I would not be able to achieve what I am today." Lucamine's politeness coupled with her beauty and the temperament of a mature woman is really very attractive. Even if Luo Yuan didn't know Lucamine in the past, he still liked her when he first met her. Luo Weijin lamented the difficulty of Lucamine. A young woman was trafficked to Germany by human traffickers, and with her 2 children waiting to be fed, she made a world-renowned achievement with her own efforts. Such a life is enough to be made into a movie. At this moment, Luo Weijin frowned. She cast a glance at Luo Yuan, and said with distaste, "You just came back from the training hall. Your body is full of sweat, hurry up and wash it off, don't let the guests laugh." Luo Yuan listened to his parents tell the story of their past with Lucamine with relish, but forgot that he had just returned home after exercising. It's the first 10 days of August now, even with the air conditioner turned on in the training hall, Luo Yuan's body is covered in sweat after hard training all afternoon. He said with some embarrassment, "Then you guys talk first, and I'll take a bath." Luo Weijin looked at Riolu who was following Luo Yuan, and said happily, "Riolu seems to be much stronger than a month ago. It seems that he has been training very hard. And the strength has also grown a lot. How did you train it?" Although Luo Weijin doesn't have Luo Yuan's ability to see the exact numerical level, but as one of the Shaoguo Elite Four, she has a wealth of experience, and she probably noticed the difference between Riolu and the past. Riolu was praised by Luo Weijin. It let out a happy cry, and trotted to Luo Weijin. Its ears trembled twice. When Luo Weijin saw the cute Riolu, she couldn't help touching its little head. Lucamine didn't know when she stood up. She came to Riolu and bent her soft waist, and put her arms on her plump thighs. Like a girl, she clasped her hands together again, and pressed them against her cheeks, and said with stars in her eyes, "So cute Riolu. Is this your Earl Dervish Pokemon?" Because Lucamine was bending over, being pulled down by gravity, the neckline was right in front of Luo Yuan. Even if Luo Yuan wanted to avoid it, Solician still saw an astonishing half Snow White with a glance. Lucamine looked slender and covered by clothes, so she looked a bit ordinary in appearance. But Luo Yuan discovered with a casual glance that Lucamine is indeed a mature woman, and the scale is quite grand. "Yes, Riolu is the Earl Dervish Pokemon I just started breeder last month," Luo Yuan said with a smile. Lucamine squatted in front of Riolu, rubbing its little face, and the Uncle Gladian, who was sitting next to her before, no longer had a cold face, and came over curiously and excitedly. Seeing this, Luo Mu smiled and said, "You are still the same as before, you love Pokemon so much, Lucamine." Perhaps the parents also saw Lucamine's love for Pokemon back then, so they came up with the idea of funding her. "Then I'll take a shower first, and I'll make dinner after I'm done," Luo Yuan said, ready to go to the bathroom. Luo's father, Luo's mother and sister hurriedly said, No, you don't have to cook dinner today, just let me, Mom, do it." Joke, how can I get Luo Yuan to cook dinner? Of course, the food he cooks is not enough to eat dead people, but it is so delicious. It's not that the 3 of them don't want Lucamine's family of 3 to taste Luo Yuan's cooking skills, but they all know that Luo Yuan's cooking skills are too magical. It would be bad if Lucamine got too excited after eating and did something out of the ordinary. It would be too embarrassing for the guests. Especially since eating Luo Yuan's cooking, whether it's Luo's father, Luo's mother or Luo Weijin, they all have an addictive feeling of being drugged. In the future, Lusamine will go back to Hawaii. If she doesn't think about food because she can no longer eat the food made by Luo Yuan, it will be a sin. Therefore, this kind of suffering should be borne by the three of them. Luo Yuan didn't know the complex thoughts of his parents and sister. But seeing that they refused to cook by themselves today, Luo Yuan just shrugged and didn't say anything more. Narati, Fei, you stay here with my mother and the others, and I'll take a bath. Luo Yuan greeted Latius. Latius responded with a bright smile. Luo Yuan first went back to his bedroom to get some clean clothes, and then went to the bathroom to rinse. The gentle water flowed down the shower. Luo Yuan let the water fall on his body, washing away the sweat all over his body. At this time, he frowned, looking a little strange. Why would he meet Lusamine's family of 3 here? Isn't it reality here? Moreover, the memory loss of Lusamine 10 years ago made Luo Yuan wonder if there were some secrets hidden in it. It's just that with Luo Yuan's current identity and strength, I'm afraid it's impossible to explore it for the time being. At this moment, Luo Yuan suddenly had the motivation to become stronger, to stand taller, and to know more momentum. Hey, this world seems to be more mysterious than imagined. I'll take it step by step and explore the secrets slowly. With a sigh, Luo Yuan turned off the shower and began to wipe his body. At this time, he thought of his mother's current research topic, which is mega evolution. It's not that Luo Yuan doesn't want to remind her mother that the stones she studied are related to evolution. In fact, Luo Yuan gently reminded her a few words, but her mother was dubious, because with the current research on Pokemon, the evolution of Pokemon should have come to an end. Suddenly saying that Pokemon can continue to evolve is equivalent to breaking the existing norms, and it is easy for others not to believe it. Unless Luo Yuan's status is authoritative enough, then what he says will make people believe it. After all, it's a matter of strength and status. Luo Yuan had never considered this issue before, but now he suddenly felt that he might not be able to continue to be a salty fish, and he had to learn to work hard. Mom said before that she also tried to evolve Pokemon according to my idea, but those stones and Pokemon didn't respond. The main reason is that each Mega Evolution stone corresponds to a different Pokemon. Before knowing which Pokemon the stone corresponds to, so many Pokemon cannot be determined at all. In addition, Mega Evolution also requires bonds. If you want to find the corresponding evolution stone, and then find the trainer with the corresponding Pokemon and powerful bonds, the probability is too low. Luo Yuan pressed his temple, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, this is my mother's research topic, and she has been studying it for several years. As a son, Luo Yuan certainly wants to share the burden for his mother. Especially if the mother discovers the reason for the evolution of Mega, and becomes famous. As a son, she can also get some traffic, right? When Luo Yuan changed into clean clothes and walked back to the living room from the bathroom comfortably, he saw Riolu standing there innocently. And less than half a meter away in front of Riolu, Lily's face was pale, her expression was terrified, her soft and beautiful back was leaning tightly on the sofa, shivering, as if she was about to faint at any time. Seeing this, Luo Yuan quickly asked, "What's the matter? What did Riolu do wrong?" Riolu looked at Luo Yuan pitifully. "I didn't do anything, I just walked over, and she became like this." In fact, Luo Yuan already knew that this had nothing to do with Riolu, it should be Lily's own problem. He suddenly thought that Lily seemed to be the same as his past self, afraid to approach Pokemon. It's just that Luo Yuan didn't take it seriously before. After all, it was a scene in an animation. He thought that Lily in reality would not be like this. But I didn't expect Lily to have this problem in reality, which is Luo Yuan's carelessness. Sorry, this has nothing to do with Riolu, it's Lily's own problem. She has been afraid to approach Pokemon since she was a child. As long as she is close to Pokemon, she will have a physiological reaction. For this problem, I have also been troubled for a long time. I have sought many doctors and psychologists, but none of them can be cured. But Lily doesn't hate Pokemon. Please believe her, she likes Pokemon very much. When she is at home, she always watches Pokemon's life through the glass. She just can't touch Pokemon. Lusamine looked worried. Like a good mother who cared deeply about her daughter, and looked at her trembling with worry, petrifying Lily, who normal didn't dare to move. At the same time, she also defended Riolu, saying that it has nothing to do with Riolu, and told Luo Yuan not to blame Riolu. In simple words, it can be seen that Lucamine does have a deep love for Pokemon. She even explained it to Lily, saying that she doesn't hate Pokemon, she just can't touch Pokemon. It's as if Lucamine would be ashamed if his daughter was a Pokemon hater. When Lucamine explained, Luo Yuan had already taken Riolu back. As Riolu returned to the Pokeball, Lily's face turned rosy and became more normal. As Lily was able to think, the little girl lowered her head, like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, flushed, ashamed of the embarrassment she had just shown in front of outsiders. Disappointment flashed in Lily's big emerald eyes, and her lips were murmured, but the strong and serious girl tried her best to restrain herself and not let herself cry. Gladion is a good brother who loves his sister. When he saw Lily like this, he hurried over to comfort his sister. This question is somewhat similar to Xiaoyuan's past. Luo Mu hesitated for a moment and said. Luo's father followed suit and nodded. It's a bit similar, but not exactly the same. It seems to be a psychological problem. But the psychological problem is the most troublesome, just like we don't know what happened to Xiaoyuan when he was a child, so we have such a fear of Pokemon. The same goes for Lily. Since it's useless to even ask a psychiatrist, it's a real problem. Both the couple are worried. Lily, who is as beautiful as a doll and a well-behaved Stephanie, always makes people like to care about her. Especially since her symptoms are similar to the former Luo Yuan, it is easier to empathize with her. At this time, Lucamine said with a bright smile, I also know that Director Luo and Professor Zhang have the same problem as Lily's son, so I want to visit. It's actually like this, I want to put Lily in your foster care for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yuan's family looked at each other in blank dismay. What, let Lily board with me? No matter Luo's father, Luo's mother, or even Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin are a little confused. If you say that Lily is a neighbor, it is understandable that she is temporarily fostered because the adults are going away. But Lucamine ran directly from Hawaii to Chicago, and flew halfway around the world, which is a bit too much for foster care. Especially with Lucamine's assets, she can spend money to hire someone else to take care of Lily. Money can make Gengar grind. Seeing everyone's doubts, Lucamine could understand the thoughts of Luo Yuan's family. She gently brushed her hair, revealing her delicate and flawless facial features and smooth forehead blocked by bangs. Lucamine explained in a gentle and mature tone. You have also seen Lily's psychological problems. I am afraid that other people will not be able to take good care of her. And for a long time to come, maybe half a year, maybe a year, I have to lock myself in the laboratory for a special experiment, which makes it impossible for me to take care of her. When Lucamine said this, Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. You don't think you want to study the ultimate beast, do you? Wait, Ultra Beast, Ultra Hollow, Amnesia. Luo Yuan suddenly thought about it. While Luo Yuan was thinking, Lucamine continued to explain to everyone. I don't have anyone to trust in this world, and I only trust Luo Yuan and Professor Zhang. Your son also happens to have the same symptoms. I think you should be more experienced. I will rest assured that Lily will be taken care of by you. Brother Luo, you seem to be able to touch Pokemon. Lucamine suddenly remembered that Luo Yuan had become a trainer, and that Riolu was his. She looked at Luo Yuan in surprise, and felt that it was the right time for her to come to the Luo family. Maybe the Luo family could help solve Lily's psychological problems. There is a ready-made role model here. Luo Yuan was speechless when addressing Lucamine. I call you sister, but you really call me brother. Then you are of the same generation as my parents, our generations are messed up. In fact, I prefer to call you aunt, the kind aunt. I did have the same problem before, and now I have access to Pokemon. But I don't know how I suddenly recovered from my illness, and I may not be able to help Lily. Luo Yuan considered his words and said to Lucamine cautiously. If Lucamine wanted him to treat Lily with his own experience, he said that the concubine couldn't do it. Luo Yuan himself is just a time-traveling person, and Luo Yuan has no memory of how afraid of Pokemon he was in the past. It would be quack for him to coach Lily. But Lucamine didn't care about these. She closed her hands, clapped her hands fiercely, and said with a smile like a flower, "It doesn't matter, the problem in my heart is hard to explain. Lily's problem has been bothering me for a long time. With your ready-made example, I am also relieved about Lily's mental illness, and I have confidence. I believe that Lily will also be able to cure her own disease." Lucamine leaned over abruptly, held Luo Yuan's hand, and said pleadingly in her eyes, "Lily, please. I am her mother, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I cannot give up." Luo Yuan only felt that his hand touched a piece of smoothness and delicateness. Although Lucamine claims to be almost 40 years old, no matter her face or her supple skin, there is no sign of aging at all. If it weren't for her really mature temperament, some people would believe that she is a girl of 17 or 18 years old. Facing Lucamine's request, Luo Yuan couldn't agree to anything, so he could only look at his parents. Parents have to nod for such a thing. Luo's father and Luo's mother wanted to refuse at first. The main reason is that they are also busy with work and have no time to take care of Lily. The same is true for Luo Weijin. However, after knowing that Lily has the same problem as Luo Yuan in the past and would not dare to touch Pokemon, they were also moved and felt compassion. Seeing that Lucamine made such a request for their daughter, they unconsciously thought of the hardships that Lucamine has endured in the past 10 years with a couple of children. Now that her daughter still has such problems, she must be very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, the couple made a decision. The two looked at each other. As the head of the family, Father Luo coughed dryly, and said solemnly, "Since you said so, Lucamine, then feel free to hand over Lily to us." Immediately, he looked at Luo Yuan again and said, "Xiao Yuan, your mother and your sister are usually busy with work, so you will take care of Lily. And you had the same psychological problems in the past. You should be able to empathize with Lily. You have to take care of her like a brother and treat her like a sister, you know." Luo Yuan dared to say no. Besides, Lily is such a beautiful little sister who let him take care of her. He nodded vigorously and said, "No problem, I will take good care of Lily." Luo's father and Luo's mother laughed and said, "From now on, you will not be the youngest one in our family." When Lucamine heard their agreement, she smiled brightly, and said happily, "That's great, so I can feel relieved. Lily, you have to be obedient at your mother's friend's house, your uncle and aunt, you know. You also have to listen to your brother Luo Yuan." Lucamine turned her head and looked at the reserved and elegant Lily sitting beside her, who was as cute as a doll. Lily was clenching her fists at this moment, her expression a little dissatisfied. It's not that she dislikes Luo Yuan's family. Although she is young, Lily can feel the closeness and family atmosphere of Luo Yuan's family. It's just that she doesn't like her mother making such a presumptuous decision, setting up her future almost without asking anything. "I am at the mercy of my mother like a puppet, without any self-righteousness." Lily opened her small mouth, wanting to say something, but after seeing the coldness in her mother's golden pupils, she immediately thought of what her mother had said to her in the past. "Listen to your mother, Lily, you will be happy only if you listen to your mother, because this is the experience of adults. Children who don't listen to their mother will live a miserable life." Lily knows that her mother loves her, but her love makes Lily a little scared. Lily lowered her head and whispered, "I see, Mom." Seeing Lily like this, Lucamine laughed happily again. She likes obedient children, and she loves the cute and well-behaved Lily. What about Gladian? Luo's father and Luo's mother looked at the young man who had been silent all this time, as if he was resisting his mother's arbitrariness in this way, and asked. Luo Yuan also nodded secretly. "Lucamine, you should also pay attention to my brother-in-law, our good son, don't be too feminist. Johnny Lily is older, and he's a boy, I believe he can take care of himself. As a boy, he has to learn to be independent in advance. He has always wanted to be a trainer. Although he is not old enough, he has been learning and exercising himself. He can't let go of the courses in Hawaii." From what Lucamine said, she knew that she was going to bring Gladian back to Hawaii. Seeing what Lucamine said, Luo's father and Luo's mother couldn't say anything. This can be regarded as a problem in all countries. If you study abroad only to learn general knowledge, it will be easier to handle. But if you want to study courses like Pokemon battles or Pokemon-related courses, studying abroad is very complicated. This is the same as when Luo Yuan traveled to other countries to learn those advanced technologies. It was very difficult for foreigners in the past. Especially since Gladian is still young, if he is in Sha Kingdom, he must strictly abide by the laws here. With his status and age as an international student, it is impossible for the country to let him have access to courses such as Pokemon battles, which is considered child labor. But there is no such problem in Hawaii, where Lucamine has a lot of influence, and it is entirely possible to hire a teacher to teach Gladian. Lucamine, what you said is right, Gladian is really troublesome here. Then you can rest assured that Lily will be fostered in my house. After your experiment is finished, I will definitely give you a white and fat little girl. Luo Mu covered her mouth and said with a smile. She understands Lucamine's research thoughts best, because Luo Mu is also a researcher. It's just that for the sake of research, I don't even have time to take care of children, and I have to send them to foreign countries. It seems that this Lucamine research is very important. Luo Mu didn't ask what Lucamine was researching, unless the other party was willing to tell that these were the secrets of various laboratories. It's better not to be fat in vain, Stephanie must keep in good shape. Covering her mouth with her jade hand, Lucamine said with a smile. Her words made everyone laugh. Then I will bother Mr. Luo and Professor Zhang today. Graggio and I will return to Hawaii early tomorrow morning. Lucamine said softly. In such a rush, don't you want to spend a few days in Sha Guo? Father Luo and Mother Luo were surprised. It won't work this time. Next time I come, I'll take Gladian and Lily around this ancient country. There is a bit of a hurry in the experiment, I'm afraid I don't have time to waste. Lucamine said apologetically. Hearing this, Luo's father and Luo's mother couldn't say anything, so they could only say, then let's go to the airport to see you off tomorrow. A total of 7 people from the two families shared a dinner together, and if you count Latius, that's 8 people. Luo's father and Luo's mother cooked this meal together without Luo Yuan's participation. At the dinner table, Luo Yuan's parents were mainly chatting with Lucamine, talking about interesting things from the past. Gladian and Lily were too young to intervene on this occasion, and just ate quietly. Luo Yuan didn't say much either. And already working, Luo Weijin, who was one of the elite 4 of Sha Kingdom, was able to get into the conversation of the elders. Every time Luo Weijin made a sound, Luo Yuan noticed that Gladian pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He looked at Luo Weijin with admiration in his eyes. It seems that my uncle is still a fan of my sister. Luo Yuan is quite used to this. After living in this Pokemon world for a month, he already understands that the Elite 4 and the Champion are the absolute idols of young people. As for the older 8th Masters, because they are too far away from ordinary people, people only respect and admire them, while young people regard them as authorities. It's not like facing elites and champions under the age of 30, they will be chased as idols. Luo Yuan looked at Lily's little white hands holding the chopsticks as she ate into her mouth with small mouthfuls. He picked up a few pieces of chicken with the serving chopsticks and handed them to Lily's bowl. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yuan's family does not use serving chopsticks when eating, but because there are guests, and they are foreigners, they also prepare serving chopsticks. Try this chicken, I think it tastes good, try it if you like it. Next time I'll cook you a meal and let you try my skills. I'm quite confident in cooking. Luo Yuan showed Lily a warm smile like a big brother. Lily, who was eating with her head down, raised her head, politely, and said in her crisp voice, "Thank you, brother Luo Yuan." And when they heard that Luo Yuan was going to take the initiative to cook for Lily, Luo's father, Luo's mother, and Luo Weijin all shivered. How could they forget this? Since Lily is fostered in their own home, she must eat the food cooked by Luo Yuan in the future. At such a young age, the little girl is about to fall into the hands of the great devil Luo Yuan. If she returns to Hawaii in the future, will she suffer from depression and get worse because she can't eat Luo Yuan's food? Lily and Gladian, you both use chopsticks and Chinese very well. Luo Yuan said. He didn't forget his uncle, so that he wouldn't be too bored by himself. Lucamine's mature and elegant voice came. I am very grateful for the help from the owner Luo and Professor Zhang, so I have been taught Chinese by Gladian and Lily since I was a child. Luo Yuan nodded when he heard the words. It turned out to be the case. It was a joy to eat a meal. But Luo Yuan's parents and sister are a little awkward. The main reason is that Luo Yuan didn't cook the meal himself, and the meal tasted like chewing wax. From now on, Lily lives in her own house, and with the attitude of a little girl who dare not touch Pokemon, their Pokemon may only be released in her bedroom again. Fortunately, everyone likes Lily's cuteness, beauty and obedience, and with the experience of Luo Yuan in the past, they can accept it. After eating, the servants who followed Lucamine from Hawaii carried the boxes upstairs one by one. Inside are some of Lily's personal belongings. It seems that Lucamine has made preparations before coming here, and I believe that Luo Yuan's parents will agree to temporarily foster Lily here. Luo Yuan's house is big enough, and there are quite a few guest rooms. Lucamine shares a room with Lily. Lucamine probably also wants to say something about mother and daughter to Lily at night. As a boy, Gladian slept alone in another room. There was nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Luo Yuan's family set off together to send Lucamine and Gladian to the airport. The group did not take the normal passage of the airport, but went to the VIP building behind the airport. It was only then that Luo Yuan knew that Lucamine had arrived on the Foundation's private jet. This made him click his tongue secretly. Lucamine's level of earning money is really amazing, starting from nothing in 10 years, and laying down such a large family business is amazing. Before boarding the plane, Lucamine called Lily over. She squatted in front of Lily, holding Lily's shoulders with a pair of slender hands that didn't match her age, and said softly with a smile. Lily has to behave better here, you know. When I finish the experiment, I will come back to pick you up. Lily bit her lips, nodded and said, I see, Mom. Although Lily doesn't like that her mother always arranges everything for herself righteously and never listens to her ideas. But it was the first time to leave her mother, which made Lily, who had only her mother since she was a child, feel a little sad and reluctant. Gladian hesitated for a while at this time. He lowered his head and trotted to Luo Weijin, his face flushed a little and said, Sister Luo, can you sign my autograph and take a photo with me? After speaking, his head lowered. Luo Yuan was also amused to see this uncle, who had always been like an indifferent young master, suddenly come over to ask his elder sister for an autograph and a group photo. Luo Weijin also smiled for a while. She smiled and said, Where is the signature? Gladian took out his pen and notebook in surprise, and after Luo Weijin signed his name, he quickly took out his mobile phone, and after Luo Weijin squatted down, he took a group photo of himself. Gripping the phone tightly, Gladian was excited. I even took a photo with the Dragon Elite of Chiaguo. When I return to Hawaii, my friends will definitely be envious. After getting Luo Weijin's autograph and group photo, Gladian ran to his sister Lily again. As a good brother, he asked his sister a few words, and under Lily's repeated nods, Lucamine and Gladian waved to everyone and boarded the plane. Lily stood on the boarding platform, watching the Foundation's plane take off from the large glass window, looking a little lonely. Luo Yuan walked to Lily's side at this time, holding her pink and fragrant shoulders. Lily's delicate body trembled. She raised her head to look at Luo Yuan, and shouted reservedly and politely. Brother Luo Yuan, don't be sad. When your mother finishes her work, she will come to pick you up. Now you just treat me as your own brother. If you need anything, you can come to me. Luo Yuan's voice was gentle, comforting Lily. Lily responded in a low voice. Chapter 41. At night, Luo Yuan sat in front of the computer desk, with his legs crossed on the bed beside him, eating the fruit on the plate, and watching movies on the computer to pass the time. The small movies of artists with both virtue and skill have disappeared strangely from Luo Yuan's computer. But other films and animations have survived. Luo Yuan checked these animations and movies on the internet, and was surprised to find that this world itself does not exist. This even made Luo Yuan suspect that if he took out these movies and animations, he might be able to be a copywriter in this world. That might be another story. Master Yi, cut him in the middle. The movie Luo Yuan was watching was Ip Man. These movies had been stored in his computer before, but Luo Yuan had never watched them. I have free time today, and I am going to watch it for a while to pass the time before rest at night. Beside Luo Yuan, Latius floated in midair, stretched out his little head from time to time, took out a fruit from Luo Yuan's fruit basket and swallowed it. On the other side, Riolu was concentrating on watching Master Yi's fight in the movie. It looked excited and stretched out its little hand to gesticulate there from time to time. Master, is this teaching me fighting skills? Then I must study hard. Riolu nodded vigorously, and punched and kicked there, with a decent posture. Especially as a fighting Pokemon, it naturally knows how to use its moves. Many martial arts moves are not difficult to perform, but what is difficult is how to use the muscles of the body to exert force. Obviously Riolu, as a fighting-type Pokemon, is naturally good at this aspect, so the sound of punching and kicking is even more divine. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. Do you still want to learn Wing Chun, Riolu? When you become famous in the future, can we also create a fighting genre called Wing Chun? Luo Yuan was muttering in his heart. At this moment, there was a knock on his door suddenly. Who? Luo Yuan looked at the door suspiciously and asked loudly. Who will knock on your door this late at night? Elder sister. Impossible. My old sister sleeps very well. It can be said that you can't wake up when you fall asleep at night. Is it dad or mom? Just when Luo Yuan was thinking about getting up and opening the door, a young girl's crisp voice came from outside the door. It's me, brother Luo Yuan. Lily. Luo Yuan was a little surprised. He glanced at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Why didn't Lily Rest come to find him? Although it was a bit strange, Luo Yuan got up and walked quickly to the door. Laddie. Latias thought for a moment. Her body disappeared directly, and Luo Yuan knew that she was using the refraction of light to make herself physically invisible. This is because Latias knows that Lily is afraid to touch Pokemon, so he chooses this way so that Lily cannot see himself. Liu. Riolu stood there at a loss. Latias' sister can be invisible, what should I do? Luo Yuan opened the door of the house and saw Lily standing in the doorway. The little girl, with her blonde hair disheveled, is wearing a cute ruffled pajamas with a big Jigglypuff printed on it. Maybe it's a matter of race. Lily's skin is so white that even standing in the darkness outside the door, Luo Yuan can clearly see her moist, white and tender skin. At this time, Lily was standing in front of the door, holding a poke doll in her hand. A pair of little feet were wearing slippers, but it was a pity that she was not naked. At this time, she was still wearing the pair of white hollow socks during the day. After Lucamine left in the morning, Lily stayed at Luo Yuan's house. The guest room where Lily lives is on the other side of the corridor of Luo Yuan's room. It is estimated that Luo's father and Luo mother also know that Luo Yuan will take care of the children in the future, so they let Lily live closer to him. Why don't you rest at night? Find your bed. Can't sleep? Luo Yuan tentatively asked. When he thought that Lily would come to his room at night, that was the only reason. Well, the first time I lived in a foreign country, I couldn't sleep, and the room was too big, which made me a little scared. Lily said with some embarrassment. She stared at those emerald eyes, and said in a reserved and obedient manner. I saw a light in the crack of the door of the room, and knew that brother Luo Yuan was up, so I wanted to chat with you. Well, can I go in the house? Saying so, she looked into the room curiously. Lily's personality is different from what Luo Yuan imagined. At first, Luo Yuan thought that Lily would be the shy Stephanie. It's like she doesn't talk much when she's around Lucamine. After Lucamine left, Lily may have been left alone, and finally revealed her lively side. Come in. Luo Yuan stepped aside to let Lily in. But he didn't close the door completely, but left a crack. After all, if you let a little girl who seems to be in her early 10 years old into your room, if you still close the door, it will be easy for people to call the police. Just entered Luo Yuan's bedroom, and before Lily looked at her curiously, she froze in place like petrified. In front of Lily, Riolu was standing there at a loss, screaming aggrievedly. Riolu, you go to the other side of the bed. After contacting Lily during the day, Luo Yuan knew that the range of her resistance to Pokemon was about 2 meters. As long as the Pokemon exceeded this distance, she would not be afraid. Hearing Luo Yuan's order, Riolu hurried to the other side of the bed. Lily also regained consciousness immediately. She looked ashamed, and apologized to Riolu embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I don't hate you. I just dare not get too close to you. Lily, who said this, suddenly gritted her teeth and said firmly. I know that I can't cause trouble for others. I should work hard to face this problem and correct it. Speaking like this, Lily mustered up her courage and moved her calf towards Riolu step by step. Perhaps it was leaving home, letting Lily know that she was far away in a foreign country without the protection of her family. Although she also knew that Luo Yuan's family would not hate her because of this, Lily, who has a strong personality, felt that she could not cause too much trouble for Luo Yuan's family. It's just that although Lily is strong-willed, her body betrayed her very honestly. Just within 2 meters of Riolu, Lily's delicate body stiffened again, as if she had been hit by Medusa's petrified magic eye, standing there motionless, turning into a sculpture. Luo Yuan suddenly had a strange idea. Now that Lily can't move, can I do weird things? Liu, Riolu yelled softly, as if trying to persuade the master to be kind. But Lily didn't respond and just stood there. Luo Yuan laughed straight when he saw this, although he thought it was not good to laugh at Lily like this, but Lily's performance was just like a comedian. Luo Yuan walked behind Lily, put his hands under her armpits, hugged Lily's soft body and stepped back. When Lily was lifted away from Riolu's range, Lily's delicate body softened immediately. Luo Yuan's fingers pressed against Lily's soft skin, it was warm and greasy, he quickly let go and put Lily down. Hey, failed again. Lily put her head down, depressed that she had lost yet another fight. Lily, you have done a good job. When many people know what they are afraid of, they will subconsciously avoid it. But Lily, you can take the initiative to face it. In this alone, you have surpassed most people. It doesn't matter if you fail this time, you can continue to try next time. I believe that one day you will succeed and be able to contact Pokemon. What people are most afraid of is not daring to do it, but Lily, if you dare to do it, you are better than most people. Maybe someday you'll be like me and wake up with Pokemon in your hands. Luo Yuan comforted Lily and at the same time praised her greatly. Being praised by Luo Yuan, Lily was a little embarrassed, she blushed and said, "Hey, how can I be so good?" Lily is holding Poke Doll's small hand behind her back, shaking her body with her head down, her cute appearance makes people want to hug her. But Lily is growing her body, no rest is not good for her body development, Luo Yuan thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow my parents and my sister will all go to work, so we are the only ones at home. How about I take you out to play?" When Lily heard Luo Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Go out to play. Brother Luo Yuan, where are we going? How about we go fishing and have a picnic?" Luo Yuan suggested. In fact, it was Luo Yuan who wanted to have a picnic, and he spent the first month of the holiday training Riolu. It just so happened that Lily moved into his house. Luo Yuan felt that it was right to give himself a day or two off and combine work with rest. Fishing and picnic. Okay, I haven't gone fishing and picnic before. Lily patted her chest lightly with her 2 white and tender hands, looking excited. Although Lily is reserved and polite, she is an elegant young lady, but she is also a child, so she naturally likes to have fun. Then go back and sleep well today, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. The destination is a bit far from home, in the suburbs of the imperial capital, we have to drive for more than an hour to get there. Seeing Lily clapping her hands, Luo Yuan suggested with a smile. Okay, then I'll go back to rest, brother Luo Yuan, good night. Lily obediently walked to the door of the bedroom with Luo Yuan. After walking out the door, she leaned back halfway and waved Luo Yuan good night. Good night, Lily. Luo Yuan stood at the door, and he closed the door after seeing Lily go back to his bedroom. As soon as Lily left, Latias' body emerged from the air. Luo Yuan looked at his 2 Pokemon and said with a smile, "Let's go to bed early today, and tomorrow we will take a vacation for ourselves and go picnic together." Lati, Liu, Latias and Riolu were both a cheer. Luo Yuan went to the bathroom, washed up, turned off the computer and lights, and fell asleep. The next day, when Luo Yuan woke up to see Lily, he saw that there were big dark circles on Lily's eyes. He was taken aback, and asked with concern, "Lily, you didn't sleep last night?" Lily, who had already changed into her travel clothes, opened the door of her bedroom and let Luo Yuan in. "I was so excited last night that I tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. I finally fell asleep and woke up early in the morning. I wake up and have everything I need for a picnic ready." Saying this, Lily moved away from her body, allowing Luo Yuan to see the large suitcase she was carrying. The suitcase was opened, and Luo Yuan could see Lily's change of clothes, towels, etc. in the suitcase, as well as the poke doll she was holding yesterday. In addition, Luo Yuan also saw a lot of medicines for treating Pokemon and medicines for humans in the suitcase. Why did you prepare so many things? Luo Yuan asked in astonishment. When I couldn't sleep last night, I checked online, and it said that these are all items that need to be prepared. Lily said calmly. The things you prepared are not wrong, but these are for camping. We are just going for a picnic, not camping. Good guy, do you still have a simple tent here? What did your mother bring you here? Luo Yuan couldn't laugh or cry when he saw the simple tent next to the suitcase. Hey, is a picnic different from camping? Then I prepared wrongly. Lily was distressed for a while. Forget it, they're all in the car anyway, so let's take them there together. Luo Yuan signaled Lily not to put things away. He went to prepare some pots and pans and cooking things, and then took the old man's fishing rod. Since it was a picnic, of course he had to cook by himself. After preparing everything, the two were ready to go. At this time, Lily was in distress again. She found that she had brought too many things, and with her small body, she couldn't carry so many things at all. Luo Yuan also brought a lot of pots and pans, and Lily was even more reluctant to ask Luo Yuan to help her. Just when Lily was thinking about whether to give up some, or take nothing at all, she was surprised to see that her suitcase and simple tent floated up by herself. Seeing this scene, Lily's eyes widened, her face turned pale, and she let out a scream, "It's haunted, brother Luo Yuan." Lily rushed up behind Luo Yuan, poked her head out from behind, and pointed tremblingly at the floating objects. Don't be afraid, this is the psychic used by my Pokemon. We have too many things, so I'll ask her to help me get some. This Pokemon will be invisible. As long as you are invisible, you won't have a physical reaction of fear even if you are around us. Luo Yuan held Lily's panicked little hand, patted the back of her white and tender hand and said. Lily breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it wasn't haunted anymore. She first said embarrassedly, "It's all because of me, brother Luo Yuan, you can only hide your Pokemon." Immediately afterwards, she thanked the invisible Latias again, and thank you, unknown Pokemon. Laddie. In Lily's ear, I heard the cheerful growl. After getting ready, with the help of Latias, Luo Yuan and Lily packed everything into the SUV sedan in the underground parking lot. An SUV was driving on the roads of the imperial capital, heading from the city center to the suburbs. Luo Yuan had already taken the driver's license test during the holiday of freshman year. Although he didn't drive much in normal times, it was useful at this time. After the vehicle drove out of the 4th Ring Road, it finally became smoother, but even so, Luo Yuan's chosen destination was on the west side of the outskirts of the imperial capital, and it took an hour and a half to drive. Soothing music was playing in the car. It was already very hot in the imperial capital in August, but there was also an air conditioner in the car, so that it would not make people feel irritable. Luo Yuan was driving the car, humming a song, and he watched Lily sitting in the back of the car leaning on the back of the seat, wearing a seat belt on her shoulders. Lily's beautiful face is slightly immature, but her eyes are bright and her teeth are bright, her eyebrows are like a crescent moon. Although she is young, it seems that people can see her all-powerful beauty in the future. It's just that Lily's expression was troubled at this time, her two bright emerald-like eyes seemed to be unable to open, and she gasped from time to time, her small jade hands lightly covering her cherry lips. Luo Yuan saw this scene from the rearview mirror and said with a smile. Lily, if you are sleepy, you can sleep in the car first. I'll call you when I get there. Lily came to a foreign country alone, and she was young, so she didn't sleep well last night. And because Luo Yuan promised to take her to a picnic today, Lily was even more excited, and it was even more difficult to fall asleep. Luo Yuan felt that it was also his fault that Lily couldn't sleep, and there was a little bit of coaxing her to rest in his tone. I should wait for Lily to get used to living in China before taking her out to play. Well, then I'll sleep for a while, brother Luo Yuan. Lily wasn't stubborn either, she was really sleepy. She picked up her small school bag from her side as a pillow, leaned against the gap between the car door and the chair, and fell asleep leaning back like this. Luo Yuan looked in the rear car mirror again and saw Lily's slender and beautiful leg resting on the rear seat. Her calves were wrapped in white lace socks, and the skin between the socks and the hem of the skirt was as white as milk. Luo Yuan withdrew his gaze and focused on driving. Driving alone can be boring, especially when no one is talking. Luo Yuan drove quietly like this. About an hour later, Lily, who was sleeping soundly behind, stretched her waist. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up with a breath. "Brother Luo Yuan, are we here yet?" Noticing Lily waking up, Luo Yuan glanced at the navigation and said with a smile, "Still half an hour away. Go back to sleep, I'll call you when we arrive." But Lily is not the kind of kid who snoozes at a young age. Teenage girls are when they feel refreshed. She moaned softly, with a soft voice, stretched her waist, and then exhaled. "I'm almost asleep. If I sleep again, I'm afraid I won't be able to get up," Lily said so curiously and excitedly looking at the scenery outside through the car window. At this time, it has completely arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital. There are no tall buildings outside, and some bare mountains are seen on both sides of the road, and even there are few people. Our destination is Dragonite Lake, which is the largest freshwater lake near the imperial capital. At the same time, there is a resort area, which is very suitable for picnics by the lake. Luo Yuan introduced the destination to Lily. Lily's beautiful eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Dragonite Lake, are there dragonites there?" Although Lily is afraid of Pokemon, she loves Pokemon very much. She usually likes to observe the life of Pokemon in her garden when she is at home. If Lily does not have these psychological problems, with her love for Pokemon, she will definitely become a Pokemon scholar in the future, if not a great trainer. Luo Yuan thought about the introduction about this lake that he had read, and regretted. It is said that there were Dragonite here thousands of years ago, so it is called Dragonite Lake by the locals. But now, there is no Dragonite there. There are quite a lot of Magikarp, and occasionally you will see Gyarados that evolved from Magikarp. However, this kind of Pokemon has a violent temperament, so the area where Gyarados lives is forbidden to ordinary people. Lily listened to Luo Yuan's introduction with great interest. At this time, Luo Yuan asked, "What is there in Hawaii?" Lily said without thinking, "Blue sky, white clouds, beach, sea." "Oh, are there any beauties in bikinis?" Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Lily let out a "ha," puffed up her cheeks and looked at Luo Yuan, but she still replied with a bright smile, "There are many beautiful sisters on the public beach. But I seldom go to the public beach, and I usually play at the beach at home." Luo Yuan tisk tisk, she is really a rich lady, her family even has a private beach in Hawaii. His family can be regarded as an absolute rich man, but Luo Yuan knows that his family has become rich entirely by relying on the resources of being a top trainer. As for Lily's mother, Lucamine, that was a commercial achievement. Luo Yuan just chatted with Lily, or Lily chatted with Luo Yuan, killing the boring time of driving. Lily's two slender arms rested on the back of Luo Yuan's driver's seat. From her small cherry mouth, from time to time exuded a faint girly fragrance. Occasionally, the hot air leaking from Lily's cherry lips, blowing on Luo Yuan's ears, made his ears move, and he was a little distracted. At this time, Lily suddenly saw the pink backpack she brought from Hawaii move, as if there was something in it. She leaned over curiously, hugged the bag in her arms, and unzipped it. In the next moment, her body froze and she sat on the chair trembling. Luo Yuan, who was driving, didn't notice at first, and continued to chat with Lily, but after waiting for a while, he found that Lily didn't respond to him. Luo Yuan thought that Lily had fallen asleep again, so he glanced at the rearview mirror amusedly. The next moment Luo Yuan was startled. Lily was sitting on the car seat with shortness of breath and cold sweat, like an asthma attack. "Lily, Lily, are you all right, Lily?" Luo Yuan quickly flashed his double flashing lights and parked the car on both sides of the road. This place is already in the mountains on the outskirts of the imperial capital, and pedestrians and vehicles are rarely seen on the road. Luo Yuan hurriedly unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car, opened the door, thinking urgently about what to do in this situation. He blamed himself quite a bit. Why didn't he know in advance whether Lily had other underlying diseases? In this barren mountain and wild ridge, if something really happened, it would be difficult to call an ambulance. "Laddie, It wasn't until Luo Yuan heard Latias growl in Luo Yuan's ear that Luo Yuan calmed down. By the way, he almost forgot that this is a world with Pokemon. Latias' flying speed is extremely fast. Like Garchomp, she has a streamlined body that resembles a fighter jet. The fastest speed can exceed Mach 1, which is supersonic speed. If Latias set off with Lily and himself at full speed, it would take a few minutes to reach the hospital in the imperial capital. It's just that with human physical fitness, can it really withstand supersonic flying? Luo Yuan was deeply skeptical. But soon, Luo Yuan realized that he was thinking too much. The reason why Lily became short of breath and sweating was not because she had any other underlying disease, but because there was a Pokemon in her bag in her arms. Luo Yuan was taken aback when he saw the nebula-like Pokemon with a body that gradually changed from purple to light blue, like fog. This is not Cosmog, that is, the small nebula. Knowing why Lily was frozen in place, Luo Yuan calmly picked up the backpack in Lily's hand and put it in the car. And as the Pokemon moved away from her, Lily's stiff body suddenly became soft, and her breathing became smoother. Lily hurriedly got out of the car, and together with Luo Yuan looked at Cosmog with a small head protruding from the bag, as if he was aggrieved and about to cry. "This Pokemon, have you seen it?" Luo Yuan asked tentatively. Judging from this Cosmog, it should have been hiding in Lily's bag in Hawaii and followed her to Chiagwo. I just don't know if Lily brought it here on her own initiative or passively. But seeing how Lily is afraid to touch Pokemon now, the latter is more likely. Lily shook her head blankly. I have never seen this Pokemon. Just now I saw the bag was moving, and thought there was something in it, so I opened it and looked. Then I saw it and was too scared to move. Lily bit her lip, her voice was a little low. Obviously this Pokemon is so cute and looks harmless to humans and animals, but she was so scared, which made Lily a little embarrassed. "Brother Luo Yuan, do you know what Pokemon this is? I don't think I've seen it before." Lily blinked her emerald eyes and looked at Cosmog curiously. Although she can't get in touch with Pokemon, she has been learning Pokemon knowledge, and her learning can be said to be very good, even exaggerated enough to be comparable to college students. A Stephanie who can only go to junior high school at most, but has a university education, this is definitely a genius. No, I don't know what Pokemon it is either. At this time, Luo Yuan took out his mobile phone and searched for Cosmog on the internet. But there is no information about Cosmog on the internet. In other words, in this world, Cosmog should be an unknown Pokemon that has not yet been discovered, or the ultimate beast. Therefore, it is not easy for Luo Yuan to say that this is Cosmog, which would make him seem like a prophet. Lily also took out her mobile phone at this time and was looking for information. After searching but couldn't find any information, she said excitedly, quote, "It turned out to be a Pokemon that I had never seen before. This is a world-class discovery." Cosmog, who was hiding in the bag, looked at Luo Yuan and Lily curiously. It found that the two were just talking to themselves, and they were discussing it excitedly, but they ignored themselves. It was just like a child, and it immediately became sad, its eyes flowed like water waves, and it let out a loud cry with a, "Wow! Mogu, Mogu." Seeing Cosmog suddenly crying like a child, Lily was at a loss. She didn't dare to touch Pokemon, so she looked at Luo Yuan for help. Luo Yuan said that I have never taken care of a child, let alone had a baby with anyone, so I don't know what to do at this time. He thought for a while, then suddenly remembered something, and quickly took out a small plastic bag from his pocket. There are small biscuits in that bag. Luo Yuan is not only good at Chinese food, but also has research on Western food and various desserts. These are the little biscuits he baked when he was bored at home. The shape of the biscuit is a cute Pichu. Luo Yuan quickly took out a Pichu, and came to Cosmog, and stuffed the biscuit into its mouth. Mogu. Cosmog, who was still crying before, felt the sweetness in his mouth, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he cried out happily as if drinking honey, and finally stopped crying. Seeing this, Luo Yuan fed it 2 biscuits again, making Cosmog even happier. Sure enough, to treat children is to eat captivate it. Luo Yuan stuffed the biscuit bag into Lily's hand. "If it is crying, you can continue to feed the biscuits." Lily hesitated, but took the cookie bag anyway. At this moment, her nose twitched, and an inexplicable scent escaped from the biscuit bag. Lily swallowed, opened the biscuit bag involuntarily, and took out a biscuit from it. Under the bright eyes of Cosmog, Lily opened her cherry mouth and ate the biscuit directly. Well, Lily is just like Cosmog, with bright eyes and an incompatible milk aroma in her mouth. She felt like she was wandering in the river of honey, swimming in the sea full of milk. Her whole body was wrapped in the fragrance of milk. So delicious. Lily couldn't help but ate the biscuits in the bag one by one, showing a happy expression. Seeing Lily eat her biscuit, Cosmog's eyes got wet again, and he cried again with a, "Wow." This cry finally brought Lily back to her senses. "Yes, I'm sorry." Lily flushed all over her face, and with all her willpower she overcame the urge to continue eating the biscuits. She took a biscuit in her hand, rushed to Cosmog's side, and fed it into Cosmog's mouth. Even Lily didn't realize it. She was so flustered that she didn't have any physiological reaction when she was so close to Cosmog this time. Luo Yuan looked at this scene amusedly. He took out a new biscuit bag from his pocket and opened it, and then saw that the bag of biscuits was reduced piece by piece. Invisible Latius ate all the cookies. Luo Yuan made these biscuits for himself and Pokemon as snacks. Mogu, Mogu. Cosmog's eyes were crescent-shaped, happily eating the biscuits Lily fed him. Although Cosmog doesn't look very big, but because the biscuits are so delicious, it still tries hard to finish the bag of biscuits. After hiccuping, Cosmog squinted his eyes and fell asleep in his school bag again. Lily looked down at the empty cookie bag, feeling angry with a Pokemon for the first time. "Why did you eat all of them and not leave me a single biscuit? Brother Luo Yuan, where did you buy these biscuits?" Lily's slender and tender fingers were dipped in the leftover biscuit foam, and her moist little tongue was licking and licking on her fingertips. Feeling the rich, honey-like milk flavor again, Lily smiled happily again. She decided to go back and buy several bags, no, a box of these biscuits to hide and eat secretly. Before Lucamine left, she left her a lot of money. For a child, that sum of money was absolutely huge, enough for Lily to buy anything she wanted. "Where did you buy this biscuit? I guess you can't buy it." Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. "Is this biscuit hard to buy?" "Yes, it is so delicious, there must be a lot of people buying it," Lily said sadly, sticking out her tongue again, and licked the biscuit crumbs. Seeing this, Luo Yuan laughed and said, "It's not that it's hard to buy, it's that you can't buy it at all, because I made these biscuits and I don't sell them, so of course you can't buy them." When Lily heard Luo Yuan's words, she widened her beautiful big eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Luo Yuan, you made this biscuit. It's really, really amazing." Looking at the little girl's adoring eyes, Luo Yuan was also a little bit flustered for a while. "My hobby is cooking and studying cooking. In the past, my goal was to become a legendary super chef," Luo Yuan exaggeratedly said. Lily was completely fooled by Luo Yuan. She thought Sha Guo really had the profession of a special chef. Her little face was full of admiration. Seeing that Lily believed his own words completely, Luo Yuan laughed loudly. "I'll make you some cakes and other snacks when I get back. If you are greedy, here, let me give you a bag of biscuits." Lily's eyes lit up. She took the last bag of biscuits from Luo Yuan, and said with a reserved and sweet smile, "Thank you." Luo Yuan said at this time, "Lily, didn't you notice just now, you were so close to that Pokemon, and you didn't even have a physiological reaction." "Huh." Lily let out a soft, "Huh," and it was only then that she noticed that in order to comfort the crying Cosmog just now, she went directly to Cosmog to feed it. Thinking of this, Lily suddenly became excited. Could it be that my illness suddenly recovered? Lily is a very decisive and serious Stephanie. Immediately, she took a deep breath, patted her face, and mustered up the courage to walk towards Cosmog. Normally, as long as Lily gets close to Pokemon within about 2 meters, her body will have a rigid instinctive reaction. But this time, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she was within 30 centimeters of Cosmog, and her body was fine. She raised her white and tender hand, tremblingly approaching Cosmog with her fingertips. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Just when Lily's trembling fingertips were about to touch Cosmog, who was sleeping peacefully with a smiling face, her body stiffened again, as if under Medusa's petrification spell. But this time, She wasn't able to move like in the past. She quickly recovered and let her hands move away quickly. With a frustrated face, Lily looked at Luo Yuan and said, "I still don't dare to touch it, brother Luo Yuan." Seeing this, Luo Yuan encouraged and said, "It's okay, you have made great progress compared to before. Before you were only close to Pokemon, but there was a physiological reaction. Now that Pokemon is by your side, you are fine. Now you just can't get in touch with Pokemon. I believe that if you continue to work hard, you will be able to pick up Pokemon." Luo Yuan's encouragement made Lily bite her cherry lips. She nodded vigorously and said, "Well, brother Luo Yuan is right, I believe that one day I will meet Pokemon." She raised her little fist and cheered herself up. "Come on, Lily. This little girl is too cute, I really want to hold her in my arms and rub her face." Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing at Lily's cheering movements. "Brother Luo Yuan, what name are we going to name this Pokemon?" Lily leaned on the car seat, approached Cosmog, and asked excitedly with her cheeks in both hands. Luo Yuan glanced at her pouted little butt, then looked away and said, "What do you want to name it?" "It looks like a nebula, why not call it a small nebula?" Lily thought for a moment, then immediately clapped her hands. "Is this the end of the world line?" Luo Yuan murmured in his heart, and said with a smile on his face, "Okay, then I'll call it Little Nebula." Mogu. Little Nebula may be very satisfied with the name, and it let out a happy growl when it fell asleep. At this moment, the previously bright soaring in the sky was suddenly shrouded in thick dark clouds, and the asphalt road under his feet quickly fell into darkness. Luo Yuan raised his head and looked at the thick dark cloud that came suddenly, covering all the sunlight in the range of his vision. He asked suspiciously, "Is it going to rain?" He remembered that today's weather forecast said it was sunny day, and there was no rain at all. Even though he thought so, Luo Yuan didn't care too much. After all, the weather forecast itself is not accurate. "It might be raining, let's get back in the car first." Luo Yuan talked to Lily, and got into the front seat of the driver himself. Lily also noticed the changing sky. She sat in the back seat, curiously looked through the car window into the darkness outside, shivering inexplicably. "Brother Luo Yuan, is it going to rain?" "Looking at the weather, it's going to be a heavy rainstorm." It seems a little cold." Lily shrank her neck and said with her arms wrapped around her arms. Needless to say, Luo Yuan also felt the sudden change in temperature. Especially the instrument in the car shows that the temperature outside has become 10 degrees at this time. You must know that the temperature outside was still 30 degrees a few minutes ago. Luo Yuan changed the car's air conditioner from cold to warm. This kind of temperature change is too abnormal. Even if it rains heavily in summer, it won't drop 20 degrees all at once. Especially as the temperature outside is still dropping. Luo Yuan looked out of the car with a solemn expression, and he found that there were many tiny sparks flickering in the air, and above his head, there was even a strong lightning piercing the sky. But the strange thing was that although Luo Yuan could see the lightning, he couldn't hear any thunder, and even the sound of the wind disappeared. Lily also noticed this weird scene. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she whispered, "Brother Luo Yuan, this seems to be a secret realm. Have we encountered a secret realm that suddenly descended?" Lily has read many books, so she immediately thought of the scene of the mysterious place described in the books. Luo Yuan asked solemnly, "Lily, have you ever been to a secret place?" Lily shook her head. "I'm not a trainer, and I haven't been in a secret realm. How about you, brother Luo Yuan?" Of course Luo Yuan couldn't say, "Coincidentally, I haven't been to a secret realm either." Lily would be terrified if he said that. At this time, Luo Yuan knew that he had to make Lily feel safe. He was the older brother. "Lily, come sit next to me and bring Nebula with you." Lily was sitting in the back seat. Luo Yuan asked her to be closer to him, so that she could protect her if something happened. Lily gritted her teeth. Seeing that Xiao Xingyan was resting in the bag, she quickly closed the zipper of the bag, and then hugged the whole bag in her arms. Lily found that with such a layer of bag, she didn't seem to be afraid to touch Pokemon anymore. The petite Lily lowered her head and came to the passenger seat from the back of the car seat. Luo Yuan held her hand at this time. According to Luo Yuan's understanding, There is a type of secret realm that has entrances, but if people do not have physical contact when entering, it is likely that they will be scattered in different places after entering the secret realm. So hold Lily's hand, even if they encounter that kind of secret place, they will not be separated. Lily's little hands are cold and smooth, soft and tender like jelly to the touch, but at this time, Luo Yuan didn't have the time to appreciate the tenderness of her skin, but said seriously. Lily, don't be afraid, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Luo Yuan, who said so, used the Pokeball to quickly retract Latias, who had been invisible all the time, into the ball. This is to prevent encountering the kind of random rift that causes the trainer and Pokemon to scatter. Pokeballs can be big or small. Luo Yuan held the Pokeballs of Latias and Riolu between his left fingers, feeling much more at ease. As a trainer, he can fight as long as the Pokemon is still alive. Lily gritted her teeth tightly, and said with a firm expression, "With Brother Luo Yuan here, I'm not afraid." Suddenly, heavy snow fell like goose feathers outside the car window. Those sparks that flickered in the dark world gradually disappeared, and the dark clouds dissipated, but the warm sunshine did not fall down. The world outside the car has turned into a white snowfield. Luo Yuan quickly looked around, but did not find the entrance to the secret realm. And I didn't feel the change of the space, which means that this is not the kind of secret realm that will teleport people to random places after entering the secret realm. It's the space-time distortion secret realm. Luo Yuan's heart sank, and he quickly analyzed what secret realm he had encountered. During this more than a month, Luo Yuan also crammed in a lot of basic knowledge about this world. The secret realm that involves training Pokemon resources is the top priority. There are several kinds of secret realms. The most common one is the kind of secret realm that suddenly opens a space door. This kind of secret realm will connect the world in the secret realm to the Earth. Humans on the Earth can enter it, and things in the secret realm can also come to the Earth. This kind of secret realm is the most common, but it is also the most troublesome. When a secret place like normal appears, it's okay if it's in the wild, but if it appears in or near a city, it will become the most important target of the National Emergency Department. When this kind of secret realm appears, the country will immediately send elite trainers to explore it, and first explore the danger level in the secret realm. That is to explore the strength and attribute of wild Pokemon in this secret realm. If the Pokemon in the secret realm is not strong, or belongs to a relatively mild attribute like grass, then the degree of danger is not high, and the danger level can be reduced. However, if the level of wild Pokemon in the secret realm is extremely high, and it is a relatively violent Pokemon secret realm like Fire and Dragon, the danger level will be increased. The National Pokemon Alliance will send a large number of trainers into the secret realm, stationed at the exit of the secret realm, to prevent those wild Pokemon from running out and hurting the people. At the same time, the trainers will be allowed to explore the secret realm by themselves in batches, to train Pokemon and find resources such as pure crystals. Another kind of secret realm is similar, but there will be a random space transfer after entering the secret realm. If it is such a secret realm, the trainers sent by the National Alliance will set up positions outside the secret realm to fight against the Pokemon appearing from the secret realm, and the trainers entering this kind of secret realm will also be more dangerous. Because you will randomly appear in a certain location in the secret realm, you need to find the entrance and exit of the secret realm after you enter the secret realm, otherwise you may be locked in the secret realm and cannot get out. This can only depend on luck and wait for the next connection between the secret realm and the Earth. What Luo Yuan and Lily encountered was the third kind of secret realm, the space-time distortion realm. This kind of secret realm will randomly appear in a certain area of the Earth, completely covering this area, and making everyone in this region fall into the secret realm. And because of the distortion of time and space, people outside the secret realm can't enter the secret realm, and people inside can't come out, so those who are unlucky and get involved in the secret realm can only ask for good luck. The randomness of this type of secret realm is the most terrifying, and if it appears in the wild, it will not cause any harm. But if it appears in a city, it may involve tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. After the space-time warping secret realm appeared, it took normal 2 to 7 days to disappear, and during this time, people in the secret realm had to rely on themselves to find ways to survive. Therefore, this secret realm is also called PUBG Mobile. And Luo Yuan and Lily fell into the mystery of PUBG Mobile. The howling cold wind blew by, and there was permafrost in the field of vision. Except for the white snow, there was no vegetation to be seen. It's okay to encounter this kind of secret realm where you can't run out and can only wait for the time to disappear, and it's also this kind of frozen soil type secret realm with extremely bad natural weather. Luo Yuan sighed helplessly. In reality, it is summer, and the secret realm is this sub-zero frozen soil, which is simply terrible. Here is the time-distorted secret realm, pure white frozen soil. The Secret Realm Detection Bureau is a professional detection agency in every country in the world. Similar to the Earthquake Bureau, it can detect the location of the secret realm in the first place. Although the appearance of a secret realm cannot be predicted in advance, the Bureau of Secret Realm will activate the emergency procedures as quickly as possible when a secret realm appears through the equipment set up all over the country. The Secret Realm bureaus in major cities have staff stationed at all times, observing the happenings in secret realms in various places 24 hours a day. The Imperial Capital Secret Realm Bureau, the moment the secret realm appeared, sirens sounded from the entire Secret Realm Bureau. Level 1 alert. 60 kilometers southwest of the Imperial Capital, there is a secret reaction. According to Regulation Number 1, please quickly notify the nearby trainer who meets the level to investigate. When the staff of the Bureau of Secret Realm noticed the arrival of the secret realm, he was taken aback, and quickly launched an action plan. For the Bureau of Secret Realms have many security levels, and these levels mainly depend on the places where secret realms appear. If the secret realm appeared in a city, especially within 100 kilometers of a big city like the Imperial Capital, it would be a first-level security level. There are too many people living in these big cities, even if the level of the secret realm appears as low, as long as too many wild Pokemon invade the big cities, it will bring unimaginable disasters. In the ancient times before the construction of modern technology, countries were deeply disturbed by secret realms, and there were even many tragedies in history where large cities died under secret realms. Until the development of science and technology, the level of human science and technology can explore the occurrence of secret places in the first time, and such disasters will be reduced. Dragon Elite is currently sitting in the Imperial Capital. We have notified Dragon Elite. She informed us that we will rush to the destination as soon as possible. Fairy Elite is also in the Imperial Capital, and she also went to the place where the secret realm happened. After receiving the alarm, a female staff member immediately activated the emergency procedures and notified the director of the Imperial Capital Alliance and the current elite of what happened here. In the face of such a disaster, the current elites and champions do not need to wait for the Alliance to make a decision at all, and can go to the scene to deal with it on their own. This is the power and obligation of the elites and champions. And such a processing mechanism can also minimize the loss caused by the disaster in the secret realm as much as possible. The staff of the Secret Realm Bureau of the Imperial Capital breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that two elites had rushed to the scene of the incident. Even if the level of the secret realm that appeared this time is very high, with the strength of the two elites and other trainers commanding the scene, it is enough to resist for a period of time, giving Alliance more time to deploy troops. It's just that after hearing that it was Dragon Elite and Fairy Elite who went to the scene of the secret realm, everyone's expressions were a little weird. Just like a fire-type trainer will always have a bad taste with a water-type trainer, the relationship between these two elites is not good, it is almost a household name, and it is not a big news. The female staff member who released the information lowered her head and said in a low voice, I just released the situation here to the high-level trainer closest to the scene where the secret realm happened in accordance with the regulations. Who knew the two elites there would be Dragon Elite and Fairy Elite? Everyone was speechless for a while. Forget it, although the relationship between the two elites is not good, they are not life and death enemies. Presumably, the two mature elites will not quarrel for personal reasons. But soon, the Secret Realm Bureau of the Imperial Capital became lively again. Both men and women were divided into two factions and began to quarrel, expressing their support for the two different elites. Among Sha Kingdom's 4 elites and champions, only the Dragon Elite and Fairy Elite are women, and they are rare beauties, so naturally there are many supporters on both sides. Some people like the dragon-like aloofness of the Dragon Elite, while others like the elegance of the Fairy Elite like a classical handmaiden. Everyone expresses their opinions. Charizard, this is it, thank you. The first time Luo Weijin got the news, she rode Charizard to the destination. The huge black canopy covering a large area, people don't need to confirm at all, they can see where the secret realm happened at a glance. After seeing the black canopy covering the earth, Luo Weijin was slightly relieved. This kind of secret realm looks like a time-space distortion secret realm. This kind of secret realm is closed. Only when the secret realm occurs, people within the secret realm will be involved. After the secret realm happened, people outside couldn't get in, and people inside couldn't get out temporarily. Only after waiting 2 to 7 days will the secret realm dissipate automatically. The most feared thing about the time-space distortion secret realm is that it will appear in the city, and that would really be called responsibility every day, and the earth will not work. But Luo Weijin was able to determine the coverage of the secret realm this time through her own eyesight. Most of the regions were in the mountains and forests on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This place is inaccessible, and if someone is involved in this secret realm, it can only be said that it is bad luck. It's really dangerous. If the secret realm appears 60 or 70 kilometers to the east, it will appear in the center of the imperial capital. It's okay. As long as this kind of secret realm doesn't happen to appear in a big city, it's nothing to be afraid of. Luo Weijin set off very fast, but a trainer arrived even faster than her. There is a trainer in his 30s with the highest rank who is directing the scene. After seeing Luo Weijin coming, the uncle in his 30s walked over with a smile and said hello. Luo Elite, you're here. Luo Weijin has always acted vigorously, she nodded slightly, and asked this trainer whom she had never met before. How is the situation? Have you checked the latest monitoring to see how many people have fallen into the secret realm? For this kind of space-time distortion secret realm, the most important thing is to find out how many people have fallen into the secret realm. It's okay if it's a trainer, but if it's an ordinary person, then I really can only pray that he can come out of the space-time warped secret realm alive. In other secret realms, trainers may still go to rescue them, but only this kind of secret realm cannot break through the distorted time and space for outsiders to enter. Perhaps only the legendary Dialga and Palkia have that ability. Trainer, who is in his 30s, took out a tablet computer, handed it over and said, I have already asked the traffic department and transferred the surveillance video. This time-space distortion secret realm is only affected by this section of road, and in the surveillance video, only this car happened to be on this section of road at that time. Luo Weijin felt a little relieved. If only one car and the people on it were affected into the secret realm, that would be the best. Although this is unfortunate for those who were accidentally affected into the secret realm, at least it won't cause greater casualties. Luo Weijin can only hope now that the person in that car happens to have a trainer, so the possibility of surviving the secret realm will increase a lot. When Luo Weijin took the tablet and glanced at the vehicle captured by the camera, she frowned. Why is this car and license plate number so familiar? The next moment, Luo Weijin's face changed. Isn't this my car? It suddenly occurred to her that her younger brother said yesterday that she would take Lily to a picnic today. Thinking about the picnic spot, Dragonite Lake, that Luo Yuan said he was going to, wouldn't it be the right way to go? Luo Weijin's face was ugly. She took out her mobile phone and quickly dialed Luo Yuan's mobile number, but the blind voice from inside told her that this mobile phone was not connected and had no signal. Luo Weijin was already sure that the people in that car should be Luo Yuan and Lily. For a while, Luo Weijin felt a little disturbed, but she calmed down soon. No matter how anxious you are now, the time-space distortion secret realm is a secret realm that outsiders cannot enter and cannot give help. Now Luo Yuan can only rely on himself. Fortunately, the younger brother has Latias. With his and Latias' strength, they are definitely champions. Although my younger brother has fewer Pokemon and cannot fight for a long time, as long as you are smart and try not to conflict with those powerful Pokemon, it should be enough to ensure safety. It would be even better if the level of this secret realm is not high. It's mainly Lily. That child is afraid to touch Pokemon. I hope my little brother can protect her well. Luo Weijin whispered, and after thinking for a while, she didn't tell her father and mother the news, so as not to worry them. Hey, just after Lucamine fostered her daughter here, she encountered a time-distorted secret realm. What's going on? Luo Weijin's expression did not show anything wrong, but followed the trainers who arrived here one after another to maintain order. Notify the Imperial Capital's Secret Realm Inspection Bureau and tell them that the alert level can be lowered to level 3. The danger level of the space-time distortion secret realm to the outside world is not high. At the same time, inform the Transportation Department to investigate the specific information of the people involved in the secret realm. Although Luo Weijin has confirmed that he is his younger brother, there is still a process to go. Yes, Luo Elite. A young trainer looked at Luo Weijin with admiration, and quickly completed the task after receiving it. At this moment, the surrounding trainers suddenly rioted. Luo Weijin frowned, looked up to the sky, and saw a Togekiss flying here. The appearance of that Togekiss made Luo Weijin immediately know who it was, Fairy Elite Poppy. Soon, Togekiss landed on the ground, and a beautiful woman with long black hair and a chiffon dress descended from her body. The woman was tall, almost the same as Luo Weijin, with delicate and picturesque eyebrows, and a melon-seated face with a very classical charm. She was wearing high-heeled sandals with no socks on her feet, revealing her snow-white toes that looked like pearls. The woman's clothes fluttered, and the dress that touched her calf fluttered like a fairy flying, and the fragrance was overflowing when she walked, and she was as elegant as a fairy. Poppy is worthy of her name, she is really a fairy with a beautiful face and a beautiful country. Fairy Elite saw Luo Weijin among the many trainers at a glance. She smiled gracefully and walked over with a swaying posture. Soon, Yu Marin came to Luo Weijin, and the two looked at each other, like the sharp point of a needle, neither would let the other. Luo Weijin, who was wearing jeans and a shirt, looked extremely cold and capable, while Poppy, who was wearing a dress, had a very classic beauty. The two beauties stand together, as if ancient and modern complement each other. These two elites won't fight, will they? It's good to fight, I like to watch women fight. If two people fight, who do you support? Of course it's the dragon elite Luo Weijin. She looks so cool and arrogant. It would be even better if she could step on my feet in high heels. Bah, you jittery M. I still like Poppy, and I like her gentle and elegant smile the most, especially when she always likes to wear ancient hanfu during competitions, she is just a fairy. Quote. A group of trainers were whispering, their eyes were on Luo Weijin and Yu Marin. And some of the female trainers also had bright eyes, discussing with each other excitedly. What Luo Weijin is so handsome and unrestrained is simply the pursuit of modern women and a role model for modern women. The poppies are so beautiful and gentle, and I want to be that kind of person too. Facing the attention of everyone, both Luo Weijin and Yu Marin have long been used to it. They are born to stand upright under the spotlight and be admired by others. But to our disappointment, the two did not fight. Although they don't like each other, they are not life and death enemies, and even expressed their appreciation for each other's strength in private. Why do you have such an ugly face, our dragon elite lady? It can't be the big ant who is here. Yu Marin laughed at Yan Yan, and teased Luo Weijin with her elegant voice. Luo Weijin was not interested in arguing with Yu Marin at this time, she whispered. It was my younger brother who was involved in the secret realm this time. Poppy was also surprised when she heard that. She suppressed the taunt on her face, and instead became concerned. Your brother, I remember, seems to be afraid to touch Pokemon. Will he be afraid of Pokemon? If he is involved in the secret realm, wouldn't it be very dangerous? As for her rival, of course Marin, you knew Luo Weijin's family. My younger brother's recent mental illness has healed, and he has become a trainer more than a month ago. I am very relieved of his strength. However, this is the first time he has entered the secret realm, and he has not been led by others. I am also afraid that he will be in danger due to lack of experience. Luo Weijin shook her head, her tone a little sad. Yu Marin pursed her lips. She didn't know what to say at this time, so she could only comfort Luo Weijin and said, your brother is auspicious, and he will be fine. I hope so. Luo Weijin sighed. The other trainers lost their eyes this time. When these two elites met in the past, they would ridicule each other, and no one would let the other go. Why are they chatting like good girlfriends there today? It can only be said that the relationship between women is complicated. Luo Yuan didn't know about the outside world. He and Lily had already entered the pure white frozen ground. The north wind was howling, and the piercing cold wind was blowing from the car window. The sound of woo was terrifying, like the roar of a monster from the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the car windows were covered with a layer of frost, which made people feel palpitating. The car's engine was spinning crazily, providing heat for the air conditioner, but it was so cold outside that even the car's engine was whining. This is the first time Luo Yuan has come to a secret realm, and he didn't expect it to be this kind of permafrost-type secret realm. It was still scorching summer before, and the next moment it was freezing to the bone, which could easily be unbearable to the body. Just like Lily in the co-pilot, she couldn't help but sneezed at this moment. Her delicate palms hugged her slender arms, and under the increasingly weak air conditioner, Lily shivered all over. Lily was also wearing a summer short-sleeved dress, showing her snow-white arms. And the temperature outside was at least 20 degrees below zero. With the addition of the biting cold wind, the temperature felt by the body surface would probably be even lower, and Lily's thin body couldn't bear it at all. If it is freezing, it is not a problem of illness, it may be life-threatening. Lily, sit here and wait for me, I'll go to the trunk and get all the clothes and pajamas you brought, and you put them all on. Whether those clothes are thin or not, there is always something to do. I'm afraid we have to get out of the car. This is a secret place. Wild Pokemon will definitely appear. It's too dangerous to stay here. It's full of snow and ice outside. It's impossible for the car to drive. We have to walk away to find a safe place to stay. Luo Yuan was very lucky at this time. Fortunately, Lily brought a lot of things with her when she went out. She didn't expect that those equipments would be useful at this time. Okay, brother Luo Yuan, you should also be careful. In just a short time, Lily has turned her lips white and spit out mist. Seeing this, Luo Yuan didn't dare to delay. He looked at the ice and snow outside, and opened the car door as soon as he gritted his teeth. Lily is wearing a summer dress, but he is also wearing a summer short-sleeved shirt. As soon as the car door was opened, a gust of biting wind almost froze Luo Yuan's blood. At this moment, Latias and Riolu suddenly came out of the Pokeball by themselves. With the appearance of the two Pokemon, Luo Yuan suddenly found that the cold air suddenly became weak. Although I was still a little cold in short sleeves, it was not unbearable. The cold wind was biting, but when it blew on Latias, she was fine. Even Lilio, its fluff could easily block the cold wind and low temperature, without any sign of cold at all. This made Luo Yuan sigh with emotion. As expected of a Pokemon, even such extreme weather can be easily tolerated. But why didn't I feel cold after Latias and Riolu appeared? Latias doesn't have energy fluctuations either, nor does Riolu, which means it's not the two Pokemon warming themselves with skills or something, but for some other reason. Although Luo Yuan's mind was full of question marks, he also knew that this was not a good time to think about problems. Lily was still freezing. He quickly opened the trunk and got out of the car, gesturing to Latias with his eyes. Liu. Latias immediately understood Luo Yuan's meaning, and used Psychic to get all the equipment out of the trunk. Riolu also hurried forward to help Luo Yuan open all the bags. Don't look at Riolu being so small, but his strength is terrifying. Lifting hundreds of caddies of stones is like playing, so we can only say that this is a fighting Pokemon. Luo Yuan quickly took out Lily's change of clothes. In the bag, Luo Yuan also found a pair of white panties and several pairs of white silk socks. Luo Yuan put Lily's personal clothes away, and took out all the changed clothes, mainly the big sleeping bag, which was enough to keep warm and cold. Quickly returning to the car, Luo Yuan stuffed the sleeping bag and a change of clothes in one go, and said urgently to Lily, "The air conditioner has stopped. Lily, change your clothes quickly." Luo Yuan, who said this, didn't care about the difference between men and women, and quickly put those clothes on Lily. At this time, Lily's body was frozen stiff, and her skin was as cold as ice. Soon, Luo Yuan put all the clothes on Lily's body. Although these clothes are summer clothes, they will be useful if worn too much. The most important thing was the sleeping bag. Luo Yuan almost stuffed Lily's whole body into the sleeping bag, only showing her a small head to breathe. Looking at Lily, who looks like a Caterpie evolved Metapod, Luo Yuan burst out laughing. Lily's cheeks were flushed, and as she was tucked into the sleeping bag, she was finally able to keep warm and make her body alive. But there is also a problem, that is, Lily's feet are in the sleeping bag, and it is completely impossible to walk. Latias, you take Lily with psychic. Luo Yuan ordered Latias. Laddie, okay, master, Latias responded, and then her eyes lit up, and she used psychic control of Lily's body, allowing her to float in midair so that she didn't have to walk by herself. It's Latias. Is this your Pokemon brother Luo Yuan? After Lily saw Latias, her little face flushed and she asked excitedly. Yeah, Latias is my Pokemon, Lily, you know her. Luo Yuan was a little surprised. I studied very well when I was in Hawaii, and the teachers praised that my knowledge is enough to pass the university entrance exam. Lily said quite proudly. Immediately, her tone became more excited. Latias is a mythical beast. It is said that only a few hundred years ago, a trainer owned Latias. Brother Luo Yuan, you actually own Latias, you are so amazing. Luo Yuan glanced at Latias floating beside him, and said with a smile, it's Latias who is the best, not me. Laddie, it is the master who is the most powerful. Liu, sister Latias is right. Both Latias and Riolu praised Luo Yuan, which made Luo Yuan feel a little embarrassed. Riolu, you carry these packages, while you and Latias watch your surroundings. Luo Yuan has no experience in secret realms, but he also knows that in such a dangerous environment, the only one he can rely on is his own Pokemon. Compared with the weakness of human beings, Pokemon can guarantee the survival of trainer. Both Latias and Riolu nodded solemnly, and they also knew the danger now. After taking the things away, Luo Yuan abandoned the car and prepared to find a safe place to stay, waiting for the end of the secret realm itself. If it was only him, Luo Yuan might explore this secret place. After all, he is very confident with Latias. But now with Lily, Luo Yuan decided to focus on Lily's safety. Looking around at Bai, Luo Yuan casually picked a direction and walked forward. The frozen ground is as solid as ice, but there is a danger of falling into the snow. Before finding a quiet place, Luo Yuan didn't dare to stop and rest. The two of them walked like this for several hours, when suddenly there was the sound of water coming from ahead. Luo Yuan, who looked a little numb as he walked, was overjoyed, and quickly walked 2 steps. It is also fortunate that he has been exercising for more than a month, otherwise he would not be able to persist if he walked so much. Turning over a small hill, the sight in front of them shocked the hearts of Luo Yuan and Lily. It was a huge mountain made of ice, with no sides to see, and no top to be seen at a glance. On the top of this glacier, countless ice slabs stand tall, and more like angel falls pour down, crashing into the huge pool at the foot. At this moment, Luo Yuan suddenly understood what is meant by suspected Milky Way falling 9 heavens. The waterfall is as wide as 100 meters and as high as 1,000 meters, which is shocking. Brother Luo Yuan, so beautiful. Lily looked at this unique natural beauty in shock, her emerald eyes widened, and she let out a raving sound. Lily didn't say a word along the way, not only to save her own energy, but also to save Luo Yuan's energy. But seeing this magnificent waterfall on the frozen soil at this time, she couldn't help but make a sound. Yeah, this is so beautiful, there is no such beauty on earth. With a sigh of emotion, Luo Yuan took out his mobile phone, which was still barely charged, and took a photo. When Luo Yuan came to the edge of the big waterfall, the temperature suddenly rose a lot. Just when Luo Yuan thought that this place might be a safe place to rest, the next moment he felt that he was thinking too much. Latias, Riolu. Luo Yuan hastily called out his Pokemon twice, and he lay down on the frozen ground. Latias lowered his body and controlled Lily to stick to the ground, while Riolu tensed up and looked down the hill next to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan thought it was a good place, and so did the other wild Pokemon. Luo Yuan looked at the deep water pool, and saw many wild Pokemon around the water pool. These wild Pokemon are mainly ice type, and all of them are family members. Avalugg of LV.62, Bergmite of LV.35, Vanillux of LV.58, Vanillish of LV.32. Glalie of LV.61, Snowrunt of LV.38. At a glance, Luo Yuan saw that these wild Pokemon appeared in groups. Among them, some of the strongest Pokemon in the group were as high as more than 60 levels, and the weakest Pokemon were more than 30 levels. This level alone let Luo Yuan know that this is a very high-level secret realm. Although there is a huge gap in strength between the level 60 wild Pokemon and the elite level Pokemon produced by trainer breeder. Relying on the induction of the power of the waveguide, Luo Yuan is confident that Latias will solve all these Pokemon and carry out a large-scale clearance. But the Pokemon here is not all of this frozen land, and may even be only 1,000th of the entire frozen Pokemon. Even if you get rid of these Pokemon by yourself, there will still be other Pokemon coming to this pool, and the battle will never end. The most important thing is, who knows how big this secret realm is, and will encounter stronger Pokemon in the future. Luo Yuan only has one Pokemon available for Latias. He must save Latias energy and avoid unnecessary battles. As for Riolu, although he has been trained well, Riolu is only level 20. It's okay to beat those wild Pokemon of more than 30 levels, but facing the Pokemon of more than 60 levels, it is like being hanged. Even if there is a big gap between the Pokemon trained by the trainer and the wild Pokemon, it is still impossible to cross the 40th level to fight well. Brother Luo Yuan. Lily shrank her neck and shouted softly. Although she doesn't have the power of a waveguide, she instinctively knows that these Pokemon are not easy to mess with. Well, let's leave secretly, don't shoot guns. Luo Yuan didn't try his best either. The Pokemon here can solve it, but you can't stand the continuous stream of Pokemon. He is not playing tower defense. The temperature in this area is relatively high, so let's look around to see if there is any place that can be used as a camp. Luo Yuan suggested. Latias also gave a soft cry, and followed Luo Yuan away from the hillside. Riolu clenched his fists, knowing those wild Pokemon were powerful. But if it is strong enough, like Sister Latias, it can solve all these Pokemon with Sister Latias, and then occupy this pool of water. Sure enough, he is still too weak to protect his master, so he must become stronger. Luo Yuan began to search for the foot of the mountain to see if there was a place with a leeward wind. His footsteps were fast, because Luo Yuan noticed that even with a sleeping bag, Lily's expression became more and more sluggish because she didn't need to walk by herself, and she had to rest. Fortunately, Luo Yuan found a fairly spacious cave, and there was also a small pool in the cave. Luo Yuan went over to touch it with his hand and found it was freezing cold. That's it, we'll rest here today, Latias and Riolu, it's up to you to watch the night. Luo Yuan finally discovered the importance of the number of Pokemon. If he now has more Pokemon, it will allow the Pokemon to share more work. If all Pokemon are as strong as Latias, then Luo Yuan will start thinking about how to push the secret realm horizontally and dominate here. Lily, I'll make you some soup to warm your body later. Fortunately, you brought medicine, and you can take some medicine after eating. However, my small gas stove won't last long. It's impossible to keep it warm overnight. If only I had a fire Pokemon. Luo Yuan really wants a fire-type Pokemon now, and the body of a fire-type Pokemon has a very high temperature. If there is an Arcanine here now, as long as it lies down there, it will not be afraid of any ice and snow, and it will be fine to take off your clothes and rest. Luo Yuan glanced at the thermometer he carried with him, and it was a few degrees below zero in the cave. Although it was much stronger than the -20 degrees when he first entered the secret realm, it was still too cold. Especially rest at night, it is easy to lose heat and life-threatening. At night, the two of us will probably sleep in a sleeping bag. Luo Yuan looked at the sleeping bag and said hesitantly. This is the best way to keep your body temperature down. But with the size of this sleeping bag, there probably wasn't even a gap between him and Lily. Stephanie is precocious, and Lily already knows some things between men and women. Besides, the information in the modern society makes it difficult for her not to know. Lily lowered her head, her face blushing, but she didn't retort willfully, but said reservedly and generously. Brother Luo Yuan will freeze and get sick if he sleeps alone at night. If we squeeze together, it will be warmer. Although her fair cheeks were full of embarrassment, Lily's eyes were firm. Just outside the cave that Luo Yuan didn't notice, a water-blue Pokemon as graceful as Sapphire was watching the cave with its gentle eyes. Chapter 51. Luo Yuan turned on the small gas stove that was originally used for cooking during picnics, and the flames rose, bringing a little warmth to the cold cave. Lily was wrapped in a sleeping bag and sat near the flames, feeling the faint warmth. A pair of clear emerald eyes followed Luo Yuan's back and forth. With quick hands and feet, Luo Yuan put a simple chopping board on the ground, took out a kitchen knife and started cutting vegetables and meat, all of which were prepared for the picnic. Today I plan to eat 2 meals at noon and evening. Fortunately, I brought enough ingredients to prepare food for Pokemon. I estimated that if it's just the 2 of us eating, these foods can be eaten for about 3 days. If the secret realm does not disappear after 3 days, we will go to find food in this frozen soil. Your body is probably cold. I'll cook some more soup and drink it to warm you up. I planned to show off my cooking skills during the picnic, but now I can only make do. Luo Yuan was chopping vegetables while talking to Lily. At the same time, he looked at Latias and Riolu, and said apologetically, "The 2 of you may need to eat less these 2 days, and I will cook a big meal for you when I go back." Pokemon's habits are close to that of wild animals. It's not that they need to eat every meal, but that they don't need to eat for 2 or 3 days after a full meal. It's just that when they are at home, because the ingredients are sufficient and Luo Yuan's cooking is so delicious, Latias and Riolu have the same eating habits as humans and they eat every meal. Lati. It is no problem for Latias to eat 2 meals less, the owner must have enough to eat. Although Latias regretted not being able to eat the food cooked by Luo Yuan for a few days, it was okay to endure for a few days. The important thing was that the owner must be fine. Liu, Sister Latias is right. Riolu nodded vigorously. Lily picked up the warm water that Luo Yuan cooked for her with her slender hands, and drank it with cold lips, warming her body. She looked at Luo Yuan who was busy taking care of her. Her expression was moved, her eyes were warm, and she said in her brisk voice, "It's fine for me to eat less. Brother Luo Yuan, you must eat well, now I can only rely on you." Luo Yuan said indifferently, "It's okay, I don't know why, I'm not cold at all in this icy world." Luo Yuan thought it was a new cheat that he hadn't noticed, so he said it to reassure Lily. "This is what Pokemon force fields do." Lily hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Pokemon force field, what's that?" Luo Yuan, who was chopping vegetables, stopped, raised his head and asked Lily curiously. "Brother Luo Yuan, don't you know?" This time it was Lily who was surprised. Seeing Lily's face, "It's like this Pokemon force field is something that some school will learn." "That's really embarrassing, I'm an illiterate now." "Lily, can you tell me?" Luo Yuan is not ashamed to ask. "Since you don't understand, then learn and ask, instead of pretending to understand." Lily took another sip of warm water, she pretended to cough twice, like a little teacher, and told Luo Yuan. Pokemon's force field is a unique ability of Pokemon. It was discovered by trainers in ancient times, but it was named and studied only in modern times. According to research, the stronger the Pokemon's force field, the deeper the bond between the Pokemon and the trainer, the stronger the Pokemon's force field. As long as the trainer and his Pokemon are within a certain range, the Pokemon's force field will protect the trainer. It's like in a battle, even if the trainer is attacked by other Pokemon, as long as the Pokemon's force field is still there, the trainer will not be fatally injured. Only when the Pokemon loses its ability to fight will the Pokemon's force field protecting the trainer disappear. These are all I read in books, and I don't really understand. In the end, Lily was a little embarrassed. Luo Yuan, who listened carefully to Lily's explanation, was stunned. "So, the trainers I saw on TV fought with Pokemon. Those trainers are so courageous, they dare to go all out against the hail of bullets. It's not that those trainers are all superhumans, but because of the protection of Pokemon's force field. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have to be so afraid of being a trainer. I thought those Pokemon punched me, and I would die straight away. I also blame myself for being a traversal person. Without the knowledge of this world, I don't know this theory. Therefore, illiterates who do not study hard are really bad. Then if I am covered by a Pokemon force field and hit by other Pokemon, will it hurt?" At this time, Luo Yuan was asking his little teacher again. "If it doesn't hurt, then go straight to the waves." Holding the water glass, Lily thought for a while and said softly, "The book says that the pain is still very strong, but because of the protection of the Pokemon's force field, as long as the Pokemon is not defeated, the trainer will not be in fatal danger." It is said that the force field possessed by the powerful Pokemon can allow trainer to do many things that humans cannot do, such as being able to dive into the deep sea and walk into magma. Brother Luo Yuan doesn't feel the cold, it must be that Latias and Riolu are protecting you. I don't have my own Pokemon, so I don't have the protection of a Pokemon force field. If I were a trainer, Brother Luo Yuan wouldn't have to take care of me so much. Having said that, Lily looked like she was about to cry, her eyes were red. She secretly blamed herself. If she hadn't been afraid of contacting Pokemon and couldn't become a trainer, she wouldn't have let Luo Yuan fall into the current situation. Lily knew that without her burden, Luo Yuan could ride that powerful Latias and swim in this secret place. And because of his burden, Brother Luo Yuan must protect himself and cannot act alone. Lily, don't blame yourself. I believe you will be able to overcome your psychological barriers and become a trainer in the future. I would also like to thank you for giving me science education and letting me know the existence of the Pokemon position. Lily is so smart and knows so much. Seeing Lily's expression, Luo Yuan knew what she was thinking, and quickly comforted her. Luo Yuan, who said so, took out a tissue and gently wiped Lily's eye sockets. Don't cry, it's so cold here, it will make the skin on your face even drier. Brother Luo Yuan, you are laughing at me, I'm not smart at all, these are the contents of the book. Lily's face was flushed, she was strong and didn't let herself cry, she just moaned softly. I don't even know the knowledge in books, so that means Lily, you are smart. Luo Yuan smiled at her. He continued to cut vegetables, looked at Latias and Riolu, of course mainly at Latias, and said with emotion. It turns out that you have been protecting me, Latias. Luo Yuan thought it was some new ability he had awakened, but it turned out to be the power of Pokemon. No wonder Pokemon like Garchomp, which is flying at the speed of sound, can be ridden. This kind of supersonic aircraft does not have external protection like a fighter jet. People sit on it and fly at the speed of sound. It is strange that people don't directly become Meatloaf. If there is the theory of Pokemon's force field, it can be explained, and it seems that it can also be explained by this theory. Lati, it is the responsibility of Latias to protect the master. Latias smiled happily, only Riolu shrugged his ears. I am indeed too weak. Haha, don't be sad, Riolu, I believe that with our joint efforts, you will be as strong as Latias in the future. Luo Yuan encouraged Riolu. Well, under my feeding. Lily looked enviously at the relationship between Luo Yuan and her Pokemon. She wants this too, to live and play with her Pokemon. Under the current situation, Luo Yuan couldn't show his cooking skills. He just prepared the vegetables and seasonings he needed, boiled the water, and threw the vegetables, meat and seasonings directly into the pot. This thing is commonly known as big pot stew. But even so, when the water boiled, an extremely rich fragrance still wafted out from the pot. Grunt, Lily swallowed, and unconsciously approached the pot, as if there was nothing else in her eyes. Although Latias and Riolu had already decided to skip 2 meals, they still couldn't help leaning forward when the strong aroma of the soup came over. Brother Luo Yuan, what kind of soup is this? Lily drool left from the corner of her mouth, she quickly wiped it off, and asked with a gleam in her eyes. I just cook random soup without a name. Luo Yuan said with a calm and indifferent expression. At home, he already knows the lethality of the meals he cooks, even casual meals can make people obsessed and addicted, so he doesn't find it surprising that Lily's current contest condition. Of course, the more serious Luo Yuan is cooking the food, the sharper the level of taste will be. Is it ready to eat? Lily saw that the water was already boiling, she looked at Luo Yuan pitifully, her stomach started to growl desperately. Well, let's eat. Luo Yuan picked up the empty bowl and filled Lily with some soup, which contained meat and vegetables, enough to ensure nutrition. Lily couldn't wait to take it, picked up the small spoon and took a sip of the soup. The next moment Lily let out a, ha, like a puppy, but she was scalded. Be careful, Luo Yuan reminded Lily amusedly. Immediately after, Luo Yuan took out 2 large bowls and filled some soup for Latias and Riolu. They will not eat meat and vegetables for the time being, and they have to keep these for themselves to maintain their strength. But it's still fine to feed 2 Pokemon some fresh soup. Liu, Latias and Riolu happily held the bowls and drank the soup happily. Luo Yuan also made some soup for himself, and sipped it while eating vegetables and meat. Looking at the expressions of 2 Pokemon for 1 person, Luo Yuan was moved again. Why do I still eat very ordinary? Why can't I feel my legendary cooking skills? Mogu, Mogu. Xiao Xingyan, who had been sleeping soundly in the bag, was also attracted by the smell of the soup. It flew out of the bag, and after seeing the soup in the pot, it ran to Luo Yuan eagerly, raised its hands like smoke, and shouted anxiously. I want to eat too, I want to eat too. Seeing Cosmog's expression about to cry, Luo Yuan patted its dust-like body, served a bowl of soup and said, Hey, what skills do you have? What are their functions? You can't just eat my food, right? Xiao Xingyan thought carefully about what he would do, and lowered his head in frustration. Mogu. It's a piece of trash that knows nothing but teleport to escape. Tisk, let's talk about it when you grow up. Here, this bowl of soup is for you. Remember to repay me well when you grow up. Mogu. Little Xingyan let out a cry of joy, stuffed almost his whole body into the bowl and began to eat. Lily ate very fast, and soon her face was flushed, her body was on fire, and there were sweat stains on her forehead. After eating a bowl of soup, she felt much more comfortable all over her body. Although it was just simple vegetables and meat, Lily felt the purity of nature and the flavor of meat. It's so delicious. If I can't eat this kind of food in the future, how can I survive? Lily's emerald-colored eyes were full of confusion, and she crawled to Luo Yuan's side as if she had lost her soul, hugged his arm, and said delicately, Brother Luo Yuan, I want more, Brother Luo Yuan, you must satisfy me. Looking at Lily who has lost all her soul and soul, Luo Yuan sighed freely. Are you drugged too, Lily? Did I do something to you right now and you didn't respond? Though thinking so, Luo Yuan still served Lily soup again. In this icy permafrost, with Lily's small body, she must maintain enough nutrients and calories. After the second bowl of soup was eaten and the stomach was a little full, Lily had some smelling salts. Thinking of the way she hugged Luo Yuan's arm and begged just now, Lily felt a burst of embarrassment. She secretly looked at Luo Yuan beside her, seeing that he was just eating quietly and didn't notice her. Lily was a little relieved. Lily carefully filled another bowl of soup for herself. Although she was a little full, she just couldn't help but want to continue eating. At this moment, licking her lips and reminiscing about the delicious soup Latius, she suddenly raised her head with a solemn expression. And Luo Yuan's waveguide power is also connected with Riolu, aware of the approaching danger. Luo Yuan quickly looked towards the entrance of the cave, and Riolu's hair was also standing on end, and he let out a low growl. Lily didn't know what happened. She pressed close to Luo Yuan, and nervously looked towards the entrance of the cave. Even Xiao Xingyan noticed the danger, with a fierce and cowardly expression in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, a deer-like Pokemon with a dark blue jewel-like body and white patterns appeared in Luo Yuan's eyes. Seeing the familiar Pokemon, Luo Yuan shrank his pupils and whispered, Suicune. Hey. Suicune let out a low growl, but its eyes were fixed on the pot in front of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment. He picked up an empty bowl, poured soup on it, and said tentatively to Suicune, Shall we have a meal together? Luo Yuan looked at Suicune in front of him with a complicated expression. It bent down, stuck out its tongue, and licked quickly in a large basin. It didn't take long for the big pot of soup to be cleaned up by it, and even used his tongue as a brush to lick the stainless steel pot until it was shiny. This reminded Luo Yuan of a dog he had raised before, and that dog also ate like this. Hey, is there any more? Have some more. Luo Yuan understood the similar meaning from Suicune's eyes. He picked up the spoon and filled Suicune with some soup, and said solemnly, That's all, you have to save some for others. As Luo Yuan said so, he added vegetable leaves to Suicune's stainless steel basin. Seeing the vegetable leaves in the pot, Suicune sniffed it with his nose, his eyes lit up, his legs pulled the pot, like a puppy protecting food, and he licked up the 10-salt soup again. Finally, after drinking a full amount of water, Suicune burped, still feeling unfulfilled. Although there are not many vegetables and meat, Suicune has a kind of happiness and satisfaction in life just because of the deliciousness of this soup. It has an urge to sip more soup, even if Ho-Oh is here, it can crush Ho-Oh dry. Why, there is such deliciousness in this world. Suikun's gentle gaze looked at Luo Yuan's Pokemon. It was a little hot-eyed, and suddenly had an idea, or I just followed this trainer, eating and drinking at his house every day. It's no good, thinking that he may never eat such delicious food again. What is the meaning of his life? Suikun's entire Pokemon is sluggish. However, Suicune still resisted the urge to dive directly into Luo Yuan's sphere shamelessly. It wasn't the face of a mythical beast, nor the majesty of a legendary Pokemon with a priesthood. It doesn't have that thing. It's just that Suicune thought of his mission as the incarnation of the North Wind, making it impossible to abandon the mission, so Solacean got into a trainer's ball. However, I still want to score a goal, woo woo woo. Luo Yuan didn't have time to talk to Suicune at this time. After treating Suicune to a meal and finding that he had an inexplicable bond with it, Luo Yuan knew that Suicune had no malice towards him. In particular, Suicune has a gentle personality. As long as you don't have any ill will towards it, it will never attack other Pokemon and trainers' Pokemon. And there is such a legendary Pokemon here, even if it is only Luo Yuan's second-level god in the classification. Luo Yuan is relieved a lot, at least Lily's safety can be guaranteed. It's not too much for you to eat my meal and be my security guard here for a few days, right? Luo Yuan cleaned the tableware a little bit. Seeing Lily still trembling, Luo Yuan felt distressed for a while. In this environment, Lily doesn't have thick clothes, so it's hard to last for a few days. In this place of pure white frozen soil, there is absolutely no fire-type Pokemon to survive, otherwise Luo Yuan would have to subdue a fire-type Pokemon to warm Lily's body right now. Latias, Riolu, come closer, we can keep out the cold together. Lati, Liu, Luo Yuan greeted them, and both Latias and Riolu approached them. But the two Pokemon also know that Lily is still afraid to touch the Pokemon, but they just try to stay as close as possible to her and avoid touching her. Mogu. Even Xiao Xingyan floated over and sat in Luo Yuan's arms, as if she also wanted to help Lily get rid of the chill. Lily was touched by the help from Luo Yuan and the Pokemon. She hid in her sleeping bag, curled her neck, and said gratefully, "Thank you everyone." She has never hated the cowardice of not being able to touch Pokemon like this moment. Talk less, Lily, and stay in the zone as much as you can. Luo Yuan reminded Lily that he turned off the ignition tank. The energy would be used for cooking later, and could not be used for heating. Suicune walked up to Lily at this moment, looked down at Lily, and then looked at a cold pool of water in the cave. Hey, Tilda operator, Suicune suddenly splashed, and under the eyes of Luo Yuan and Lily, that graceful figure landed on the pond. Immediately under Luo Yuan's astonishment, the water in the pool seemed to be purified, becoming clearer and clearer, and on the surface of the water, even a trace of mist appeared. The temperature in the cave has suddenly increased a lot. Although it is still cold, there is no such chill as if the frozen bones are about to break. Seeing this, Luo Yuan quickly picked up Lily and came to the edge of the pool. He touched the temperature of the water with his hand, and it was still quite different from the heat, but the heat in it also raised the temperature nearby by nearly 10 degrees. As long as Lily keeps hiding in her sleeping bag at this temperature, her life will be in danger. Seeing this, Luo Yuan said to Suicune seriously, "Suicune, I have a heartfelt request. For the next few days, can you stay here? You only need to stay for 7 days at most. I will take care of the meals for these 7 days. The space-time distortion secret realm will only exist for 7 days at most." Luo Yuan doesn't know whether the water pool will return to its original temperature after Suicune leaves, so he can only ask it. Hey, Suicune's eyes lit up. This is what I was waiting for. It lay directly on the edge of the water, with a graceful figure, and its crystal-like body became more and more beautiful, as if the corners of its mouth were smiling. Seeing this, Luo Yuan was finally relieved. With Suicune here, we just need to stay by this pool and wait for the mystery to end. Luo Yuan said to Lily. Okay, brother Luo Yuan. Lily nodded lightly, biting her cherry lips, staring at Luo Yuan's handsome face, her heart pounding. She knew that if it wasn't for Luo Yuan, if she accidentally fell into this secret realm, she would probably die in it within an hour. Luo Yuan took out his phone and took a look. There was still a little battery left. Looking at Suicune lying there, he took a few photos from an angle. Being able to take photos of legendary Pokemon is like taking photos of aliens before time travel, and posting them on the internet will definitely make you an internet celebrity in an instant. Slowly, the soaring in the sky outside the cave became dark, and Luo Yuan knew it was night. He glanced at Lily, who was wrapped in a sleeping bag, and said solemnly, "Although the temperature has risen a little now, it's still a bit cold, and we probably have to huddle together at night." "Well, brother Luo Yuan, come in." This time Lily was not shy at all. She knew that now was not the time to be shy. How could she let brother Luo Yuan suffer from the cold outside because of her shyness? "Girl, your words are very ambiguous," Luo Yuan muttered, and slowly unzipped the sleeping bag, like taking off a girl's clothes gently. After unzipping the zipper, Luo Yuan quickly squeezed into the sleeping bag, and immediately felt a warmth wrapping himself. It not only has the body temperature of a girl, but also has the warmth effect brought by the sleeping bag. At this time, Luo Yuan and Lily were really squeezed together, arms to arms, heart to heart, legs to legs, with almost no gaps. But at this time, Luo Yuan didn't have the time to feel the tenderness of the young girl's skin, but hugged her tightly, letting her lean into his arms to keep her warm. Lily is too thin and easily loses temperature in this environment. Lily's head leaned against Luo Yuan's chest. She looked at Suicune, who was lying on the side of the pool, shining like a night pearl in the night, and said curiously, "That is Suicune, the incarnation of the northern wind in the legend, so beautiful." Quote. Luo Yuan was also quite curious about legendary Pokemon. He asked, "Lily, how much do you know about legendary Pokemon?" It is impossible for Luo Yuan to learn all the knowledge in this world for more than a month. He knew that although Lily was young, she was a top student, so he asked. Lily hesitated for a moment. She lay on Luo Yuan's chest, and whispered, "Orchid. I don't know much about the legendary Pokemon, I only know some knowledge from books. It is said that in ancient times, every large-scale appearance and battle of legendary Pokemon would cause the demise of the human nation. And the most recent large-scale battle of legendary Pokemon was about 80 years ago. At that time in the Pacific region, Kyogre fought a big battle with Groudon, causing major natural disasters. There used to be a country called an island country in the Pacific Ocean, which was destroyed in the battle between Kyogre and Groudon. A sudden eruption of the volcano called Mount Fuji destroyed half of the island, and the other half fell into the ocean. In the end, barely a quarter of the population and land remained, and now it has become part of the Sha Kingdom." Luo Yuan opened his mouth wide when he heard this. "Kyogre and Groudon, you guys are so stupid, no wonder I didn't find any information about the island country in this world, it's already been lost by you guys. Are you afraid that Nintendo will ask for the copyright, so you just gave it away?" Lily likes to read books and has a wealth of knowledge. She continued to preach to Luo Yuan with her agile voice. In Europe at that time, it was the battle between Dialga and Palkia. Under the battle between the two legendary Pokemon, even Giratina appeared, and their battle was the most tragic, affecting the entire Europe, parts of Asia and the African region, causing a large number of casualties. In Wales, Ireland, and the Gran region, a legendary Pokemon named Wugitaina appeared briefly, but was repulsed by the King of Sword and King of Shield. The North American region is the battle between the ideal dragon and the real dragon, and the South American region is the war between Xerneas and Eifeltal. It is these legendary Pokemon that cause huge disasters every time they fight, and there is a part of human beings who have always hated Pokemon and feared Pokemon. Hey, these are what I read from the books. I don't know the specific situation. Brother Luo Yuan, just listen to it." In just a few words from Lily, Luo Yuan seemed to have seen countless legendary Pokemon battles. Think about it, 80 years ago, wasn't it during World War II? The World War in this world was caused by legendary Pokemon. It seems that in the animation, many disasters are actually brought about by legendary Pokemon, but because they are sub-supplied, new disasters will always be resolved by the protagonist. But in reality, those disasters are real. It cannot be said that there is a problem with these legendary Pokemon. Their struggle is more like a conflict of priesthood, and the uncontrollable will fight. This may be the sorrow of these Pokemon as gods. They cannot control the instinctive struggle that their priesthood brings. But where is Ho-Oh? Why is there no Ho-Oh in these legendary Pokemon? Could it be that it is taking pictures? Luo Yuan's understanding of this world is getting deeper and deeper. Chatting and chatting, Lily's voice lowered down. Luo Yuan looked down and just smiled. The little girl couldn't help being sleepy, and fell asleep on his chest. Luo Yuan hugged Lily's slender waist tightly, rested his chin on her messy hair, and closed his eyes. Suicune was lying on the edge of the pool. Little Nebula fell asleep on Luo Yuan's shoulder. Latias and Riolu surrounded Luo Yuan, and the two Pokemon held vigil tonight. When he was fast asleep, Luo Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and his waveguide power felt Riolu's warning, "There is danger." Luo Yuan quickly woke up and got out of the sleeping bag. Lily was also awakened. She nervously asked, "Brother Luo Yuan, what's wrong?" "It's dangerous, be careful yourself." Luo Yuan asked Lily, and then asked, "Latias, what's going on?" "Laddie, there are a lot of Pokemon running towards here outside, it seems to be affected by Astonish." By Astonish, Luo Yuan frowned. No matter what Astonish received, since there are a large number of Pokemon running here, it is dangerous. Luo Yuan once again saw that Latias and Riolu have many skill bars on their bodies. Is this the battle state? Then he looked at Suicune in a heartbeat, and found that he could also see Suicune's skill bar. Luo Nuoli's Yuan tentatively asked, "Suicune, do you want to help me?" "Hey," Suicune yelled, agreeing. In order to be worthy of the food it eats, it is very competent as a security guard. Luo Yuan quickly got out of his sleeping bag and ran out with all the Pokemon. Lily also looked nervous. Her heart was pounding. This was her first time facing a crisis in a secret realm. Under the tension and desire to survive, she didn't notice at all that Xiao Xingyan was already sitting on her shoulder at this time. Lily gritted her teeth. She got out of her sleeping bag and ran out with Luo Yuan. Running out of the cave, the cold wind howled. Lily watched in horror as more than 100 Pokemon were running in fear in the distance, and the ground trembled from the running. What are these Pokemon hiding? Luo Yuan's heart tightened, and then he saw Lily running out and the little Nebula on her shoulder, and said quickly, "Little Xingyan, if there is any danger in a while, you can use teleport to take Lily and escape." Mogu. Xiao Xingyan nodded firmly. "Although I can only run away, it is also useful." At this time, Luo Yuan finally saw the culprit who was running with many Pokemon, scaring hundreds of Pokemon. It's a dragon-shaped Pokemon standing on 2 feet, with a yellow crown and horns on its head, a fierce look, and an asymmetrical body. Seeing this Pokemon, Luo Yuan shrank his pupils and blurted out, "Harem, bye." Lying on the grass, what is this secret realm? It's nothing more than seeing Suicune. How can I see Harem? But soon, Lu Yuan had a weird expression again. "No, that's not Harem. If Harem is only level 25, I will use a Pokeball to grab a Harem for you today." Looking at the LV.25 logo on the head of Harem, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. Not Harem, just the shape of Harem. Single quote. Is this a Harem transformed by using one's own abilities like Latias? After Luo Yuan confirmed the true identity of the Harem in front of him with his waveguide power, he was immediately determined. As long as it's not Harem, it's easy to talk about anything. If Harem really appears here, even if he can command Suicune now, Luo Yuan will definitely run as far as he can. During Lily's explanation not long ago, Lu Yuan knew how terrifying those legendary Pokemon are. Harem really appeared in this world, and it easily caused an entire city to be frozen. How terrifying is the power that can completely freeze a big city. However, although Luo Yuan has the power of waveguide, he can use the power of waveguide to confirm that the Pokemon in front of him is not Harem, but the hundreds of Pokemon who were driven away don't know. Driven by the oppression of Harem, these Pokemon were panicked and running aimlessly. Unfortunately, they were running in the vicinity of the cave where Luo Yuan was. "Riolu, you go protect Lily. Latias and Suicune, I need your help next. Suicune, can you listen to my command for a while?" Luo Yuan looked at Latias and Suicune. Laddie. As Luo Yuan's Pokemon, Latias certainly has no problem. Through the spiritual communication with Luo Yuan, she already knew that it is not the real Harem. Since it is not the real Harem, even if there are hundreds of Pokemon here, she is confident that she can protect Luo Yuan. "Hey," Suicune nodded to Luo Yuan. For that meal, isn't it just being commanded? It's not a problem. Besides, as a legendary Pokemon, Suicune also knows that under the command of the trainer, the Pokemon's strength will become stronger, even the legendary Pokemon is the same. This is the power of bondage. Even if there is not a strong bond between it and Luo Yuan, the fate of that meal is enough for Luo Yuan to direct it. The ground rumbled, and hundreds of Pokemon were running wildly on the frozen ground. Feeling the oppression of the Pokemon group, Luo Yuan found that his mind was quite calm. Very well, Suicune, use Mist. Luo Yuan had already kept Suicune's skills in mind just now, and he calmly ordered. From Suicune's body, there were patches of pure white mist in an instant. Pokemon in reality is completely different from that in the game. The skill, Mist, only has special effects in the game, but in reality, it has real physical abilities. The mist rising from Suicune's body spread rapidly, and in just a short moment, the area with a radius of more than a kilometer was immersed in white mist. The hundreds of Pokemon that were galloping suddenly lost their sight and direction. The Pokemon running in front stopped, but the Pokemon behind didn't notice it. On the frozen soil, Stomp of the Pokemon group appeared. This is the real battle of Pokemon in the wild. It is not necessary to defeat Pokemon one by one. The most effective method is to use the right time and place. Mist rose, and the surroundings were surrounded by fog, but Luo Yuan, who possessed the power of Waveguide, was able to see all Pokemon into his sight through mist. Like Luo Yuan who can see all this clearly, there is Riolu. Luo Yuan's heart moved, he glanced at Riolu, smiled at it. You have been exercising all the time in the past, but now you have the skills of actual combat. You find rivals that match your abilities, and use them to train yourself. Riolu's expression was determined, and it rushed into mist with a cry, using the same waveguide power as Luo Yuan to identify rival. Among this group of Pokemon, the highest level is more than 60, and the lowest is more than 20. Riolu just finds Pokemon of level 20 and 30 to fight, so as to hone his skills. Latias, waste, Luo Yuan ordered again. It's just that this guard split is not used against the enemy, but against Riolu. Riolu's level was too low. For its safety, Luo Yuan directly asked Latias to use this skill on it, thus greatly enhancing Riolu's defense. Rock Smash. Riolu broke into the fog, hit a move of Rock Smash, and immediately defeated a Pokemon that was far away and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a northern wind blew, and Suicune merged into the north wind, like a fairy in the wind, passing with the wind. Suicune, extrasensory. With Suicune as the center, an invisible psychic wave spread instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the frozen soil under his feet was blown out by the spreading psychic shock wave, creating a huge deep pit. And the bait power of the extrasensory is even more like Shenluo Tianzhang, which instantly whirlwinds hundreds of Pokemon. Luo Yuan gave a tisk when he saw this, and he glanced at Suicune's level, LV.80. Moreover, Luo Yuan can feel that Suicune may not only have a pure level 80 power, but as a level 2 god, with priesthood, it may be more powerful than normal's level 80 Pokemon. A random extrasensory can eliminate hundreds of Pokemon, including many powerful Pokemon over 60 levels. Especially the bond between myself and Suicune is not particularly strong. If I have a bond with Suicune like Latias, I am afraid it will be even stronger. No wonder those legendary Pokemon in history often have the power to destroy the country, they are really ridiculously strong. Level 80, is this the power of a master level Pokemon? Although Suicune seems to be stronger because of its priesthood, it also allows me to roughly understand the extent of the master level Pokemon. Those real masters are probably strong enough to compete with legendary Pokemon under the strong bond with their own Pokemon. However, there is a high probability that the master level Pokemon can only compete with the second level gods like Suicune. Those real first level gods, even the master level Pokemon, may not be able to complete the battle. Confrontation. That's a real god. This made Luo Yuan look forward to it. He not only wanted to see the power of those real first level gods, but also felt that it would be a huge disaster for Pokemon of that level to appear on the earth. When Luo Yuan saw these hundreds of Pokemon before, he panicked a bit. But now Luo Yuan feels that just relying on one Pokemon from Suicune is enough to break through this secret realm. Riolu, come back. Suicune, let me see your full power, Blizzard. Luo Yuan called Riolu back, and there were still opportunities for Riolu to exercise himself. Now Luo Yuan wants to see the power of Suicune even more. Hey, Suicune glanced at Luo Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuan heard howling wind. That is the raging of the north wind. Woo! The sound of the wind, like a ghost crying, echoed in my ears, and in the strong wind, a dark blizzard suddenly blew up. The violent storm was like a typhoon, and Lily hugged Luo Yuan's waist tightly, closing her eyes and not daring to look at the blowing snow. Ah! Lilia screamed, her golden hair fluttered in the wind, the terrifying blizzard swept over everything, and the icy Icarus hit the ground. Luo Yuan stood in blizzard, unscathed, protected by a triple Pokémon force field of Latias, Riolu and Suicune. He held Lily tightly in his arms, and looked forward calmly. When the blizzard stopped, what Luo Yuan saw was a scene similar to a frozen Norman. The ground is covered with a layer of transparent frost, and there are hundreds of ice sculptures on the ground. Even ice-type Pokémon were completely frozen by Suicune's blizzard. These ice sculptures didn't make Luo Yuan feel horrified, but what was horrifying was that all the ice-covered scenes could be seen as far as he could see. I'm afraid that even if there are hundreds of Pokémon here, they will be directly sealed by Suicune. Luo Yuan spat out mist with a "hoo" sound. This is just the power of Suicune, it is already so powerful, if it is Kyurem, how terrible it will be. You must know that Pokémon doesn't run out of energy after using a few skills. Unless it is in a fierce fight, a Pokémon can keep using its skills until its physical strength is exhausted. And fierce fighting, in fact, is just exhausting the opponent's physical strength. So it seems that Kyurem's ravaging and freezing a city all the way is not a myth or legend, but a fact. The legendary Pokémon in reality is really not like in the animation, you can catch it with a net, unless it is a net of alien technology. Just this Suicune, try to catch it with a net. I don't even know how I died. Fortunately, there are only a few legendary Pokémon, and they are all unique. Pokémon of this level are not so easy to encounter. Normal people will never see legendary Pokémon in their lifetime, at least in recent decades, there are not many sighting records of legendary Pokémon. Latias grabs his own dragon claw. In Suicune, she saw the goal of her efforts. She also has to work hard to become a Pokémon of the Master level, and she believes that the bond between herself and her master will allow her to have the same power as Suicune. Moreover, the Latias family also has the priesthood, if they can get the priesthood. Ah, Latias, I'm going to do my best too. It was Riolu who saw the strength of Latias before, which gave Riolu the heart to exercise himself. After seeing Suicune's strength, Latias also had the same motivation. The current, championship level, alone is not enough to protect the master. Okay, that's amazing, is this the power of legendary Pokémon Suicune? Lily opened her cherry lips wide, looking in shock at the ice field Suicune left on the ground. As far as the eye could see, everything was frozen into ice. That blizzard was blown by the north wind, for an unknown distance. Hey, Suicune stands gracefully on the ice field, and there seems to be an aurora appearing above soaring in the sky, illuminating its beautiful body. By the way, what about Kyurem? Luo Yuan suddenly thought of the Kyurem, who was driving this group of Pokémon just now. He searched carefully, and finally found a Pokémon resembling a fox among the ice sculptures. Is this Zorua? After seeing this Pokémon, Luo Yuan finally knew how that Kyurem came from. Zorua is a Pokémon that can transform into humans and other Pokémon. The Kyurem just now was transformed by this Zorua. And the Zorua in front of him was also different from Luo Yuan's impression. Zorua should be gray and black, but the Zorua in front of her is pink and white. I remember that it seems to be in the form of washing emerald. Luo Yuan thought about the games he had played, and immediately recognized the source of this Zorua. Could it be that this is actually Shikui region? Looking at this piece of pure white frozen ground, Luo Yuan looked solemn. Taking a closer look at this Zorua frozen into an ice sculpture, Luo Yuan became more and more satisfied. In Luo Yuan's eyes, Zorua in Shikui form is cuter than the normal form, and after it evolves into Zoroark, it will be even more handsome. This kind of appearance is perfectly in line with Luo Yuan's choice of Pokémon. Especially this Zorua can also turn into Kyurem, to scare people. This talent is definitely not there. Luo Yuan immediately made a decision to tame this Zorua. Exactly, I haven't tried to tame Pokemon yet. Riolu, smash the ice. Liu. Riolu jumped in front of Zorua, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and blasted a rock smash. Crack. Faced with Riolu's fierce punch, it actually only cracked the ice sculpture, which shows how strong the ice sculpture formed by Suicune's blizzard is. Latias immediately used help. Feeling stronger power rushing through his body, Riolu nodded gratefully to Latias, and punched again. Boom. The ice was finally shattered. Zorua, who was frozen in it, regained consciousness, shook his body, and looked around blankly. I saw Luo Yuan, Riolu, Latias and Suicune surrounding me, and I saw hundreds of Pokemon frozen into ice sculptures. Zorua's face showed a fearful and timid look, and his aggrieved eyes were even more tearful, and he retreated a little bit. Zorua was said to be a very timid Pokemon, and it turns out it really is. Huh, how about the momentum of running with hundreds of Pokemon just now? Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Zorua in front of him like a big villain. Suoluo. Zorua tearful look, stepping back a little bit. Don't come here. Riolu, make it obedient. Liu. Under Luo Yuan's order, Riolu's expression turned serious, and he kicked left forward to Zorua. But the next moment, both Luo Yuan and Riolu were stunned. Riolu's kick actually passed through Zorua's body. Hallucinations. No, this Zorua has a ghost type. Luo Yuan frowned. At first he thought that Zorua in front of him was also an illusion, but the power of Waveguide told him that this was its real body. Then he thought that the Zorua in Shikui form seemed to be different from the normal Zorua attribute, but Luo Yuan couldn't remember the specific attribute. After all, he is not a Pokemon chef. But Riolu's probing let Luo Yuan know that this Zorua has ghost type. Riolu, Metal Claw. Now that there is ghost type, let's change it. Riolu turned his fists into claws, the sharp claws enough to leave deep marks on the steel bars, and slashed across Zorua's body. Suoluo. Zorua, who was frozen unconscious by Suicune before, faced Riolu, who was meticulously breeded by Luo Yuan with delicious food. How could he handle it? Under Riolu's claw, Zorua let out a scream, and the whole Pokemon flew out and lay on the ground without moving. Luo Yuan took out the Pokeball and threw it over, and without any suspense, put the Zorua in Emerald form into the Pokeball. Suoluo. By the steaming pool in the cave, Zorua lay on the ground, tremblingly looking at the several Pokemon surrounding him. Latias, Suicune, even the weakest Riolu, it can't beat. They're all bosses, don't mess with them. At this time, Luo Yuan was recalling some settings about Zorua, the emerald washing form. When I first played Arceus, because Zorua in emerald form is very handsome, he was specially trained, and I read the introduction of Pokemon carefully. It is said that Zorua, in the emerald form, was tabooed and driven out of the habitat because he could make rivals see incredible visions. But because of his weak personality, he couldn't bear the struggle with other Pokemon and the harsh natural environment, and unfortunately died in the end. In the end, Zorua turned into a ghost type because of the strong spite. That is to say, the Zorua in the emerald form is the soul of a normal Zorua. Luo Yuan thought that the pure white permafrost environment outside was indeed harsh enough, let alone Zorua. It is estimated that any non-ice Pokemon would have difficulty surviving in such an environment. Then Luo Yuan thought of Zorua's transformation into Kyurem before, his heart moved, and he asked, "Did you die because of Kyurem?" Hearing Luo Yuan mention Kyurem, Zorua's pitiful little eyes flashed fear and spite from Ghost, and it nodded slightly. No wonder Zorua is bluffing around in the form of Kyurem, it's a strong memory from before his death. You saw Kyurem on this tundra? Luo Yuan continued to ask, with a nervous tone. Suoluo. Zorua cried out pitifully. Master, Zorua said it met Kyurem on a distant mountaintop. Latias acted as an interpreter for Luo Yuan. Is Kyurem still around now? Luo Yuan's heart shuddered. If Kyurem is still there, maybe it is sleeping there. Luo Yuan said that he can't afford to mess with that thing now, so he will definitely take a detour. In particular, Kyurem's character is too cruel, and it is too dangerous to appear in front of it. Fortunately, Zorua shook his head and told Luo Yuan Kyurem was no longer here. After receiving Zorua's answer, Luo Yuan thought for a moment, looked at Suicune and asked. You legendary Pokemon, can you travel between different secret realms? Hey, Suicune nodded. With the help of Latias to translate, Luo Yuan knew that legendary Pokemon could not travel freely, at least Suicune could not. It also needs a specific timing to leave this secret realm and go to other secret realms. It is estimated that only Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, or Pokemon with similar powers can casually appear in different secret realms. The mission of Suicune is to travel between different secret realms, to purify water sources, and sometimes appear on the earth, to purify the filth there. So if a polluted water source is found anywhere on earth and suddenly becomes clear the next day, it must be Suicune. This made Luo Yuan feel that the secret realm seemed more mysterious than imagined. The secret realm he is currently in is probably Shikui region, so will there be other regions in other secret realms? Luo Yuan has not been to other secret realms for the time being, so he cannot draw conclusions. Now, Zorua, I give you a choice, do you want to be my Pokemon, or? Before Luo Yuan finished speaking, Zorua nodded hastily. I do. What else can I do if I don't want to? Weak, pitiful, and helpless me. Well, good, we are a family now. Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Pokemon must be bonded with trainer, so that Pokemon can become stronger. If the bond between Pokemon and trainer is not enough, or the two parties cannot fully communicate, then there will be a bottleneck in Pokemon's strength. Now that Zorua has agreed, this is our bond. Ahem, of course Luo Yuan knew that he used the subjugation method to temporarily make Zorua his own Pokemon. The next step is to develop a mutual relationship with it. This is also the process that all Pokemon must have after they are subdued. It is not that once Pokemon is subdued, they can fight directly. These newly subdued Pokemon and trainer don't have any fetters and emotions, and they can't exert much strength. This is also the reason why there are almost no trainers to subdue those wild and powerful Pokemon. Just like the 60+ level Pokemon on this tundra, they all have their own clan and descendants, and they are the protectors of the clan and descendants. Even if the trainer forcibly subdues them, it is difficult for them to be willing to follow the trainer, and their strength will hardly increase. The second is that this kind of wild high-level Pokemon has never received trainer breeder. Bad habits in the wild have long been formed, and the upward path is already very small. Therefore, there are very few high-level Pokemon that can be directly used as immediate combat power. Unless it is those high-level Pokemon with excellent potential and strong desire to fight, it is possible to follow trainer directly. Therefore, for trainer, everyone prefers to take in young Pokemon, or cultivate Pokemon born from eggs. There is emotion and bond with trainer. Hey! At this moment, Suicune suddenly called out to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at it suspiciously, and Latias translated in a timely manner. Master, it said that it was exhausted from the fight just now, and it was a little hungry, and asked when the meal will be served. After speaking, Latias put his paw to his mouth and snickered. Luo Yuan looked at Suicune speechlessly. Are you really not a Mamoswine? You just said that you were exhausted and hungry after fighting for a while, but Gengar didn't believe it when he came. Luo Yuan looked at the remaining ingredients, and said to Suicune. I don't have enough ingredients here. Suicune, you should have been in this secret realm for a while. You should know where there is food that humans can eat, and the berries that Pokemon need. I hope you can help me bring some back. Pokemon also need food. There are so many Pokemon in this tundra, so there must be tree fruits growing on the tundra. Suicune nodded. It directly turned into an aurora, disappeared into the cave with the north wind. The speed made Luo Yuan speechless. It didn't take long to see Suicune returning to the cave with a pile of food accompanied by the north wind. Except for some berries, the food brought by Suicune is potatoes. Luo Yuan picked up the hard potatoes and said with emotion. Sure enough, Siberia is suitable for growing potatoes. In addition to potatoes, Suicune actually brought back a lot of dry wood that could be ignited. And now Luo Yuan still has kindling. As long as there is no firewood, there will always be fire. Luo Yuan looked at Suicune resentfully, making Suicune bewildered. I found the source of the fire for you, shouldn't you thank me? Why do you look at me like this? Suicune is also a little wronged. Hey, what a pity, now that there is a fire, the night is warmer, and I can no longer hold Lily's white and tender body rest. But Luo Yuan glanced at Lily, who was sitting by the fire. Her face was already rosy after taking the medicine, and he gave up his dirty thoughts. Lily's health is more important. Although there are only potatoes, it is enough. Even if the conditions are still not good, I will let you feel the 8 ways of making potatoes. The legendary chef is back. Luo Yuan showed off his invincible culinary skills to the fullest. Fried, steamed, shredded potatoes, potato chips, mashed potatoes, etc. Luo Yuan made full use of the seasonings he brought and the existing resources to make potatoes into flours, with various flavors. Then he added tree fruits to the large amount of meals that he cooked, and the steaming and fragrant aroma quickly permeated the cave. Because Latius and Riolu often eat the meals cooked by Luo Yuan, coupled with the current lack of equipment, Luo Yuan can't bring out his cooking skills to the extreme, and they can barely bear it. Lily, Suicune, Zorua, and the little Nebula who has been sitting on Lily's shoulders are already drooling. Hey! Suicune suddenly roared and blew a gust of icy wind, which even sealed the hole with ice. We can't let the smell out here, otherwise the Pokémon in the entire secret realm will riot. Its Suicune does not allow anyone to compete with it for food. Start. Following Luo Yuan's order, everyone was silent, only the sound of Pokémon and people chewing in the cave. Lily didn't have a big appetite, but she still ate a large plate by herself. She licked her rosy lips unsatisfied, and moaned with blurred eyes. Brother Luo Yuan, I will always be by your side and eat your cooking. Luo Yuan joked. Oh, then Lily will marry me when she grows up. Good. Lily, who was about to lose consciousness, agreed without thinking. Little Xingyun fell asleep on Lily's shoulder after eating. Suicune is still licking the basin, only Latius and Riolu can barely keep calm. At this moment, Zorua looked at Luo Yuan with bright eyes, breathed out, and wagged her little tail vigorously. I recognize you as a trainer, even if you drive me away, I will not leave. Luo Yuan suddenly remembered something. He took out a piece of fighting pure crystal from his arms, and asked Zorua. Have you seen this thing before? He was afraid that Lily would get hurt before, coupled with the danger of this secret place, Luo Yuan was always thinking about it. Now with the addition of Suicune, the security has been greatly improved, and this has come to the secret realm. How can we do it without searching for resources? Suoluo, see, there's a hole over there with a lot of things like that. Zorua pointed out to Luo Yuan where the village was without hesitation. Luo Yuan looked happy. Let's go, let's have a post-meal digestion. In a cave in the pure white frozen ground, a group of Vanillish, Vanillux, Bergmite, and Avalugg are resting. In addition, there are a small amount of icy Jupiters and the Nenettles of the Song dynasty. The next moment, the bandits came. Latius, Dragon Breath. Suicune, Water Pulse. Riolu and Zorua, go beat them up. Accompanied by howling ghosts and howling wolves, all the Pokémon entrenched in the cave screamed and ran out of the cave, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would become targets. Riolu and Zorua are like tigers among wolves. When they see those Vanillux and Avalugg, they should hide far away. They are too strong to fight. They go after Bergmite, Vanillish, and Vulpix specifically. Following a violent beating, the Pokémon in the cave either lay on the ground and rolled their eyes, or all escaped. Luo Yuan walked into the cave with arrogance. He looked arrogantly and looked around, as if a big boss was inspecting the territory. The next moment, his eyes were shining brightly, and he ran over directly. There are so many ice-type pure crystals. Luo Yuan looked at the densely packed pure crystals all over the ice wall in the cave. The sheer number made people suffer from trypophobia. These pure crystals range from level 1 to level 5, and they all look the same. If Luo Yuan didn't have special abilities, he would never be able to tell them apart. No wonder the old lady said that chunging is all about luck. Luo Yuan sighed with emotion. The 5th grade pure crystals are very rare. At least Luo Yuan's rough calculations on this densely packed ice wall should be less than 1%. Luo Yuan directly selected those 5th level ice-type pure crystals and knocked them off the ice wall. He clearly remembered his sister's instruction not to bring too much pure crystal, otherwise it would affect the body. Luo Yuan didn't want to test whether his body was different from other people's, so he just picked 6 pieces, which is exactly the number of Pokémon. The market price of grade 5 pure crystals of the ice system is about 7 million to 7.5 million, and these 6 pure crystals alone can earn more than 40 million. This made Luo Yuan feel that money is really easy to earn. Of course, only he can do this way of making money. Suicune, Riolu, Zorua, help me continue to search here, I suspect there should be ice stone here. Quote. Just now I saw arrow here. No, it's Nenettles in Hawaiian form. There should be a high probability of ice stone here. Latias, you protect me and I. How can one return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain? Luo Yuan gave an order, and the Pokemon began to search. It didn't take long for Zorua to dig out 2 ice stones from the ground. Foxes are also canids, and their ability to dig holes is first-rate. It can only be said that Zorua is worthy of being an aborigine here, and he is familiar with the road with bandits. And Lily also found a Pokemon egg in a hidden ice depression. Brother Luo Yuan, there is an egg here. Lily shouted excitedly when she saw the egg. Luo Yuan walked over and saw Lily squatting in front of a Pokemon egg. The pattern on the Pokemon egg was very beautiful, but Luo Yuan said he didn't know what Pokemon it was. Unless Professor Lee is invited here, it is still too difficult for Luo Yuan to identify Pokemon eggs with the naked eye. Those Pokemon probably won't come back, and if this egg is placed here, it is likely that no one will hatch it and die. Since you found this egg, Lily, it means that it is destined for you, so let's take it away. The translation of this sentence means that treasures with virtue live there. Pokemon resemble wild animals in some ways. When danger is discovered, for the safety of the group, except for some extremely ferocious Pokemon such as dragons, other Pokemon are likely to give up their territories. Lily looked at the egg with some hesitation, but Luo Yuan immediately picked it up and stuffed it into Lily's arms. I know a top breeder. When I go back, I will help you ask what kind of egg this is and see how it hatches. If you like the Pokemon, we will hatch it. If you don't like it, we will send it to the breeding center and let the people in the breeding center take care of it. In the future, it may also find its own trainer, and fight with the trainer. Listening to Luo Yuan's words of encouragement, Lily seemed to see the Pokemon egg in her arms going to fight her trainer. She nodded vigorously and said, Okay, then we will take it back. For the next 2 days, Luo Yuan did not explore this secret place. Obtaining 6 top-level ice-type pure crystals is already the highest radiation that Luo Yuan can withstand, so there is no need to look for resources. Of course, the most important thing is for Lily's safety. From Zorua's mouth, he knows that there are stronger Pokemon in this secret realm, and he doesn't need to provoke them. Lily doesn't have her own Pokemon, and she can't handle the climate here. Although Xiao Xingyan recognized Luo Yuan and Lily, they are their Pokemon. But the small nebula is too weak, and the Pokemon force field it provides is not enough for Lily to survive in such an extreme environment. Therefore, Luo Yuan and Lily have been sitting next to the warm spring water in Courtney, and Suicune is going to find survival resources. Luo Yuan chats with Lily and cooks every day. Occasionally Luo Yuan would let Suicune protect Lily. I took Riolu and the newly conquered Zorua to find some Pokemon troubles under the protection of Latias, and exercise the ability to survive in the wild and the combat experience of the 2 Pokemon. Brother Luo Yuan, are you okay? Seeing Luo Yuan bent over, limping on one leg, and bouncing back to Lily in the cave, she let out a cry of surprise and quickly stood up from the fire, trying to help Luo Yuan sit down. However, Lily's body is too thin. For Luo Yuan, who is 1.8 meters tall, her strength is really a drop in the bucket. It's okay, it just hurts a little. Luo Yuan took a breath, smiled and waved to Lily, indicating that he was fine, and carefully sat next to Courtney. At this time, Lily noticed that Luo Yuan's left arm had some frostbite, and she quickly ran to the small backpack she was carrying, and found a bottle of frozen potion from it. Lily carefully came to Luo Yuan's side. She knelt on the ground and opened Luo Yuan's sleeves. When she saw the frostbite on Luo Yuan's arm, a look of distress flashed across her face. Brother Luo Yuan, please bear with me. I haven't sprayed this medicine before. I don't know if it hurts or not. Seeing the concerned expression in Lily's big emerald eyes, Luo Yuan said indifferently. It's okay, just spray it, I'm almost immune to pain now. Lily responded, and she carefully aimed the nozzle of the medicine at the frostbite on Luo Yuan's arm, and began to spray the medicine. Soon, Luo Yuan felt his cold left arm warm up, the feeling of being frozen was gone, and the stiff joint became able to move. "Does it hurt, brother Luo Yuan?" After spraying it twice, Lily just paid attention to Luo Yuan's expression, for fear that he would feel pain. "No pain, very comfortable." Seeing that Luo Yuan really didn't feel anything at all, Lily felt relieved and began to increase the dose of medicine. It didn't take long for Luo Yuan to feel that his arm was completely healed. He shook his arm vigorously, turning his arm twice, feeling no lag. Luo Yuan just smiled at Lily. "Thanks to Lily for bringing so many medicines. Or I'd be using only one arm now." Hearing Luo Yuan's praise, Lily smiled. "I thought I brought a lot of useless things, and it would be great if I could help brother Luo Yuan." At this time, Luo Yuan sighed. "These medicines are really useful, and it will be cured after just one spray." Lily is like a virtuous wife at this time. She caps the used medicine and puts it away neatly. I read in the books that these medicines were made by ancient people using the abilities of some fruits and plants after being injured by Pokemon. It's just that it was very troublesome to make these medicines in ancient times. In modern times, with modern production, this kind of medicine is produced in large quantities, and it has become a must-have for trainers when they go out. Lily was generous. She recalled what she had learned from books, and told Luo Yuan in her crisp voice. This made Luo Yuan a little embarrassed. As a trainer, he didn't bring these equipments when he went out, so he was not as good as Lily. "Sure enough, as a trainer, I still have a lot to learn." After putting away all the medicines, Lily sat beside Luo Yuan, holding her cheeks with both hands, and asked nervously, "Brother Luo Yuan, why are you injured?" Lily said so and took a look at Latias. She knew that Luo Yuan's Latias was very powerful, although Lily didn't know how powerful Latias was. But this Latias is the most powerful Pokemon Lily has ever seen, except for the Suicune next to him. After all, Suicune is a legendary Pokemon, with its own clergy, and it is only natural that it is powerful. But being able to hurt Luo Yuan under the protection of Latias, Lily is afraid that Luo Yuan has encountered a particularly terrifying Pokemon. "It's not about Latias, it's about me." Luo Yuan didn't mind exposing his shortcomings, and explained to Lily. "Lily, you know, in the past, I was just like you. When I came into contact with Pokemon, I would have a physiological reaction and feel scared." Lily nodded slightly. She already knew from Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan's family that Luo Yuan's brother in the past had exactly the same disease as herself. Brother Luo Yuan recovered from his illness more than a month ago. After getting rid of these mental illnesses, Brother Luo Yuan immediately became a trainer, and he was such a powerful trainer that even legendary Pokemon like Suicune were willing to listen to Brother Luo Yuan's command. In Lily's eyes, Luo Yuan has become the person she dreams of, the person she wants to learn and become. Luo Yuan is her idol. Luo Yuan said so and glanced at the little nebula lying on Lily's shoulder. It can only be said that in times of life and death crisis, people can best exert their full potential. Lily fell into the pure white frozen ground, and her life was in danger, having seen so many powerful wild Pokemon before. When it comes to life and death, people always win over themselves, and Lily is no different. She can now Pokemon. Although there were still some slight discomforts, those discomforts did not affect her anymore. Speaking of this secret realm, Luo Yuan really wants to thank Suicune. If it weren't for the protection of Suicune, a legendary Pokemon, he and Lily wouldn't be so successful. With Latias alone, Luo Yuan is more than able to protect himself, but he doesn't have too much energy to protect Lily, which will put Lily in danger. And with Suicune's help, under the protection of Suicune and Latias, who is a champion, Luomo and Lily can come and go freely in this level of secret realm. And there is Suicune, a Pokemon familiar with the secret realm, who has been helping Luo Yuan and Lily find firewood and food for humans. That's why Luo Yuan and Lily didn't suffer from the shortage of food. Just eat potatoes for 3 days, people always want to change the taste. I have only been a trainer for more than a month, and after becoming a trainer, I am afraid to fight Pokemon, mainly because I think Pokemon battles are too dangerous. Luo Yuan thought of how shocked he was when he saw Trainer going into the battlefield together when he traveled just now. He just shook his head and chuckled. I haven't studied these before. Until Lily Yu told me that there is a Pokemon force field, I didn't understand that the battle between Pokemon is dangerous but not so dangerous. I have always been protected by Latias in the past. Latias is powerful, so I haven't suffered any injuries, and Tailwind has always been smooth. Luo Yuan said so and glanced at Latias. Lati. It is my duty to protect the master. Luo Yuan smiled and patted Latias' head. But I know that she can always protect me from getting hurt when facing some weak Pokemon. But against stronger Pokemon, I won't be so relaxed. Luo Yuan's expression became serious. When facing a Pokemon weaker than Latias, the champion Pokemon, Luo Yuan can be relaxed and freehand, and can use the simplest command method to eliminate the enemy. But if he encounters the same champion-level Pokemon in the future, Luo Yuan knows that he can't command with such ease, and he is likely to be injured. If I was not capable enough as a trainer at that time, it would be holding back Latias. So in order to train myself, I didn't let Latias protect me before, but went with Riolu for actual combat special training. These injuries were suffered during the actual combat training before. Having said that, Luo Yuan touched his abdomen again. It still hurts terribly, and now he still has lingering fear. Through this experiment, Luo Yuan thoroughly understood the role of the Pokemon calendar field. When he was protected by Latias before, Latias' Pokemon force field was extremely powerful, making Luo Yuan only feel slightly cold even standing in the place tens of degrees below zero. And because of the powerful force field of Latias' Pokemon, those low-level Pokemon's skills can't feel anything when hitting him, which makes Luo Yuan say that he is going to become a Superman. But after changing to Riolu, whose level is only LV.22, all this changed. Riolu's Pokemon force field is still weak enough for Luo Yuan to survive in that biting cold wind, which will make him feel terrible cold. The second is that when fighting Pokemon, Riolu's Pokemon force field cannot completely protect himself. His abdomen was hit by a Pokemon, and he grinned in pain at the time, wondering if his ribs were all broken. And the left hand was also touched by the skill of an ice-type Pokemon, so it had frostbite. In this experiment, Luo Yuan identified several points. First of all, as long as the Pokemon still has physical strength and can provide the Pokemon force field, no matter how low the Pokemon level is, the trainer's life will not be in danger. Of course, if you are hit by a Pokemon, you will definitely have broken arms and legs and pain. These pains can only be supported by your own perseverance. The second is that the higher the Pokemon level, the stronger the Pokemon force field. The force field of a champion-level Pokemon like Latias can allow Luo Yuan to stand among a group of Pokemon of more than 30 levels, and let them fight casually without taking a drop of blood from him. Because of this, Luo Yuan also understands that to become a trainer, one really needs to train hard, at least one must be able to bear the pain. 0. Now Latias has a high level and can fly with Luo Yuan. But if the future rival is at the same level, or even higher level, it is impossible for Luin to be rich and harmless. In order to fight against the stronger rival, Luo Yuan needs to train himself rigorously, and be able to maintain his rationality and make correct commands when he is attacked by Pokemon and feels pain and pain. This is the quality that a strong trainer must have. Trainer must believe in his Pokemon, believe that under the bondage of Pokemon, he will not really die, and his injuries will be healed. Trainer must face life and death directly, see through life and death, and win the battle against powerful enemies. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yuan and Riolu are undergoing crazy actual combat training, using a self-abuse method that hurts themselves to quickly adapt to Pokemon battles. Hey, I didn't intend to become a trainer. I thought this job was too dangerous, but I watched Riolu's efforts and Latias will to protect himself. This made Luo Yuan feel that he should give everything to meet Pokemon's expectations. Now Latias can protect himself, in case he encounters a strong enemy in the future. If he is unqualified as a trainer, Latias cannot exert his full strength. At that time, Yuan believes that Latias will even be willing to protect himself to sacrifice, but this is by no means what Luo Yuan is willing to see. If he doesn't want such a tragedy to happen, Luo Yuan needs to be strict with himself, so that he can become a trainer who will not hold back Pokemon, but can allow Pokemon to exert 100% of its strength. Luo Yuan told Lily about his mental journey. Sitting next to Courtney, Lily looked at Luo Yuan's handsome side face illuminated by the firelight, and her eyes were a little dazed for a while, even admiring her, and feeling her heart beating faster. Latius leaning by Luo Yuan's side, she can feel the change in Luo Yuan's mentality, which makes her very happy and happy. Riolu clenched his fists. Become stronger, become so that your trainer will not be injured, this is the reason for it to become stronger. Zorua shook her little tail, it just became Luo Yuan's Pokemon, and didn't understand this. But it can feel that Luo Yuan will definitely become a powerful trainer, which makes it feel good to follow such a trainer. Maybe one day, I retaliate. Suicune was lying on the side, looking deeply at Luo Yuan. If it wasn't for its own mission, it would have jumped into Luo Yuan's ball on its own initiative. Well, it was touched by Luo Yuan's spirit as a trainer, not for greed. The following days are still so peaceful. Luo Yuan continued to train Riolu. As for Zorua, Luo Yuan was just trying to increase his relationship with it, and directly let Zorua participate in the battle. Luo Yuan still didn't dare. The bond between myself and Riolu is strong, so even if Riolu is not strong now, he can still protect Luo Yuan. And Zorua is not good enough. The bond between the two is not so strong, especially this secret place is dangerous. High-level wild Pokemon can be found everywhere, and if you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Although Luo Yuan is training himself in this secret realm of pure white frozen soil, he will not really joke about his life. Riolu, I can feel that you are about to evolve. Luo Yuan looked at Riolu standing in front of him and said with emotion. The determination to choose Riolu, who has congenital problems, the special effects brought by the magical cooking, as well as Riolu's love and perseverance for Luo Yuan, the effect of Soothe Bell, and the tempering in this pure white frozen soil. All these made the intimacy between Luo Yuan and Riolu grow explosively. The most important condition for Riolu's evolution is to communicate with trainer Liu. Riolu nodded vigorously. It can feel that there is a powerful force gathering in its body, which is the force it conceived to protect its own trainer. Just like what Luo Weijin said to Luo Yuan, Pokemon will become stronger in response to trainer's expectations. The encounter between life and life will always give birth to new things. In the early morning of the 6th day, Luo Yuan saw those tiny lightning flashes around again, and he knew that this secret realm was going to disappear. Outside the secret, Luo Weijin, who has been waiting here for 6 days, saw a tiny flash appearing on the pitch-black cover, and she looked excited and uneasy. Finally, this space-time distortion secret realm is going to disappear. You must be fine, little brother. Luo Weijin has been waiting here for 6 days, and she directly set up a tent nearby, where all the food, drink, and messes are taken care of. As one of Sha Kingdom's Elite Four, Luo Weijin doesn't need to wait here all the time. After all, this is a space-time distortion secret realm, not the kind of high-level secret realm that opens the door between the secret realm and the Earth, and the trainer has to face it directly. Only that kind of secret realm requires elite-level masters to stay in charge all the time to prevent too many powerful wild Pokemon from running into the city. And like this kind of space-time distortion secret realm, just send some trainers to guard it in turn, and call stronger trainers to guard it when the secret realm is about to disappear and there is a movement. It would be a waste of human resources for the current elite to have been stationed near such a secret place. However, the trainers stationed here realized that the unlucky guy who fell into the secret realm turned out to be Luo Weijin's younger brother. The trainers also understood the reason why Luo Weijin stayed here for 6 days. Don't worry, Luo Weijin, I believe your brother will be fine. A cold and gentle voice came, and Luo Weijin looked sideways at the beautiful woman with jet black hair and a long white dress who was flying like a fairy, and couldn't help but say, ... Poppy, you don't need to be here with me for so many days. For the past 6 days, this fairy elite has been waiting here and has never left. Yu Marin smiled elegantly, and said to Luo Weijin, your dragon elite is not in good spirits. Contest condition. I'm afraid that you will be under too much mental pressure at that time, and you will attack indiscriminately, and it will be bad if you hurt people. As one of the Elite Four, of course I will stop you here to keep you in good spirits. Contest condition. Hearing Yu Marin's seemingly sarcastic words, Luo Weijin snorted. She knew that Poppy only cared about herself, but this woman was too clumsy to do things, and she always spoke so tactfully, it was really hard to like. Luo Huaijin and Yu Marin, although they don't like each other very much because they are good at attribute, but it has nothing to do with dislike. The relationship between the two is more like enemies. There are even complaints on the internet that maybe these two elites are actually lesbians. Whether it is Luo Huaijin or Yu Marin, they all express that they are not interested in women. The time-space distortion secret realm gradually disappeared, and the black hood covering the earth also became transparent. Luo Huaijin prayed secretly, hoping that Luo Yuan and Lily would be fine. At the same time, she also holds a Pokeball in her hand for emergencies. The only impact of this kind of space-time warping secret realm on the outside world is that when it appears, it will draw the people inside into the secret realm, and when it disappears, it may bring the Pokemon in the secret realm to the Earth. So whenever the time distortion secret realm disappears, there may be a fierce battle. Like Luo Huaijin, the other trainers stationed nearby are also familiar with it. Everyone held the Pokeball, and some trainers directly released their Pokemon. Suddenly, in this hot summer, there was a cold north wind blowing. The wind was so abrupt, gentle and cold. Feeling this unusual wind, many trainers' expressions were dignified. Luo Huaijin and Yu Marin's expression changed even more. They felt the powerful Pokemon breath. This aura surpasses the champion Pokemon they have, and makes people suspect that this is a master-level Pokemon, or even a legendary Pokemon. Luo Huaijin and Yu Marin looked at each other, especially Luo Huaijin, who looked anxious and panicked at this moment. Why is there such a powerful Pokemon in this time-warped rift? How high is the level of this secret realm? Could the little brother have been killed in the secret realm? Even if it is Latias, I am afraid it is not the rival of this unknown Pokemon. Just when Luo Huaijin's heart was completely confused, Yu Marin held her shoulder with a white hand. Calm down, our Miss Long to Elite. I know what you're worried about, but first, we have to deal with this unknown Pokemon and inform the Alliance to get ready. This is our responsibility as the Elite Four. Poppy's tone was no longer that leisurely, quiet and elegant, but became serious. HMPH, I know, you don't need to remind me. Luo Huaijin was upset when her rival said that, but she also knew that Yu Marin was right, and she needed to calm down at this time. Seeing Luo Huaijin calm down, Yu Marin also heaved a sigh of relief. This Pokemon brought too much pressure on her, and she was not sure that she would have to join hands with this Dragon Lord to deal with it alone. Quickly notify the Alliance headquarters, let the headquarters put on the highest level of alert, and report to the 7 stars. At the same time, this time it is likely that those few people will need to take action. After Luo Huaijin regained her composure, she quickly ordered a trainer beside her. Okay, low elite. Standing beside Luo Huaijin was a trainer in his 30s. He was not dissatisfied with Luo Huaijin's order. He quickly turned on a handheld computer and went to notify the Alliance headquarters. In the place where the secret realm takes place, in order for the trainers to have a unified command without confusion, the Alliance has a clear rule that the person with the highest position at that time will be the commander-in-chief. For example, if the current elite is here, even if you were a former Elite Four and retired from your position due to old age, you still have to listen to the command of the current elite. It can be said that Luo Huaijin and Yu Marin, in any place where the secret realm takes place, except for the 6 chief executives and the 7 strongest trainers named 7 stars, only the current champion has a higher position than them. And the possibility of legendary Pokemon appearing, and it is still near the Imperial capital, this must be the highest level of alarm. You must know that everyone has studied history. The disaster brought by those legendary Pokemon is absolutely unimaginable. Destroying a country and triggering a natural disaster capable of destroying all living beings are all legendary Pokemon's forte. If a powerful legendary Pokemon really appeared, the Imperial capital would be in danger of being destroyed, so the strongest trainers from Shock Kingdom must be invited here. Come out, Altaria, Dragonite. Luo Huaijin released her 2 strongest Pokemon without hesitation, and only these 2 champion Pokemon could bring her a sense of security. Sylveon, Togekiss, it's up to you. Boke. Fairy Elite Poppies also released their own Pokemon. Unlike Luo Huaijin, Poppy only has 1 champion Pokemon, the one Sylveon that evolved as the Earl Dervish Pokemon. But after taking a look at her Togekiss, Luo Huaijin whispered, Your Togekiss feels like it's about to reach the champion level. Yu Marin smiled lightly, and said leisurely. Well, you feel good, my strength is about to catch up with you, and because of attribute restraint, be careful that I change positions with you. Among the 4 elites, Luo Weijin ranked first, while Poppy ranked fourth. Hey, my Dragonite is a quasi-god. You don't know how much resources and energy I have spent on Breeder. Its strength is not something your 2 weak Pokemon can fight against. Luo Weijin said proudly, this is the confidence that every dragon trainer has in their own Pokemon. Because many dragon Pokemon are late bloomers, the early strength is not particularly strong, and Breeder is difficult. But when breeders are really used, they will show a different power from normal Pokemon. Ah, Dragonite seemed to be cooperating with his trainer. This docile dragon showed fierce eyes and gestured his paws to Sylveon and Togekiss. Hey, my Togekiss is not far behind. Of course, Poppy would not be convinced, and the two just bickered for a few words, which eased the tense atmosphere a bit. Although the other trainers present were also captured by the unknown Pokemon, seeing the 2 elites here gave them some confidence. Coming, some trainer let out a low growl, and everyone saw the pitch-black curtain disappear, and the shadow of a Pokemon gradually changed from light to dark. Although this Pokemon hasn't shown its true colors yet, you can already guess which Pokemon it is just by looking at the shadow. Suicune. It turned out to be Suicune, the incarnation of the North Wind. All the experienced trainers here, it is impossible not to recognize the shadow of Suicune. Many trainers let out a low cry, feeling a little more relaxed. After all, Suicune has a gentle personality, it appears on the earth with a relatively high frequency, and it can also purify dirty water sources. To humans, this is the absolute goodness of the legendary Pokemon. Unless it is a region with particularly serious pollution and a shot against Suicune, it will cause the rage of this legendary Pokemon. In the 2,000-year history of human history, Suicune has never actively attacked humans. Even Suicune, be vigilant. Luo Weijin looked serious at this time, and gave a drink, reminding the trainers. Even with Suicune, it's not impossible to go crazy, and sometimes legendary Pokemon really get mad. At the same time, Lu Jian and Yun Marin exhaled a little. Fortunately, it is Suicune, not a Pokemon of the level of the 2 gods of time and space. Although Suicune is also a legendary Pokemon, with its own priesthood, its strength is definitely not weak, and the 2 elites are not rivals. But Suicune is a Pokemon that humans can stop. Even if Suicune does do it, the task of the 2 elites is to entangle it with all their strength and prevent Suicune from entering the city. When the master-level trainer arrives, he can still be defeated. Under the tension of everyone, the black hood covering this area completely disappeared, which also represented the disappearance of the time-space distortion secret realm. Suicune's graceful figure like sapphire also appeared in front of everyone. No one took the initiative to attack, and they all watched Suicune nervously and cautiously. After all, they all knew that Suicune had a gentle personality, so as long as it didn't get sick, it shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Besides, in the past 20 years, Xiaoguo has always attached great importance to the environment, and there are very few places with serious pollution, so Suicune has no reason to be angry. Wait a minute, look, there is someone on Suicune. There was a sharp-eyed trainer, and when Suicune was still high in the sky, he noticed that there were actually 2 figures on Suicune's body, and immediately shouted. When Luo Weijin heard that there was someone on Suicune, her heart tightened, and she quickly narrowed her eyes to look. After seeing the 2 figures on Suicune's body, Luo Weijin felt her nose sore, and shouted loudly. Little brother, Lily. Luo Yuan, who had just returned to his original world, was shocked when he saw so many trainers. However, thinking that there would be many trainers guarding the secret realm, Luo Yuan felt relieved again. It wasn't until his sister's crying voice came that Lu Yuan saw his sister's figure among the group of trainers. He looked happy, patted the Suicune under him, and said to it, Suicune, fall there. Hey. With a low growl, Suicune landed on the north wind with an extremely graceful gesture. In front of Luo Weijin, Altaria, Dragonite, Sylveon, and Togekiss all watched Suicune nervously. And the surrounding trainers exploded one by one. That boy is Luo Elite's younger brother. Water. Suicune actually obeys his command. Did he subdue Suicune? Impossible. Don't scare me. The trainers were dumbfounded, and someone had already taken out their mobile phones to take pictures frantically. As Suicune is so close, there are not many opportunities to take pictures of Solacean. This is the embodiment of the North Wind. You must know that even if someone took photos of the Suicune Purify water source in the past, it was not very clear and blurry. And now with the opportunity to get in touch with legendary Pokemon so closely, who would give up? It's just that for Luo Yuan to command Suicune, many trainers still feel that it's a fantasy. We must know that in ancient history, those who can fight side by side with legendary Pokemon and leave records are the proud sons of an era. They are either a certain king, or a certain hero who saves the region, and more people related to legendary Pokemon are almost all mythical and legendary characters. And now, to see a trainer commanding Suicune in the modern age, it's simply unbelievable. Luo Huaijin was also shocked at this time, but compared to Suicune, she cared more about her younger brother. Luo Yuan was riding on Suicune's back at this time, and because Lily was wearing a skirt, she was sitting sideways in front of Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan rolled over from Suicune, and at the same time put his arms around Lily's slender waist, and carried her down. Little brother, are you and Lily okay? You are injured, and Lily doesn't look good. Luo Huaijin took a step forward, held Luo Yuan's shoulders, and looked at him and Lily nervously. I just came back from the secret realm, so it's normal to get some injuries. Luo Yuan said with a smile. Although this is indeed normal, many trainers will be injured when they return from the secret realm, and those who are unlucky may never come back. Even Luo Huaijin, an elite, would be injured if she entered a high-level secret realm. But if you know it, you know it. Lu is still worried about his younger brother. However, after seeing that the injury on Luo Yuan's body was not serious, Luo Huaijin's heart dropped. She looked at Suicune at this moment, and asked Chi-Chi. Who is this Pokemon? No way, no way. Don't tell me you really subdued Suicune. Fortunately, Luo Yuan's answer made Luo Huaijin and the trainers present a little relieved. This is a friend I met in the secret realm. If it weren't for Suicune, Lily would be in danger in the secret realm. Hearing Luo Yuan's answer, many trainers were relieved. It's okay, it's just a friend, not a Suicune. But this is also enviable, okay. And Suicune's next action left many trainers dumbfounded again. Suicune rubbed Luo Yuan's face affectionately and let out a low growl. Roar. I'm leaving first, next time we meet you must invite me to continue eating. Luo Yuan could feel Suicune's parting intention, and he also knew that Suicune had his own mission to complete, so he just waved it. See you next time, Suicune. Roar. See you next time. A gust of north wind blows, and Suicune's figure gradually disappears in the wind. It knows that it won't be long before it meets Luo Yuan again. Because since he ate the food cooked by Luo Yuan, he can't quit, especially Luo Yuan said that when we meet next time, he will thank him for cooking him a good meal. Suicune decided to run to Luo Yuan for dinner after he finished purifying the next water source. After that, every time purify a water source to rest, you have to go to Luo Yuan. I, Suicune, have days off after work, okay, you Ho-Oh can't control me. Suicune's expression of reluctance to leave made the trainers numb again. Lying on the grass, what is the difference between this and subduing Suicune? This is just a goal. As trainers, they are all ignorant people who don't understand anything. How can they not see that Luo Yuan has already formed a bond with Suicune? And fetters can only be generated with your own Pokemon. Seeing Suicune leave, Luo Huaijin looked at Luo Yuan with a complicated expression. Now she really can't understand her younger brother more and more. Since the summer vacation, Luo Yuan has almost changed a lot. It's not that his appearance or personality has changed, but his way of life. Luo Yuan in the past is in Luo Huaijin's memory, because he didn't dare to touch Pokemon, and maybe the family atmosphere made him have some low self-esteem psychological problems. He has been living a very homely life, and it can even be said to be gloomy. But since Luo Yuan's mental illness suddenly recovered more than a month ago and he was able to touch Pokemon, his lifestyle suddenly became optimistic and cheerful, and he became more positive. Luo Huaijin didn't know how Luo Yuan's change came about. Maybe Pokemon gave him the change, or maybe he himself suddenly realized the true meaning of life. But no matter what the reason is, such a change is good for Luo Huaijin, Luo's father and Luo's mother. And after that, Luo Yuan was simply out of control. Conquering Latius can still be said to be a fetter of 10 years, and facing his own dragon elite in the training ground, he can also do a job with ease, and with his calm command, he almost defeated his own elite. Whether it's her own carelessness or other reasons, Luo Weijin has to admit that Luo Yuan is extremely talented in trainer, a genius among absolute geniuses. It's just that Luo Yuan at that time was not yet a qualified trainer in Luo Weijin's opinion. Because at that time, Luo Yuan was fighting against Pokemon, and he still avoided the battle. Even though he had Latius, in a real battle, this state of mind would make him very dangerous. Afterwards, even though Luo Yuan treated Riolu Breeder well and once again showed his ability as a trainer-breeder Pokemon, there was no change in his state of mind. But this time's secret experience made Luo Weijin see a real transformation in Luo Yuan. His eyes became resolute, and without the previous avoidance of fighting, he had begun to enjoy fighting, began to learn and adapt to fighting, and actively sought to become stronger. Pokemon will become stronger in response to the expectations of the trainer, and the trainer will also become stronger in response to the Pokemon for someone who wants to protect. This is the bond between the trainer and the Pokemon. Is my brother here to protect Lily? Luo Weijin glanced at Lily, who was closely following Luo Yuan, who was no stranger to Luo Yuan at all, and was even too close to her. She thought so. Lily is not a trainer, nor does she have her own Pokemon, which is extremely dangerous in the secret realm. And from Luo Yuan's embarrassment and the appearance of Suicune, it can be seen that the level of that secret realm is definitely not low. Even so, Lily hardly had any injuries on her body, and the only one who could protect her in the secret realm was Luo Yuan. In addition, Lily was able to sit on Suicune before, which is unbelievable. You must know that this little girl could not touch Pokemon a few days ago, but now she can ride Pokemon. Luo Weijin was also a little curious about what happened to Luo Yuan and Lily in the secret realm. At this time, Luo Yuan didn't notice the complicated thoughts of his elder sister. He was looking at Luo Weijin in amazement, the big beauty with black hair, beautiful facial features, and extraordinary temperament. Isn't this fairy elite Poppy? Luo Yuan, who had just traveled back then, made a fool of himself when his sister and Professor Lee mentioned Poppy. As a native of Shaw, he didn't even know the current fairy elite, which is unreasonable. So after returning home from the breeding center, Luo Yuan made up for some common sense. Except for the seven stars, who are known as the strongest trainers in the Shaw Kingdom, there is relatively little information on the internet, and some of them don't even have photos, which seems very mysterious. Images of current elites and champions abound. Naturally, Luo Yuan also knew what Poppy looked like. This fairy elite is worthy of her name of Poppy, and she is indeed a stunning beauty. It's just that Luo Yuan was looking at the makeup photos on the internet at the time, so he also doubted whether the photo had been published. Now that he saw the real person, he was finally convinced that the photo had not been published. Poppy is a real beauty, and even the photos can't show her temperament. In terms of appearance, Poppy and her elder sister are not much different, but the temperament of these two elites is very bright. My elder sister is more like a fashionable urban woman, heroic, with the strength and arrogance of a strong woman. The Poppies are like the ladies in ancient paintings, with an elegant temperament and a bit of nobility. If you have to describe it, it is like the ancient species in Pokemon and the modern species, but the ancient species in Pokemon are more brutal. Well, this description is a little strange. What are you looking at, brother? Seeing Luo Yuan staring directly at Yu Marin, Luo Weijin was a little upset. Aren't you pretty? Isn't Lily next to you cute? What are you staring at this woman for? Sister, won't you introduce your friend to me? Luo Yuan experienced a secret realm, although it can't be said that he experienced life and death, but it made him mature a lot. When facing his old sister, he also became extremely calm. Sure enough, a man will only grow after experiencing things. She's my kind of friend, don't pay attention to her. Luo Weijin snorted at Yu Marin and dismissed her. Yu Marin didn't care, she still had a graceful and elegant smile on her face. From this, it could be seen that her relationship with Luo Weijin was not as bad as the rumors said. To some extent, the two can be regarded as a kind of alternative good friends. Luo Weijin, you are too rude, setting an example for your younger brother like this doesn't seem like what a qualified sister should do. Yu Marin's slow Ming Chao satirized Luo Weijin, with a smile on her lips. She also looked at Luo Yuan with curiosity and admiration, and said generously, quote, "My name is Yu Marin, and I am currently a fairy elite. Just call me Sister Yu. Your sister has such a bad personality, so she usually bullies you a lot, right? If you've had enough of her, you can come and recognize me as your sister." Poppy flicked her black hair from the sideburns, revealing her crystal-clear earballs, and she wore a pair of beautiful earrings on her earrings. Seeing that Yu Marin actually came to rob her younger brother, Luo Weijin's face darkened, and she pulled Luo Yuan and said, "Don't pay attention to her, this woman actually has some brain problems, she really thinks of herself as a fairy gone. You still call yourself fairy elite, how can you introduce yourself with such a name, you don't want to face it. Little brother, work harder, she ranks at the bottom of the Elite Four, when the time comes, you can directly pull her down, and you can also introduce yourself to her, just say that I am the younger brother of the Dragon Elite." When Yu Marin heard Luo Weijin's words, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she glared at Luo Weijin. Before, she looked like a fairy who didn't eat the fireworks of the world, but now she immediately fell into the mortal world. Temperament belongs to temperament, but she is actually a modern woman who is nearly 24 years old like Luo Weijin. "Come on, let's ignore her, I'll take you and Lily to the hospital 10 times first." Luo Weijin glanced at Luo Yuan, and Lily, who was standing next to Luo Yuan and tightly tugging on his sleeve, took out her Pokeball and released Charizard. "Charizard, you take my brother and Lily, Dragonite, you take me to the first People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital, where you should be familiar." After finishing speaking, Luo Weijin signaled Luo Yuan to get in the car. Luo Yuan nodded to the poppies, which was a basic courtesy, and then whispered to Lily beside him. "Let's go, Lily, let's ride Charizard to the hospital. Don't be afraid, it's actually the first time for me to ride a Pokemon to fly, so hurry up when the time comes." In fact, Luo Yuan would rather ride his own Latias, but there are too many people here, so he still doesn't want to take it out. That is his trump card, which cannot be easily shown to others, but must shock the world at critical moments. Lily was a little nervous. After all, she had just overcome the problem of not being able to touch Pokemon. It was a bit difficult for her to ride a Pokemon like Charizard as soon as she came up. But Lily still nodded firmly, clenched her fists and cheered herself up. "Lily, come on." The seemingly ferocious Charizard looked gentle, and tried his best to lower his body, carefully watching Lily riding on its neck, rubbing his neck tightly. Luo Yuan was sitting behind Lily, stroking her slender waist, hugged Charizard's neck tightly, and patted Charizard hard. "Woohoo, take off." Roar. Charizard let out a low growl, flapped his wings, and flew up soaring in the sky. Charizard's speed was not slow, but Luo Yuan didn't feel the strong wind blowing in his face. He knew that this was the effect of Pokemon's force field. If there is no Pokemon force field, it is absolutely impossible for normal people to fly on Pokemon. Under the wind pressure in the air, people would already be rich. Seeing Charizard take off, Luo Weijin said to Yu Marin, "I will leave this to you, I will take my brother to check his body." Facing the business, Yu Marin was not arguing with Luo Weijin. She nodded calmly and said, "Well, leave this to me, the health of your brother and that little girl is more important." Luo Weijin nodded slightly at Yu Marin, and followed her on Dragonite. As one of the Elite Four, Poppy is preparing for the aftermath. But not long after, a helicopter flew to the scene. An old man in a suit and leather shoes and a graceful old lady in a tang suit got off the helicopter. "Director Dang, Director Ning, why are you here?" As the current Elite Four, Poppy is also familiar with several directors. She was surprised to see the arrival of the two directors, and greeted them. "For such a big event, we two old fellows have to come here anyway." That's Suicune, but the real legendary Pokemon, Avatar of Wind. A trainer can actually form a bond with a legendary Pokemon. If it was in ancient times, it would be directly summoned by the Emperor, treated with great courtesy, and maybe even called a saint was born. Chairman Dang clicked his tongue and said with a sigh, "Although Suicune is not one of the few legendary Pokemon who are prone to destroy the world, as long as it is a legendary Pokemon with a priesthood, it is a dangerous existence that cannot be ignored." These legendary Pokemon can be said to be related to the destiny of the country. There are so many trainers throughout the ages, but very few can have a bond with the legendary Pokemon. Each of them is a proud hero of an era. Now in modern times, it is not surprising to see a trainer bonded with Suicune as his own Pokemon order. Director Ning, an old lady who is always unsmiling and graceful, said with emotion, "That kid really surprises people one after another." When Yu Marin heard Director Ning's words, she showed curiosity. What else did Luo Weijian's younger brother do to make the two directors show such expressions? For a while, she became interested in Luo Yuan. Hey, after seeing Luo Weijian's younger brother get out of psychological problems, he suddenly changed so much that I feel a headache for my younger brother. Poppy covered her forehead depressedly. She also has a younger brother, but the two of them. Her style of painting is completely different, and she even doubts whether she is not her own, or her brother is not her own. Well, judging from the situation of the parents, it must be that the boy is not his own. Director Deng obviously knew the situation of Yu Mei's family very well. He laughed and said, "Xiao Yu, your younger brother is also very good, don't say that about him." Poppy has a strange look on her face. Her younger brother said she is excellent, and she is indeed excellent, that's the style of painting. At this time, Director Ning suddenly said, "Tianshu Xing said he wanted to meet that boy from the Luo family." Of course he would not directly use the identity of Tianshu get Qian Zhao Xing, but would get in touch with someone else. Chairman Deng nodded and said, "It's normal for Tianshu stars to be interested in that boy from the Luo family. The main responsibility of their 7 stars is to deal with the disasters that legendary Pokemon brought to the country." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That kid has a bond with Suicune. If there is an unavoidable disaster in Shock Kingdom, he may ask Suicune to help. When Poppy heard the words of the two directors, she was surprised, with admiration in her eyes. The strongest trainer in the Shock Kingdom is a real master-level trainer, one of the strongest 8 masters. These 7 Shock Kingdom's strongest trainers, except for a few because of responsibility issues, hardly appear in front of the public. It's like the number 1, Tianshu Xing, even though she, the current Elite Four, has never met her, and she doesn't even know what the other person looks like. Master, this is the ultimate goal of all trainers. At this level, it is even enough to face those devastating legendary Pokemon. Luo Yuan actually had the opportunity to meet the head of the sect. Yu Marin was envious. Soon, under the coordination of 2 directors and an incumbent Elite Four, the aftermath here was resolved. At the same time, the 2 directors also signed a non-disclosure agreement with the trainers in the name of the Alliance, preventing them from telling the story of Suicune before. You can send photos, but you have to code the 2 children riding on Suicune, which belongs to Alliance's protection of Luo Yuan and Lily. Luo Yuan belongs to the rookie trainer. If they face too much public opinion from the beginning, they are afraid that Luo Yuan will not be able to bear too much pressure. Of course, if Luo Yuan suddenly took out Suicune and Latias to play the game, then Alliance would have nothing to say. "You are amazing, we can't compare." Facing the Alliance's request, what can the trainers present say? They can only obey orders honestly. "Sister, have we finished the inspection?" In the Imperial Hospital, Luo Yuan and Lily followed Luo Weijian up and down and went through a series of physical examinations. Luo Yuan thought that the most important thing to come to the hospital was to check whether he had any external scars and symptoms, which was good. It was simply a thorough physical examination. "Seeing my sister like that, I can't wait to give him more activeness." Lily nodded again and again. She felt that following Luo Weijian in various departments of the hospital was more tiring than when she was in the secret realm. But in front of Luo Weijian, she was a little afraid to speak. It was Luo Weijian's aggressive behavior and attitude that made her a little afraid. "Stop talking nonsense. This is the first time you have experienced the secret realm, and without our older trainers following you, who knows if you ate or touched something you shouldn't have in the secret realm." Luo Weijian glared at Luo Yuan. A good physical examination is also reassuring. Saying this, Lu Weijian looked at Lu Wan and Lily's physical examination reports with a serious expression. Although her sister has some troubles, Luo Yuan's heart is very warm, because this is exactly what her sister cares for her. Luo Yuan and Lily looked at each other, and he spread his hands to Lily, indicating that there was nothing he could do to help. Lily suppressed a smile, covered her cherry lips with her small white hands, and blinked hard at Luo Yuan with her big emerald eyes. Such a secret experience has made the relationship between Lily and Luo Yuan much closer. After all, the two of them eat and live together in rest these days, so it is difficult not to get close. For Luo Yuan, this secret experience is more like an experience, but for Lily, it is a life and death situation. She clearly remembered the pain of being almost frozen to death when she first entered the secret realm, and it was Luo Yuan who never gave up on her and rescued her. On the other side, Luo Weijin also finished reading the physical reports of the two, nodded and said, "Fortunately, they are all minor skin injuries, just take some medicine. Lily is just a little weak, go back and eat some good supplements and rest for a few days. Let's go home, my parents must be waiting impatiently, they have been worried for the past few days." Luo Weijin greeted, Luo Yuan and Lily followed, and left the hospital. When they went back, they didn't ride Pokemon anymore. The Imperial capital belongs to the no-fly zone. If you want to take a helicopter or ride a Pokemon in the Imperial capital, you need to apply for a route. Even Luo Weijin, an elite who plucks wool, would feel embarrassed just to apply for a flight route home from the hospital. A few people went back in the car. On the way home, Luo Yuan said to Luo Weijin, "Sister, that car broke down in the secret realm, so it can't be driven back." Luo Weijin Hideki, who was sitting in front, waved his hand. "If the car is gone, it will be gone. Just buy a new one, as long as you can come back safely." "What kind of car do you want?" "Sister, I'll send someone to the 4S store tomorrow to buy one for you." For an elite, just training Pokemon costs millions of dollars, and a car is not worth the money at all. It's still the SUV from before. It has a lot of space, and I like it better. After thinking about it, Luo Yuan still thinks that this kind of SUV is good. It has a lot of space and can store a lot of things. You can also take Lily out to play when you have nothing to do. I just hope that the next time I go out to play, I don't encounter this kind of space-time distortion mystery again. Other secret realms are fine, but this kind of space-time distortion secret realm, if you enter it, you won't be able to get out unless the time is up. By the way, sister, let's go to the National Alliance verification office first. Luo Yuan suddenly thought of the 6 level 5 ice pure crystals he had brought out. Because it is troublesome to measure the grade of this thing, in order to be able to trade smoothly, it is necessary to go to the National Alliance verification office for pure crystal grade evaluation. Only after the evaluation can it be sold or exchanged, otherwise you say it is a grade 5 pure crystal, but if there is no Alliance certification, who will believe it? Luo Weijin, as a frequent visitor to the secret realm, immediately guessed Luo Yuan's plan, knowing that he must have found pure crystal in the previous secret realm. She was afraid that Luo Yuan would be disappointed, so she comforted him in advance. Pure crystal is purely luck. If you can get a piece of level 3, it is considered good luck. If it is level 4, then you can have a good meal to celebrate tonight. As for level 5, although it seems that some are circulating on the market because of the population base of trainers, the probability of individuals wanting to get it is really very low. I haven't met your sister many times. Luo Yuan heard the words and asked, "Is it like playing a mobile game to draw SSR?" Luo Weijin nodded, "That's almost what it means." At the National Alliance verification office, Luo Weijin watched in awe as Luo Yuan verified all 6 ice-type pure crystals obtained from the secret realm to level 5. She was a little silly. She immediately knew that Luo Yuan must have some special method to measure the grade of pure crystal. It is very common for a trainer to go to a secret realm to get a level 5 pure crystal, and every secret realm has such a lucky person. And if you can get 2 pieces of level 5 pure crystals in a secret realm in one breath, then you have to burn incense and worship Buddha when you go home, and be careful about the law of conservation of luck. As for the chosen one who got 3 yuan in a secret realm, it probably only happens once or twice a year in the whole world. Like Luo Yuan who got 6 yuan directly, I am afraid that it has never happened once since the history of mankind was recorded. The probability is so small that it is almost impossible. Luo Weijin hesitated to speak, but she finally held back. Now is not the time to inquire. We should go home and talk about these things. There are too many people here. After receiving the grade authentication certificate, the three took a taxi again and returned home. As soon as they entered the door, Luo's father and Luo's mother came forward anxiously, hugged Luo Yuan and Lily, and said anxiously, "Son, Lily, you are not hurt anywhere." "I'm fine, Mom, your son is fine." After not seeing his parents for 6 days, Rang Lu Yuan was also moved. "I'm fine, Brother Luo Yuan has been protecting me, Uncle Luo and Aunt Zhang." Lily stood obediently beside Luo Yuan, and said in her crisp voice, "I just took them to the hospital for a major checkup, and they're all fine, Mom and Dad." Luo Weijin raised the 2 physical examination reports in Yang's hand and said. Seeing this, Luo's father and Luo's mother were finally relieved, and Luo's mother's eyes were a little red. "I know that being a trainer is dangerous, and I am ready for you to face the danger. But normal rookie trainer will follow the predecessors to explore low-level secret places to accumulate experience, and will slowly explore high-level secret places. Rookie trainers like Xiaoyuan directly enter high-level secret realms, and they are still time-distorted secret realms. Under normal conditions, they rarely come back alive." Father Luo on the side also nodded sullenly. As a trainer, he certainly knows the danger of a trainer, and still supports Luo Yuan to become a trainer, but it is definitely not the way of going through a high-level secret realm without experience. This is not the only way for the normal trainer. This kind of thing usually happens, it is an accident that can be on the TV news. Rookie trainer has a very small chance of surviving in a high-level secret realm. Luo Yuan was deeply touched by this. If he didn't have Latias at the time, just Riolu, a lower-level Pokemon. In that pure white frozen soil, in a group of Pokemon full of more than 60 levels, Luo Yuan knew that he was absolutely doomed. Luo Yuan released Latias and Riolu and said, "It is their protection that I can survive. Lati, this is what I should do, Latias." Liu. Riolu was a little depressed, because he knew that in that environment, he couldn't actually protect his master, and his sister Latias was the only one who could be safe. The 3 members of the Luo family are all grateful to Latias and Riolu. Although they all know that the main credit lies with Latias, they can't favor one over the other. At this moment, Lily stepped forward and touched Riolu's head, as if to comfort him. Seeing that Lily can touch Pokemon, both parents were surprised. Lily, can you touch Pokemon?" Luo Yuan explained. "It may be that there is a life and death crisis in the secret realm. Under the survival instinct, let Lily overcome her inner fear." Luo Mu smiled and said, "This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, a blessing in disguise. I have to tell Lucamine to make her happy too. It's great that Lily has cured herself by accident. For the safe return of Celebrate, I will cook a delicious meal tonight to reward you." As soon as Luo Mu finished speaking, both Latias and Riolu shrugged their ears. What a bonus, isn't it punishment? Baff, even Lily is totally out of spirit. I want Brother Luo Yuan's. Seeing the expression of one person and 2 Pokemon, Luo Mu was a little embarrassed. She said apologetically, "Xiao Yuan just came back today, so he will probably be very tired. Let him rest today, and let him cook for you tomorrow." Lily, Latias and Riolu are all understanding, they nodded in agreement. Father Luo and Luo Weijin looked at each other, feeling a little emotional. It's over, Lily is also drugged. It wasn't until this time that Luo Weijin asked the question she wanted to ask before. "Little brother, what happened to that pure crystal?" Luo's father and Luo's mother looked at each other, doubts flashed in their eyes, they didn't know what Luo Weijin was talking about. Luo Weijin told her parents what happened at the National Alliance Verification Office just now. Immediately, the expressions of the parents changed. Of course, they knew that the probability of producing pure crystals was almost impossible, so they looked at Luo Yuan in pairs. Luo Yuan felt that there was nothing to hide from his parents and sister, so he told them about the fact that he possessed the power of Waveguide. "You mean, you have the same Waveguide as Lucario's Waveguide Pokemon?" Father Luo asked in astonishment. Luo Mu was lost in thought. This kind of thing has never happened in history. There are indeed some rare people in history who possess the power of Waveguide, but the number is rare. And those people, without exception, all have their own Lucario. At this time, the mother looked at Riolu and said with emotion. "No wonder Xiaoyuan you choose Riolu to be your Pokemon. This is your fate." However, in those history books, it seems that there is no record that people with the power of waveguide can detect the energy level of pure crystals. Could it be that the records in the book are incomplete, or that the judgment of the energy level of pure crystals in ancient times is different from the current one? As a researcher's mother, she fell into the research project. But Luo Weijin doesn't care about these. Mom, what do you care about those people with the power of wave guidance in ancient times? She grabbed Luo Yuan's shoulders and said solemnly, "Next time, I will. I encountered a secret realm of the dragon element, you must go with me, little brother. Don't worry, the dragon's secret realm is dangerous, but I will protect you. And you have Latias, right? She also needs the pure crystal of the dragon." Luo Weijin has already started fantasizing at this time, and when the time comes, she will take Luo Yuan to enter the dragon-type secret realm, and the two of them can bring back 12 pieces of level 5 dragon-type pure crystals. My little brother only has one Latias, but I have so many dragons, so I'll just share one piece with him. Well, my sister should be more generous, just give him 2 pieces. The corner of Luo Weijin's mouth was about to drool. This is not an exaggeration. Anyone who knows that Luo Yuan can distinguish the grade of pure crystals with the naked eye will treat him as a treasure. Pure crystals of grades 1 to 3 are very common, and they are relatively common commodities. If you have money, you can buy normal crystals in the market. Level 4 pure crystals are relatively rare, and level 5 pure crystals are circulated in the world, but not many. Getting the level of pure crystal is completely luck, it has nothing to do with your level of trainer. So there will be some low-level trainers who get level 5 pure crystals, and this high-level pure crystals are temporarily useless to them, and normal will sell them to get rich overnight. They'll use the cash to buy other Pokemon essentials, which is the right thing to do. Almost all the grade 5 pure crystals in the market are of this type, and those powerful trainers will never sell grade 5 pure crystals, as they don't even have enough for themselves. Luo Weijin has to worry about the high-level pure crystals in her hands every month. Dragon-type pure crystals are rare, and level 5 is even rarer. Even if someone sells it, she is not the only powerful dragon trainer in the whole world, everyone is vying for it. Her only advantage is that relying on her status as an Elite 4, she can get some sales information in advance in China, so she can buy it. But when an elite from a country reaches the international stage, it doesn't have that much power. So sometimes, when the resources are insufficient, she can only use level 4 pure crystals. Although the effect is not particularly good, it still has an effect, which is better than nothing. Now that she knows Luo Yuan's ability, she can't wait to take Luo Yuan to the secret realm every day. Luo Yuan felt terrified at the sight of his sister, and his father pretended to cough twice. Ahem, Xiao Yuan, the level 5 pure crystal you got this time is ice type, right? Seeing the eyes of his wife and a pair of children looking over, Father Luo said cheekily. You are useless anyway, why don't you give me 1 piece, no, 2 pieces. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, 0.14 million sincerity. Papa has a lapras, which is indeed water and ice. Anyway, Luo Yuan is also planning to sell something. Although he is a rich second generation now, the rich belong to his family, not himself. The old man's face became angry. I am your own father, do you still want money? Luo Yuan also said angrily. I'm still your own son, my brother is still clear about it, and my father and son are even more clear about it. Do you want it? Look at the market, how can there be so many grade 5 pure crystals for you? Even if they are sold, most of them are exchanged. Some of them can be bought with money. You think it's expensive. I still think it's expensive. Luo Yuan has long been familiar with the pure crystal market. Except for those low-level trainers who get SSR cards and sell them directly for money, his powerful trainers, when they get similar pure crystals. It's all about exchange. The pure crystals they get are not necessarily the attributes they need, so the exchange is the kingly way, and the price difference is made up with money. In the pure crystal market, money is definitely not as hard as other grade 5 pure crystals, and this is a seller's market. The old man smiled awkwardly, and in the end he could only take out 14 million yuan, and bought 2 yuan from Luo Yuan. Luo Weijin also wanted to see if she could change to other pure crystals, and bought 2 quick ones from Luo Yuan. Even if she can't change to dragon type, she can also change to water type, fire type, and flying type. Ahem, the pure crystal attribute she needs is actually quite complicated. Luo Yuan, who directly earned 28 million yuan and became a real rich young master, is satisfied. By the way, baby. Luo Yuan took out a pokeball from his pocket. The three members of the Luo family looked at him numbly. What other treasures do you have? It's just a trip to the secret realm, so you can't come up with so many good things, right? Luo Yuan directly released the Zorua in emerald form. Zorua, it's just that this looks wrong. Is it a flash variant? No, the flash variant Zorua doesn't look like this either. It should be a new species that has never been discovered before. When they saw Luo Yuan's emerald washing form Zorua, and that cute, fox-like pink and white Pokemon, Luo's father, Luo's mother, and Luo Weijin all exclaimed. They are well-informed museum owners, researchers and Elite Four, and they dare not say they know all the Pokemon in the world. After all, there are definitely some Pokemon that are undiscovered, and new Pokemon species can be discovered almost every year when some new rift appears. But for the vast majority of Pokemon, they are also familiar. Zorua is very rare, and because of Zorua's ability to transform, there are not many trainers who subdue it and own it. But for the rare Pokemon, as long as it is not a mythical beast like legendary Pokemon or Latias, there must be research data. And this Zorua, even the three well-informed members of the Luo family said that they had never seen it before. Compared with the astonishment of the father and sister, the mother, who is a researcher, is the most excited. She got close to Zorua all of a sudden, wanting to pick him up in excitement. However, Zorua was timid by nature, so he backed away in fear until it reached Luo Yuan's leg. Seeing this, the excited Luomu realized that this special Zorua was similar in temperament to normal's Zorua. She apologized and said, "Excuse me, Zorua, I just wanted to see you." Maybe it was Luomu's kindness, maybe Zorua knew it was the owner's mother, or maybe it was because of food for the future. Zorua still let Luomu approach it and inspected it. Suoluo, Zorua yelled, different from the fierce eyes of Zorua in normal form, Zorua in emerald form, its eyes always look aggrieved. Just those big eyes make people feel pity and want to hold them in their arms and love them. But Luo Yuan knew that this was all Zorua's disguise. As a Shikui Zorua with ghost type, it is more treacherous and full of resentment. Compared with Zorua of the normal evil type, it is also stronger in mastering illusions. You subdued this in the secret realm. Luo Mu gently stroked Zorua's soft hair, and asked enthusiastically. Yes, this is what I conquered in the secret realm. At that time, it turned into harem in the secret realm, which surprised me a lot. However, you also know that I have the power of waveguide, so I detected its true face immediately, and after seeing a new species of Zorua that I had never seen before, I subdued it. Luo Yuan nodded and said. Zorua looked at Luo Yuan with resentful eyes. It turned out that I was so seen through the real body, no wonder it can scare the hundreds of Pokemon to run around, but the master dared to let Riolu come and beat it. But Zorua felt that this time it was a blessing in disguise for him to be able to eat such a delicious meal. Zorua will never be a slave, except with food and shelter. Harem, Luo Mu's expression changed, and she said, even if it is this different form of Zorua, the Pokemon and human appearance it can transform must be the ones I have seen. That is to say, this Zorua may have really seen harem, otherwise it would not be able to transform into the other party's appearance. More than that, I even suspect that Zorua died because of harem. Luo Yuan murmured in his heart. Zorua of ghost type is a normal Pokemon that appears after Zorua's death, but look at Zorua's proficiency in changing harem's appearance and the resentment. Luo Yuan had long guessed that Zorua died because of harem, so he could perfectly transform into the appearance of his enemy. At the same time, it also shows that harem definitely existed in that pure white frozen earth secret realm. Fortunately, when I went, harem should have been gone, or fell into a deep sleep, otherwise even with Suicune help, it would be too difficult to face harem now. With that level of dungeon, Luo Yuan felt that he was really going to die before he could succeed. I have never seen Zorua in this form before. It is very likely that the secret realm you entered is a secret realm that has never been discovered. Of course, there is also a possibility that that secret realm has been discovered, but no one has seen this type of Zorua in that secret realm, but this possibility is very low. Little brother, tell me what the secret realm looks like, what you encountered there, and the Suicune. Luo Huijin's interest increased greatly. She felt that the secret place Luo Yuan went to this time was really different, and she unexpectedly encountered so many things. Even Kurum has been there. Suicune, Luo's father and Luo's mother exclaimed, and they looked at Luo Yuan with a look of inquiry in their eyes. I'll tell you later. In fact, this Zorua is not only different in appearance, but also its attribute is also different. The attribute of this Zorua is normal plus ghost. Luo Yuan said at this time. Normal type plus ghost type. Father Luo thought for a moment, his eyes widened, and he immediately figured out the attribute restraint. Good guy, immune to normal, fighting, and ghost types. Quote. Damage of poison and bug type is halved, only fear of evil type. Where is such an attribute excellent, it is simply too good. Luo Yuan complained at this time. Actually, I have always wanted to say that Pokemon that only trains a single attribute is too easy to be restrained. For example, old lady, you are very passive when you meet the fairy department. Although you are actually an elite of the flying system. Luo Yuan didn't dare to say this. Luo Huijin put her arms around her chest and proudly said, this is not a big problem. As long as you try to let Pokemon learn the skills that can counter-restrain the opponent's attribute, it will be enough to solve most of the problems. Besides, although attribute restraint is the basic element of Pokemon battles, it is not an absolute element. If attribute restraint can solve everything, then everyone should not fight. If you see the other party's attribute restraint, you will be sentenced to lose and the game will be over. And there is a bond between trainer and Pokemon. Under the strong bond, as long as you believe that your Pokemon can defeat rival, even if it is restrained, your Pokemon will fulfill your expectations. I told you before, little brother, that the strongest power between trainer and Pokemon is that bonds, and bonds can create miracles. Luo Huijin's words still made people's blood boil. When Luo's father heard his daughter's words, he also nodded seriously. This is too mystical, Luo Yuan murmured in his heart, you are all masters of inverse attribute. Luo Mu is not interested in Pokemon battles, she is more interested in research. Zorua of normal plus ghost type, this is indeed a different breed. Just like Pokemon with different attributes in different countries, because there is a special permanent secret realm in Hawaii, the Pokemon that come out of that secret realm are completely different from those in other countries. Seeing that Luo Mu mentioned her home, Lily also nodded vigorously, and the little girl said in a crisp voice. Yes, there are many Pokemon in the Hawaiian region, and they are all different from Pokemon attributes in other countries. Luo Mu smiled at Lily, her smile was gentle and kind. Different attributes of the same Pokemon have their own reasons for their appearance. Quote. Xiaoyuan, you can take Zorua and go to Mother's laboratory more often, we will check it in detail. Although Zorua in this form is not as rare as Latias in the world of beasts, as you enter a new secret realm, the probability of that secret realm appearing in the future will also change. 1. In the future, there should be someone who can tame Zorua in this form, but just now, this Zorua should be the only one in your hand. Research papers on new types of Pokemon can be published in the journal International Pokemon Research, which is where all researchers want to publish their papers. If you don't have a paper published in this journal, you can't be called a senior researcher. When the time comes, you and your mother will study together, and I can also help you sign the paper, so that you don't have to write the paper after you graduate from university. After all, the thesis can be published in this highest level journal, and if you write a university graduation thesis, the author will not be able to give you a grade. Although Luo Yuan's current university is an archaeology department, Pokemon is the #1 in this world. If he can publish a paper in a high-level journal in the Pokemon discipline, he can still graduate directly. After coming to this Pokemon world, Luo Yuan actually doesn't care about graduation or anything, but since he has been in college for so many years, he finally got a diploma to be worthy of himself. Luo Yuan sighed in his heart. This is because his mother directly opened the back door for him to join the research team. Otherwise, even if Luo Yuan discovers a new form of Pokemon, he is not a researcher himself, so he is not qualified to participate in the research. There are always advantages to being born into such a family. Luo Yuan is not tenacious and unyielding, and absolutely does not accept the idea of special preferential treatment. Why not take shortcuts when he can? Mainly, of course, Luo Yuan doesn't want to write a graduation thesis. No problem, Mom. I'll take Zorua to your laboratory from time to time. Luo Yuan said so and glanced at Zorua, as if asking if you would like it. Suoluo. Zorua nodded again and again. Yes, yes, I do. How dare I not want to? In this family, I am the weakest, pitiful and helpless one. Seeing Zorua's pitiful little eyes, Luo Yuan signaled again. Be obedient, and eat well and drink spicy food with me every day from now on. As soon as Zorua heard it, his eyes widened immediately, and he wished he could go there directly and study it. You can study it as you like. I can't quit the food cooked by the master, I'm already in the shape of the master. For researchers, encountering new breeds of Pokemon is arguably the easiest way to get featured in the journal International Pokemon Research. Even if it's your mother, I can't help but see this kind of opportunity. Son, you are really a lucky star. Luo Mu said with a smile, hugged Luo Yuan and kissed her. She then picked up Zorua's front paw and examined it carefully. Well, it seems to be a female, but I can't tell for sure. You can take some photos for Professor Lee to see, she will definitely be excited to see the new species of Zorua. It's impossible to let you go to her often, let her study the various living habits of this new species of Zorua, and how it is different from other Zorua. Luo Yuan sighed in his heart, there are really many people in this world who are passionately doing work related to Pokemon. Okay, let's eat first. Xiao Yuan, tell us what happened in the secret realm. Father Luo greeted Luo Yuan at this time, and the family let Luo Yuan go, and everyone sat down at the dining table. If Luo Yuan cooks the meal by himself, then the whole family would probably eat without saying a word, but this time it is Luo Mu who cooks, and everyone talk and laugh at Yan Yan at the dinner table. Lily, eat more meat and supplement your nutrition. Fortunately, you are fine this time, otherwise I really don't know how to explain to Lucamine. Mother enthusiastically put meat in Lily's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, I can clip it myself. Point 0. Lily said obediently, showing a sweet and bright smile. But after looking at the meat in the bowl, she frowned and reluctantly ate it. It's not that my aunt's cooking is not good, but brother Luo Yuan's cooking is so delicious. But in order not to let others say that she is a picky eater, Lily can only force herself to eat. Luo's family understood her very well, but the meal they ate was also tasteless. At the dinner table, Lu Yuan told his family everything about this exploration of the secret realm. Speaking of just entering the secret realm, Lily almost had a problem because it was too cold, and the whole family was extremely nervous. When it came to the fact that Luo Yuan and Lily had gone on an unknowingly long trek and finally found a cave to live in, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Luo Yuan talked about how he met Suicune and fooled Suicune with a few meals, making Suicune go around collecting firewood and finding potatoes for them. Gu Lily's process. Luo's father, Luo's mother and sister all looked strange after hearing this. It turns out that this is how the bond between you and Suicune came about. Seeing Suicune's reluctance before leaving, I guess you missed the goal. Luo Weijin muttered to herself. Until Luo Yuan talked about the process of meeting Zorua, Lily finally overcomes her psychological barrier when facing this life and death danger. I also took Suicune, Latias and other Pokemon to search for materials like bandits, and finally got 6 pieces of level 5 ice-type pure crystals, 2 evolutionary stones, and a Pokemon egg. Luo Yuan felt that he had a talent for storytelling, seeing how his family members were aroused by his emotions, tense for a while and relaxed for a while. When Luo Yuan finished talking about his trip to the secret realm, Luo Weijin said with emotion. Your experience and gains in the secret realm this time are really rich, and I don't know how many times you have compared others. Luo's father and Luo's mother also nodded with emotion. Encounter with legendary Pokemon and have a fetter, tame a new species Zorua, get 6 top-level pure crystals and 2 ice-type evolution stones, and Pokemon eggs are all attached. How could a normal rookie trainer experience such an adventure? Of course there was the matter of Xiao Xingyan, but Luo Yuan didn't tell his parents about it, not because he didn't trust his family, but because he was worried about Lucamine. Ahem, little brother, can we discuss something? At this time, Luo Weijin imitated her father, pretending to cough twice and said. What's up? Luo Yuan looked at his elder sister warily. It's definitely not a good thing for Luo Weijin to show such an expression. Actually, your sister and I are very interested in Rayquaza. Why don't we go find Rayquaza one day and see what flavor it likes? Luo Weijin said in a half-serious, half-joking tone. Thank you, it's up to you to go, and you can tell me what flavor Rayquaza likes after you've done your research. It is to write a suicide note before going and leave all your inheritance to me. Luo Yuan rolled her eyes. Going to Rayquaza, why not go to Arceus? How dare you curse your sister, you are courting death. Luo Weijin raised her fist and hammered at Luo Yuan angrily. The family was full of joy and laughter. Luo's father and Luo's mother watched the siblings fighting and laughed out loud from time to time.